Hello, hello, and welcome to AugurCon 2022. I'm Carrie C. Byrne. I am the co-founder and CEO of the Augur Magazine Literary Society and the co-director of today's little event, AugurCon.
And my name is Therese Mason-Pierre. I am the other co-director of AugurCon and co-editor-in-chief of Augur Magazine. Thank you all for sharing this space with us. Although this is a virtual conference, Augur Magazine acknowledges that we are on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and that this land is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. The city of Toronto, where Augur works, is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work, live, and create on this land. We stand against the colonial powers that seek to erase, deny, or destroy Indigenous voices, lives, and legacies. When we talk about the stories for the futures we need, we also speak about Indigenous futures and sovereignty. It is part of our responsibility and commitment as artists, storytellers, and community organizers who live and work on this land to work towards decolonization and justice for Indigenous peoples. Far beyond land acknowledgements, not only does this include educating ourselves on the true historical and contemporary violence of the settler state, but also donating our time, money, energy, and resources to Indigenous causes, charities, organizations, and movements.
Thank you, Therese. Okay, so we are so incredibly grateful to be here this year. I'm going to start off by telling you a little bit about who we are. I've been following along in the Discord, although I'm very bad at Discord. And I noted how many people are new to Augur. So here's a little bit of information about who we are, what we do. Augur Magazine, the Literary Society, and the fun story behind that is that we tried to be Augur Magazine Inc., and the government was like, no, that is far too corporate. We require you to be something that sounds more like a nonprofit. And then they gave us something that sounded like it was founded by F. Scott Fitzgerald, and we were like, okay. So now we are the Augur Magazine Literary Society, founded in 2016, and from the start, our mission has been stories for the futures we need. We believe that stories have the power to alter reality, enable empowerment, and change futures. We have 3 goals as an organization. We want to publish amazing work compassionately. We want to break down the boundary between speculative and realist literature. And we want to make conscious, intentional room for marginalized creators. In the last 6 years, this organization has grown more than I could have even hoped. We have published 12 issues and over 150 individual contributors. We have received across our programming and our publications funding from the Toronto, Ontario, and Canada Arts Councils. Today, in fact, is funded by the Toronto Arts Council and the Canada Council for the Arts. We launched a workshop program under my wonderful partner in crime, Therese Mason-Pierre. We grew from a team of 3 to a team of more than 45 volunteers across North America, not even everyone in Canada, including a core editorial staff of about 15. And everyone's a volunteer. We're all volunteers here, from me, everyone. We've been nominated for and had stories nominated for a variety of science fiction and fantasy awards across North America. We are Canada's only SFWA recognized magazine. And we conquered 3 Kickstarters, including most recently launching Tails and Feathers magazine, the slice of life and cozy fantasy magazine that is just releasing its first pieces now. But this is not where we're stopping. This December, Augur is going to begin a brand revitalization project. And we're ready to reconceptualize our organization as more than a magazine. After all, already we are 2 magazines and a con. And when I say con, we too are not exactly sure which type of con. We're a conference, we're a convention. We're also a festival that doesn't start with con, but it's in there. And we have very big dreams for the continued growth of Augur that we will start to release over the next few years. Now, the magazines will continue, don't worry. But we aren't stopping at magazines. We are dedicated to bringing the Augur mission, leading with compassion, deep into the publishing industry and the arts. And I'm very, very lucky to be looking toward that future with the team that we have. And of course, our community. When we launched AugurCon, I said that the Augur community is composed of people that put care into everything, who put integrity before ego, who put empathy for the people around them ahead of hoarding resources for themselves, and who pour craft and ingenuity into the pieces that they create. The Augur Society was created for that community, and we will continue to build, support, and enrich it however we can. Welcome. And that brings us to today. 2 years ago, we launched AugurCon. First, Therese and I envisioned an in-person event held in downtown Toronto. In fact, one of the last things that I did before hiding away in COVID was explore venues for the in-person AugurCon with Therese. Alas, as we know, everything shut down, but we still got the money to make it happen. All of a sudden, Therese and I, while we had both been working in events for a while in different capacities, had never put on a con, and we had to figure out how to make a completely virtual con in just over 2 months. Somehow with the team, we pulled it off. More than 200 people registered. We got incredible feedback from people we respected, and we walked away riding one of the biggest highs of our lives. Later, we were nominated for the Aurora Awards and the Stabby Awards for our work. Still, we made the choice to wait 2 years. We needed to recover, to get through the pandemic, launch Tails and Feathers, and have time to envision what the next AugurCon would look like. I cannot believe that it has been 2 years. When I put that timeline down, I was like, oh, that'll be forever. I'm going to be a different person. No, it went by so quickly. And here we are, and it's a dream. This is the thing that I want to do the most, and I am so lucky to have been enabled to do it today. I'm lucky to have my team, to have our volunteers, that our guests gave us their time. I am so grateful that all of you looked at what we were doing and said, yes, this is how I want to spend my time on American Thanksgiving, which we forgot about. Sorry, Americans. We're going to change the date next year. As a thank you, we'd like to announce that we're launching the newest issue of Augur magazine today, issue 5.2. And for anyone who is attending AugurCon, it is available for 25% off, and we will be socializing that link around. Now I'll hand this off to the indomitable Therese Mason-Pierre, who will speak to you a bit about today's AugurCon as our head of programming. Thanks, Therese.
Of course. So this year's AugurCon, as you know, is bigger. It's twice the size, in fact, and this is thanks in part to the Canada Council for the Arts, whose funding truly enabled us to showcase many more of the conversations we wanted to have, as well as approach and invite creators whose work, values, and literary citizenship we really admired. We're so happy so many amazing folks said yes and showed enthusiasm in spreading the word about AugurCon. So overall, AugurCon has 3 goals. First, to foster compassionate, thoughtful space. Secondly, to create opportunities for CanSpec community members, especially underrepresented and marginalized creators, to develop their professional relationships and skills. Third, AugurCon aims to create space for important conversations in the speculative arts, not only delving into the contemporary, groundbreaking work being created in our spaces currently, but also shaping critical discussions and standards of care for the future. Augur programming, so anything outside of the magazine proper, was something we wanted to do as an organization. We wanted a way to show our communities that we wanted to have key conversations about equity, diversity, and inclusivity, but also discuss the writing and the books that we loved and the creators that we admired. Last year, after the first AugurCon, as Carrie mentioned, we launched a series of workshops which were aimed at strengthening both the creative and professional development of our attendees. Those workshops were born from the ones that some of you will get to attend today and tomorrow at AugurCon. In the future, we hope to be a bright light and a steady rock when it comes to providing resources, not only in speculative literature and the publishing industry, but on paths to fostering communities of care and inclusive and safe spaces. Because when we feel safe, included, and cared for, we can create so much more and dream so much deeper. We're really overjoyed by the support we've gotten from our community, online especially, and we aim to continue to provide richer speculative literature programming in the years to come. From the beginning, we've always been looking ahead to the future, and we're not satisfied. And there's so much more work to be done. So now I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping and some tech reminders. If you don't know yet, we're using Discord as our main communication hub. So if you're an attendee, you should have gotten a Discord invite link. So feel free to hop into the Discord where you can view our code of conduct, direct any technical issues you might be having, and chat with your fellow attendees about what you're most excited to see over the weekend. Our panels will be streamed to YouTube using StreamYard. All attendees should have received links in their email as well, but if not, please head on to the Discord where the link should be posted. Our workshops and industry AMA sessions will take place over Zoom, and those attendees should have received links in their email. But again, if you did not, please inquire through Discord. Our workshops are all live captioned and our panels will have live transcriptions. Thank you to AI Media for supporting us in our accessibility needs. We would also like to thank, again, the Toronto Arts Council and Canada Council for the Arts for the financial support. We believe it's extremely important to pay our guests for their time and labor, as well as provide accessible content to attendees. And we're really grateful that we're able to make that happen. We would also like to thank our official bookseller, Another Story Bookshop. Another Story is an independent bookshop in Toronto, Canada, committed to social justice, equity, and diversity. I've attended many of their events in the past and their launches, and the enthusiasm with which their staff operates is always so uplifting. And I'm really glad that they're in my literary community. It's deeply important to support independent bookshops as much as you can. So feel free to head on over to our AugurCon book list where you can order some of those books there. You can also enjoy a 10% discount at Another Story until November 30th for the AugurCon book list. And there's a link to buy our panelist books in the description box below. Now, we are very excited for our programming today. We've got over 40 guests, almost 50, over 40, 10 panels, 3 workshops, 2 AMA sessions, and 1 amazing keynote speech that I'm really looking forward to. Over at AugurCon, we'll discuss how to create fiction in worlds that look like this one, the importance of creating communities in literary landscapes, the quiet power of cozy storytelling, the fierce power of young heroes and anti-heroes, and the carving tools of both the poetic and horror voices, and so much more. We're excited for you to join us. Our first panel, #CanSpec, Creating Communities of Care, will start at 11 a.m. with Larissa Lai, Kai-Cheng Tom, J.L. Richardson, Toriel Yao, and our own Carrie Seaburn.
I will see you there. That's 40. We went fast. We went fast, Charles. We did good. 45 minutes until that first panel starts. Everybody, if you, like me, did not have a chance to eat before this, now's the time. And I'll see you on the hour. Thanks so much for joining us again.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Therese, and I am the co-editor-in-chief of Augur Magazine and the co-director of AugurCon, Augur Magazine's biannual virtual conference for speculative literature. We're so happy you could join us. This panel is called #CanSpec, Creating Communities of Care, and will run from 11 a.m. EST to 12 p.m. EST. If you have any questions for our guests during the discussion today, please use the YouTube chat on the right-hand side and make sure to write the word question in all caps before you ask your question so I can distinguish them from other comments. Just know that due to time restrictions, we might not get to every question, but we still value your enthusiasm and your engagement in our conversations. In the description box below, you'll find a list of our panelists for the sessions today. We also have a Discord where we invite you to discuss our panels with your fellow attendees, or even just leave a note about what you're looking forward to throughout the day. Technical support questions can be directed to the Info and Tech Support channel in Discord. This event contains live transcription. Thank you to AI Media for your support in meeting our accessibility needs. If you would like to read the live transcription of the event as the discussion progresses, there's a link in the description box, which you can click. Before we begin, I'd like to thank our bookseller, Another Story Bookshop. Another Story is an independent bookstore in Toronto, Canada, committed to social justice, equity, and diversity. If you would like to purchase any of our AugurCon panelists' books, you can enjoy a 10% discount with code AugurCon2022. And there's a link to buy our panelists' books in the description box down below. I'd also like to thank the Toronto Arts Council and Canada Council for the Arts for their funding and support of this conference, without which this would not be possible. Now, please join me in welcoming our guests. J.L. Richardson is the author of The Stone Thrower and the founder and executive director for the Festival of Literary Diversity in Brampton, Ontario. Her debut dystopian novel, Gutter Child, was shortlisted for the Amazon First Novel Award, a finalist for the White Pine Award, and won a Word Award. Her second picture book, Because You Are, was published in July 2022. Richardson holds an MFA in creative writing from the University of Guelph and lives in Brampton, Ontario. Larissa Lai is the author of The Lost Century, The Tiger Flu, Saltfish Girl, Iron Goddess of Mercy, and 5 other books, and is the recipient of the Lambda Literary Award, the Astria Award, and other prizes. Involved in cultural organizing, experimental poetry, and speculative fiction communities since the late 1980s, Larissa received the Jim Duggins Novelist Prize in 2020. She holds a Canada Research Chair at the University of Calgary, where she directs the Insurgents Architect House for creative writing. Toriel Liao is a mad, queer, Chinese-Canadian creator, based in Toronto. She's a managing editor at Augur Magazine, and some of her writing can be found in Loose Leaf Magazine and Living Hyphen. She reads, writes, and dreams about speculative worlds where marginalized people can tell their stories and every cat gets its cuddles. She cares about editing compassionately and collaboratively and enjoying the power speculative fiction has to imagine alternate healing futures. Kai-Cheng Tom is a writer, performer, somatic sex educator, and cultural worker based in Toronto. She's the author of 5 award-winning books in multiple genres and has performed on stages worldwide. In addition to writing, Kai-Cheng Tom works with individuals and groups in the area of conflict resolution and systems change. And now for our moderator. Carrie C. Byrne is an autistic, queer, and non-binary writer, editor, publisher, and community organizer living in Toronto. They are the award-nominated co-founder and CEO of the Augur Magazine Literary Society, the publisher of Augur Magazine, and the co-director of AugurCon. As a writer, their work has been published in Fantasy Magazine, This Magazine, the Thames Review, and others. Take it away, Carrie.
Hello. Welcome back and welcome, Toria, into this little panel. I'm so excited to be back here.
Hi.
Okay, so CanSpec, creating communities of care. I want to pick up where we left off last year. So, or 2 years ago. It's been two whole years. All doing well. So last time, 2 years ago, we ended our discussion with the conclusion that literary canons, who needs them? Exclusionary, oppressive. Instead, what about our community? So we named this panel Creating Communities of Care as a nod to that. But I want to kick off by asking A, what is a community of care to you? And B, is that the most useful language for what we want to talk about today? Is there anyone that would like to jump in? Okay. It's a big question, I know. Larissa, I know that you spoke a little bit about what care was in the interview that we ran with you ahead of the con. So why don't I jump to you while I let everyone collect their thoughts?
Sure, thanks, Carrie. It's a great question. I don't remember what it's in the interview now. Well, I'll say a couple of things about the idea of care. So, to begin with, obviously, care seems like a really good idea. I do sometimes wonder if it's the best term that's available to us. I think it's a useful term. I worry a little bit that the term care, just because of the way it's historically circuited, places a lot of pressure on feminized people, feminine and or feminized people, to do a lot of unacknowledged, unremarked upon, and unrewarded work. And I just think we really need to be careful when we're using the term, to be aware that it's a little bit loaded in that kind of way. But that said, I'm not necessarily throwing it out the window. I think we just sort of need like that layer of, criticality around it when we put it into action. A term that I've been using instead, or maybe not instead, a term that I've been using that sort of would come more immediately to mind for me when I'm engaging in this kind of work is the word poethics. But I'm aware it's a coinage, and I'm aware it's not in, popular circulation. So it can be a little bit difficult. But I find poethics useful because it opens the door to an other way of being in relation with one another, I guess. So for me, poethics, encompasses a range of ways of being in relation to others, including responsibility and care, but also the act of, judging the moment. Like, when is it that we choose to offer our care for? When do we pull back in order to care for ourselves? And for me, what's useful about the term poethics, it's got the ethical in it, but it's also got the as in poetry or poetics, that leaves room for the work of the imagination and the work of judgment to kind of say, okay, this is the moment when I'll choose to extend my gifts towards others, but this is a moment when I choose to return it to myself, or this is a moment, and also this is how I'm going to do it, because of a set of entangled conditions that the term care doesn't always necessarily bring to mind in the first instance. So if that's helpful at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, incredibly helpful. I really love that. Thank you. JL, do you want to jump in next?
Sure. Yeah. First of all, I feel really humbled being on this panel. Latoria and Kai Cheng Tom and Larissa, I feel like they just have such incredible thoughtfulness around this topic. And so I'm kind of like, I'll just listen because they're the people that I learn from all the time, whether it's through tweets or books or whatever they're doing. So I want to just acknowledge that. I think the word care, I love what Larissa had to say about it, because I think it does do that. I think the word I use a lot when in the thinking of the work that I do. So care to me means, in the context of what we're talking about, or creating communities of care, for me is about adjusting the focus and turning the focus on the voices that we often ignore. And that's care, because I think we haven't cared about those voices before. And turning the care to those voices is what changes the way I do things, because I'm product of the things I've listened to, the things I've seen, the things that have been publicly shared, and as a result, problematic. And so for me, it's like shifting the gaze. It's about looking and listening in the places we haven't looked and listened before. And so practically speaking, in my everyday work, I think about decolonizing and breaking down systems by turning the focus. And that's sometimes I can't get deep into the weeds of words because that's the action that it looks like for me. It's about listening to those voices, and then it's about using my own expertise and my own judgment to kind of figure out the best way out, figure out the best way forward or into a new way of operating. And I'm sure we'll talk about this a lot, but the challenge is you're trying to think in a new way in a world that continues to operate in a problematic way. And so like that's, for me, the visual is turning and looking and focusing in a different direction, and then trying to like shift the whole machine on the way back, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. 100% relate with you there, Jill. I'm a bit of a Benjamin nerd, and the Angel of Progress, in which you're staring perpetually into history as you're getting pushed forward. That's the vibe.
Yeah.
Kai-Chen, can I throw to you next?
Totally. Yeah, and I'm just like, Jail, oh my God, like I feel the same way about you. It's yeah, just a delight to be on this panel. And also a relief because I was like, I don't know if my laptop's gonna allow me to do this, but it is. So yeah, I mean, I love this word. Was it poetics, Larissa? I hadn't heard that before, and I'm going to think about it for a long time because I think that ethics is the key piece of it. I mean, care is like a resonant word for me. So would the term communities of collaboration or communities of co-creation. Maybe for me, it's that word community that feels like the most important to figure out. Like, what is a community? Like, how do we make that happen? And I like to get speculative fiction about this, you know, because I really actually I really, really dislike the way that like literary publishing or speculative fiction or like genre, all of those things, like my heart is actually just so broken every time I talk to like a creative writing student or someone who wants to become a writer professionally, and they're like, I could never do this, or you're so much better than me, or I can't afford it. You know, like I think it starts with this reconsideration of what it means to be a writer and a storyteller in a larger community context. I think so much of the way that the dominant culture positions authors and storytellers is like as the shining exception. It's like, okay, you're amazing, and we're just gonna like put you on a platform, and maybe there's even some people who are up here on a canon, and everybody is looking up at you, you know. And I wonder what the world would look like if instead we started from a place of every single person has at least one story in them. What would it take in terms of community support to allow that story to emerge? Not that everybody has to write a book, but that everyone is given like the deep nurturing and opportunity it takes to create that with like, and I'm really thinking about like financially, I'm thinking about in schools, like how are we supporting folks? And in communities of writers, I think like speculative fiction authors in particular have like potential here, like in terms of reorganizing the hierarchy of the way that we do things, and the way that we conceptualize like who is accomplished and who is not. Like the emphasis is so much on individual achievement rather than on relationality. That I think it really makes it impossible to consider like what a community of care would look like. So maybe I'll just stop there. I'll say like I think the focus is for me, the turn is onto relationality. Like, what does it take for every single person to actually feel like they're part of a community and like there's a story inside of them that is really valued, whether or not it is already written.
Yeah, I love that. And especially because, I mean, I think one of the most damaging parts of publishing is the myth of objectivity or like meritocracy. In terms of like, we receive like thousands of submissions at Augur, and there are probably hundreds that we could publish, we don't have the money to purchase hundreds of stories. That doesn't make the ones that we don't take any less valuable or beautiful. And so even that myth that the ones that get published are like higher in value, it creates that like rift within community. So I really appreciate you bringing that up. Toria, I will go to you next.
Yes, I actually wanted to echo JL what you were saying, because I feel so honored to be here with all of you. And I think speaking more as somebody who's very much emerging and kind of stepping into the space, especially as a writer, thinking about care is, I almost think about it like Kai Chang, you were saying, that relational level, that more, almost for me, it's, I think from the micro outward, because of course, there are these structures that we're all contending with, and these, I think, power dynamics that are not always named, that are kind of affecting or shaping the ways we can or can't be in community with each other, or can or can't, care or hold a poetics, for each other. So when I just think about like to the selfishness of, what do I want? Like, what do I want from community? I want, I think a lot about like sustaining, because I think it's easy for a lot of us who are in the, on the margins in various ways to find it unsustainable to both be in community or communities, plural, because we don't always find community to be carrying or to hold us, to sustain us, right? And so we have to kind of orient ourselves elsewhere, as you were saying, JL. So like, I think that is a really primary thing for me right now as somebody, disabled, and thinking about navigating my own energy and knowing that people around me are, engaging their own capacity. And I also think about in the relationships and communities that I feel safest and most held in, I also feel like I can be held accountable, and I can feel safe to hold others accountable in a way that isn't about disposability, but is about caring about growing together, or having conflicts that we know we can work together on, and not sort of part from, unless it's, or even if we part from them, it's from a place of that self-reflection and setting our own boundaries. And so I guess for me, community is kind of fraught with, can we stay in that community? Are we pushed away or pushed towards them? Who is left out? Who is left in? And that's where I think about is how do we manage to continue to stay in relationality with each other?
Mm-hmm. I love that. And especially like another thought that I had as you were speaking was around sustainability, and even Augur, like we have all of these like wonderful comments around like, oh, Augur is this great space. We love being around Augur, but like we're volunteers too, right? Like we're a volunteer organization, and as such, like there's a very clear delineation between who can and cannot have the time and energy to contribute to this space and be a part of it. And I think that that's another really interesting nuance to community is, I chose to not work in publishing because it wasn't financially viable for me. However, I have the privilege to work in a tech company role that allows me to volunteer all of my time outside of that role to Augur. And so there's just this very interesting like financial barrier as well that's so real and bothersome. I guess is the word that we're going to use in that moment. But before we keep talking about the deep, dark, gnarly parts of things, I wanted to start the conversation by also talking about kind of why we're here. Because I know that I have had some beautiful moments within creation, within publishing, within the literary space, within community. And so I would love to hear a little bit about what the best experience you've ever had is, whether that's as a creator, as a writer, whether it's as an organizer, within academic spaces, within personal relationships, and kind of how that impacts the type of space you would like to see.
I can start. I mean, I know so distinctly for me, it was the very first fold, and it was at the end of the very first fold, because for 2 years I had come up with this idea with Leonika Valsius, and then I had kind of taken it the next leg. She became the chair, and I took on the role of director. and then Amanda Leduc joined, and we put on this festival where we wanted to center underrepresented and marginalized voices. And there were challenges in doing that, lots of questions, mistakes that were made, all the things. But I remember at the end of the very first one, I came home, Amanda was staying in my basement so that she could be closer to the events. And we were both really like weepy, packing up the stuff from the festival. And we both said, you know, we knew it could be good, but we didn't know it could feel like this. And I think, you know, all of us have had the experience, many of us have had the experience of going to a literary festival or a literary event where we feel excluded, or not going to the event because we can't even access the event or get in, that sense that we weren't meant to be there and weren't thought about. And I think when we were able to create something that, at least for me, I know not everybody, because like I said, there were mistakes in those early years, but was the experience for me that I was thought about, that Amanda as a disabled woman had been thought about, that, you know, certain things had been created in a way where we had flipped the attention and the focus, and the feeling, that community, that sense that I was in community, that I was a part of a community, not even that I had created it. It was more the experience of me being feeling right. I just didn't know that you could feel almost the direct opposite, right? Like you could feel so excluded, then you can feel so excluded. You think that if you change things up a little bit, it's going to change things up a little bit. But I didn't realize like how, on some level, and this is going to sound, on some level, how easy it was to actually fix that feeling and that process, if that makes sense. And so, you know, it was, and I feel that every year with Fold, honestly, every time we go to the festival and you hear authors speak and you hear authors, audience members saying like, I didn't know about that author, or I'm so moved by that conversation, or that really affected me, that book, that author, that thing. That's just like, that's the magic for me. Like, that's the thing that keeps motivating me every year to just make improvements and to correct things, to continue to like look in the places we haven't looked before. Because that sense that I experience, I want everyone to experience as an audience member or as an author on a panel.
Mm-hmm. And I think that that's such a beautiful way of putting it, is like fixing the feeling, I think was what you said. I got slammed in the face with that. I was like, oh, that's what I did. Was like, that was the motivation. That's the engine, because like I started out publishing terrible experiences, awful, just the worst. And then like immediately wanted to go, oh yeah, I feel like I just, you know, had that like story where I just like told the joke and then everyone was like, oh no. But Augur became like just very much this gesture to fix that feeling. But then of course, like, as you said, with that responsibility of fixing like my feeling comes also the desire of ensuring that it fixes the feeling for those around me as well.
I could jump in, I guess. I have a chance yet to say for me what an honor it is to be on this panel, to such amazing, all four of you doing such important, amazing work. And I really am truly, truly honored to be here in this conversation. I feel so fortunate to be having it with you. And yes, JL and Carrie, like kudos to both Fold and Augur for the amazing work you're doing. The times that I've visited either festival, it's been really extraordinary. I think what I'm going to do, just because I'm probably the one that can bring this experience into the room, I'll talk a little bit about an event that Stonehouse organized for a group of women, feminine and feminized folks up in Squamish, probably about 15 years ago, which was kind of like, it was like a short residency, about a week. And she brought the poet Olga Brumas to lead us. And so we had I guess we had a number of days together to share work and to talk about ideas and to live together and to be together in the same space with Olga's guidance. We did a lot of we also just did a lot of, we did meditation. Olga has this whole thing about the vowels, and so she would get us to chant vowels together, like we'd be in the room together, you know, ah, ooh. It was very fantastic. So I will remember that moment, and then also moments organized especially by Roy Miki, who's a really important Japanese Canadian professor, writer, cultural organizer, retired now, but back in the day used to do a lot of work to organize, especially for us younger folks. And he would take us places. Like I have really fond memories of traveling with him in Taiwan and Japan, and he'd take us to go to great efforts to take us to these far-flung places where we would meet people doing, writing or doing academic work or doing organizing work the way he does it, and having chances to gather in those other spaces as well. Other people I'll shout out, people might not know their names, but there's also a lot of stuff that's been happening where it is literary, but it's also combined with other arts, especially the media arts. I feel like the media arts people know a lot about how to do this in a good way. So Chris Creighton Kelly and France Trépanier have an organization called Primary Colors, where they also bring folks together for like extended periods. You really have time to sit. And Diane Roberts is doing a very interesting project now called the Arrivals Legacy Project, which is a performance-based project. She comes out of theater, but she doesn't even call it theater. It's a performance-based project to get in touch with the ancestors. Kai Cheng, you would love it. Again, she has a sort of a set of rituals and practices and improvisations to draw people into the work. It's very amazing. And so I think about those kinds of things that sort of really break the structure of, the way the publishing industry has traditionally run things. Not to knock festivals. Festivals are awesome, but I guess I would like to add that there are other ways besides festivals that can set up relationships in other kinds of ways that can also be really, really productive and helpful and shout out to those people.
I will say, just to shout out to Larissa, we absolutely need more solutions, not singular solutions, right? Like awards and festivals just need to be one of many columns of solutions. All behind that.
Yeah, and I hear so much around, it's like time and connection, between both of your answers. So much of it is having time and having connections and having enablement, that kind of support that pushes you into that space where there is the opportunity. Kai-Che, Toria, you just unmuted.
Well, I wanted to weigh in just quickly on the time and connection part, because it feels a little bit like cheating to say that Augur is my best experience in
Tell me what you love about it.
I don't want to dwell too much on this, but the time and connection of being able to work with this team, right? And I feel so privileged and honored that our creators trust us and our team trusts. Now that I've gotten to step into leadership, just the trust that comes with, and the responsibility that comes with being in this position, but then being able to try and shape this space in a way that is different, and learning from each other, learning from our creators, and really having active conversations within ourselves about how to always, approach things more compassionately, approach our editing more collaboratively. And so that's just my little bit, is that it has been just such an amazing experience, and where I've learned some of the most important things, I would say, in my life. So, yeah.
I love that. That's very touching.
Me too.
I think I'll jump in. Briefly. As I was listening, all these moments were flashing through my mind. I was like, what was a good experience? And I first thought of The Fold. I was like, oh my God, the first time I went to The Fold in 2016. But then I also thought about the last AugurCon. And then Larissa, I don't know. I was yes, give me some vowel chanting, anything where I can do an ancestor ritual practice. And that made me actually think about the Arise residency, which was a theater residency, actually, where I had the really amazing opportunity of being mentored by Catherine Hernandez. And I think there was some ancestral connection practice there. Arise was a residency that was specifically for BIPOC theater, queer BIPOC theater artists as well. Yeah, and then a couple more moments that come to mind are the Saskatchewan Festival of Words a few years ago had a teen writing camp component to it that I guest facilitated with Beth Gooby, who's an amazing novelist, and then this thing called TFAB that I did with some colleagues a few years ago through Central Toronto Youth Services, which is a mental health agency here in Toronto. And TFAB stood for Trans Femmes Are Brilliant. And it was a creative writing group. Ostensibly, it was expressive arts therapy. So many people. But what we really did was we got together, played some silly games, had some fights, and wrote a zine that we then presented to the community at the end. And these are like all moments to me that are like shine out of the like the machine like capitalist literary production, because they were about human beings, right? Like the focus in some way was always about how do we create relationships. And I guess the thing that I will say about TFAB is that there's like never trans women in the room, or like there's always like one of us, or like two of us. And I mean, some of you may have had this feeling along other lines too, and I like to be in a room that was just for us. And the thing about like trans feminine adolescents, or all trans feminine adolescents, is that like we're hard to get along with sometimes, you know, like mean to each other, mean to ourselves, oppressed by the world. And so that space had to be curated really carefully, like in a way that was full of care. And I was like, I think I had a similar feeling to the one you were describing, Jael, where at the end of the showcase, I cried, and I was like, I didn't know it could feel that way. Because it did actually, for us, it took a lot of work to conceptualize, like, what would a mentally healthy, like, therapeutic space look like that was also, like, about the arts and, like, involve, like, a public performance, that kind of thing. It was challenging to imagine, especially because most of the participants who came, were like, I don't know about this public performance thing. But of course, by the end, we're all like, I need to go. I need 10 more minutes, on the stage. But it was like, okay, so how do you get from there? Like, I don't know about public performance to I need 10 more minutes on the stage. That's what I want for like all the spaces.
Yeah, something that I've been thinking about a lot lately too, like along those lines, is that like entitlement to space, because it's such a learned skill that so many of us are not taught, but also opens you up to so much more than the feeling of non-entitlement to space. Sorry, that's a whole like
Yeah, I think I was thinking about this too as Kai Cheng was talking. It's like the reason we love it so much is because we haven't experienced it, right? And the reason, and I'll use literary festivals because that's my world. The reason literary festivals are populated with able-bodied white folks is because that's who's been catered to for generations. And so when they go, they get this feeling all the time, right? That was amazing. That was, they feel seen, they feel represented, they feel all the things. And it's so built into the structure, to the system, this white supremacy, this colonialism, that they kind of reap the benefits of it all the time. And when we taste a little bit of it, we're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, this is good. Like, this can be good. This is great, and we want more of it. But in order to build it, there's so much deconstruction, reconstruction that has to be done. And so in order to have these moments, we have to like do work and work hard to like carve our space, make room. And so it's this weird thing where you both enjoy it, but it's also exhausting on some level, and it's also can create bitterness because you look at your peers and you're like, you get to enjoy this and you don't have to build anything. Like, you don't have to build anything. I don't know. Projecting. I am now projecting officially.
Well, no, I want to talk about that too, because I think that like stuff like the fold, or like any kind of like like specifically equity oriented event or space also has tons more pressure placed on it than something, you know, like I've been to festivals that are like, oh, and then we have the Asian panel and people are like, oh wow, how great for you, progressive. But then, you know, like events that are specifically actually like designed to be accessible and equitable are also going to make mistakes or leave things out. And the amount of pushback or backlash that can come from that is really huge and painful. And I actually really get that, because I think if we are doing events or creating spaces where we say folks are going to be included and then someone feels not included, then that feels like a betrayal or like a letdown, right? It's a huge disappointment. And also, I'm like, why are there so few? Like, why is the pressure all on Jael and Amanda or on Toria and Carrie, right, to like put an event that serves everyone's needs? Like, really, like how can we support the creators of these spaces and also like build up more of them, more of you, so that pressure isn't so intense.
Yeah, and I think oh sorry, Tori, do you want to come in?
Oh, I was just gonna. I feel like Carrie, you could speak better to this, but
You're the panelist.
I totally agree, Kai Chang, that, you know, there is that, and I think anybody marginalized knows the feeling of being held to that higher standard of like, oh, I'm supposed to be representing my whole whatever kind of, you know, background I have or my intersections, because like we said, there's like capitalism has this competition that's like one of a million of you gets anything and you barely get a scrap, and then you have to be the face of everyone. And I think Carrie spoke earlier to the financial realities of just the resourcing for having more of our communities is just less than for, you know, as Jael is saying, like all of these established white spaces that are, you know, predominantly white spaces that are sustained already, right? Like there is tradition there is power there in a way that when you're starting something new and when you're trying to build something new, there isn't always as much to support it beyond our own, you know, energy and drive and desire to build something else.
And it also costs more, I will say. Like it costs more to be equitable. It costs more to have captioners. It costs more to have ASL interpreters. It costs more, and the audience pool is smaller in the sense that they're not people who have been traditionally going to these events for generations or for decades. So you have this like really off cost model and you have to present that to grantors who are asking you for attendance numbers and then looking at your budget in a way that's colonist.
That's so well said, everybody. And I'll just echo these experiences from working on numerous conferences and events in the past, most recently Mikina Komunis, but also all the work that I've been doing for Tea House for the last 9 years or so. And it's the same. It's like there's one or two people doing like all of the work, and then insufficient resources. And particularly, I mean, for me, the big challenge that I've found is around getting the administration done, especially on the financial end of things. So not only is there not enough money, but having the resources and the expertise to manage the money, to spend it in the way that you're supposed to, and sort of get everything kind of clear and above board, and then have everything in place for all of the attendees. And as you know, as well, I mean, as all four of you are saying, the pressure's on to do it 100% right and to not mess up, to not drop anything or forget anybody or have slip-ups of any kind. That is it's so true. And if you drop one thing, the way that the spotlight falls on the error or the misstep can just be soul destroying, if not, you know, like life destroying. And I don't know how. Well, I have some ideas for how that fixes. I mean, I think there just needs to be more resources. We need, you know, it needs to be about more than just the bottom line. Like, obviously, the resources need to be there, but the values need to be values beyond the balancing of the books, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like that sort of, for me, where I really kind of run a barrier every single time is you're accountable to somebody in some, you know, accounting office somewhere. And for me, doing Tea House, the biggest thing that sort of really seemed to mess the financial people up, and it's so it falls on the heads of Indigenous people, is when you need to give a gift to an elder. You need to give a gift, meaning you can't ask for a receipt. And accounting wants a receipt. And you're like, if I ask them to sign a receipt, then it's no longer a gift and I've broken the protocol. So I'm not going to make them sign a receipt. I'm just not. And then they will produce masses of runaround for you to do because you haven't been good and got that receipt signed. And so I feel like it's sort of right. Like, you can see right where the cut lines are and how profoundly colonial they are now, and it's still like so material and so hard to break the hold of.
Mm-hmm.
Fundamentally has to do with different understandings of what constitutes trust.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think often too about the ways in which organizations like Augur and the Fold, or any organization that like seeks to create room, how the mission and promise of that is also the thing that creates vulnerability versus spaces where it is a profit-driven or promotions-driven space. Mm-hmm. And the very way that you access like financial support, which is by appealing to the powers that be and being like, hello, would you like to help fix things? Is also the thing that opens you up to the greatest amount of risk, especially as marginalized people out here doing this work, which is not what profit-driven organizations experience, because it's not the promise that they're making. That's not their mission. I was a part of an organization at a time when another organization like them made big mistakes, big problems, and our organization, I never saw it, put out a statement that was like, oh, we're real sorry this happened. And that's it. There were no commitments, no acknowledgements. And if an organization that was not sales driven did that, we'd be done. We'd be gone forever. But so there's this line of privilege as well around when you do buy in to capitalism and you do buy into profiteering. Okay, we are going. I could stay here for 3 hours, frankly.
Yeah, I have tons I could say to that statement too.
That could be like 12 questions. Let's see. Do we want to talk about? I have 2 questions here. I'm going to let you choose. Do we want to talk about what are 2 simple changes organizations could put in place ASAP, or do we want to talk about the difference between giving space to growth and skills development and weaponized incompetence? And do either of those? Sorry?
I feel like the first one for me.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's do that then. Let's end on the productive, the actionable. Okay, so as we look out into this wonderful little industry of ours with all of its growth opportunities, I work in tech. What are 2 simple changes you think most organizations could put in place? Something they could start putting in place over the next couple of weeks.
These aren't my answers, but there's no way they can be simple or they would have done them yesterday. So changes.
Well, I can say, okay, sorry, I've got one right off the top of my head. We need more Jael Richardsons and Carrie Burns and Torias as well in charge of these organizations, right? So that, I think that's a big part of it, is so much of the problems with mainstream structures of many kinds is that the leadership is imagining the work, with the same old hierarchies and the same people being held up. But what we actually need is visionaries from our communities. They're in charge, calling the shots. I know it's not easy for whoever it is that takes that role. It's so much work because, you're constantly having to kind of confront those cut lines that you've all been describing, I've been describing too. But without those people in positions of power, so they have to have the position of power and they have to be empowered to do what they need to do. You can't just put them there and then expect them to do business as usual. You have to put them there and give them as much latitude as they need and the resources and the admin support. And that's how, to my mind, in this moment, pragmatically speaking, you start to make change. I mean, eventually, obviously we want completely other kinds of structures. So it isn't easy. It takes a long time. But for me, that sort of seems to be like the pragmatic, doable way to start for organizations that really are committed to these changes.
I'll give one for two different industries. So one for granting bodies. I think granting bodies need to develop processes whereby when an organization with equitable practices and equitable missions and the right kind, whatever, there are multi-year grants specifically for staffing. And that the question is, okay, you're going to start a conference or a festival or whatever it is. How many jobs, full-time jobs, realistically does that take? How many part-time jobs might that take? So let's say it's 2 full-time and 3 part-time. Those funds are going to be available for 3 years, and then we'll revisit it and blah, 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 so that there is some job related security from the outset. And that honestly is how you get more Teresa's and JLs and whatevers, because you need good, talented people are generally not going to throw away their jobs and start something where they have to volunteer for 2 or 3 years before they can even get paid. Like, generally speaking, that's just not a wise thing to do. I did it, but not wise. So building practices where good qualified people can get a job that they know they can hold on to for 2 or 3 years and then revisit with enough time to decide how they're going to proceed through the next 3 years is how you create more spaces that are properly funded, properly administrated, properly staffed. So a little more predictability around the jobs and a little more honesty about how many jobs are needed to deliver a festival, for example. One is not the answer. The second thing I'll give is to publishing. So publishing is a capitalist structure. It is designed generally to make money. And I think more accountability around that process. I know some of us criticize capitalism and there's criticism to be had. But if you are a capitalist model, then you should be effective and efficient in that model. And there should be checks and balances to make sure that that is happening well. Because I think there's a lack of care for authors in a system that's just like bringing them in and spitting them out and chewing them up and spitting them out. And there needs to be like better math and better, systems to their capitalist model. I don't think they're doing a good job, largely speaking. And I think that authors, and especially BIPOC authors and marginalized authors, they're the like trash that's getting thrown into the wind or thrown out. And I think that they have to be held, there has to be a better model. And they have to operate under a better model. And some are doing it better than others. But I think everybody needs to kind of like look at the numbers, say that this is important, that equity is important, marginalized voices are important, and build better capitalist models to serve those communities, which I know people will see as a contradiction. But that's my bit.
I mean, I'm like, if marginalized authors can make more money, I'm down for that. I'm like, yes.
Right? Like, we all talk about socialism, but like, someone's got to pay the
bills. Yes. Maybe I'll just quickly jump at that to say, I think, my focus is always on people's feelings and like relationality. And I think something that came up for me when you were speaking, Jill, is like, yeah, it's about money, and it's also about like the experience of being a marginalized author who was out in the world maybe for the first time and getting so much attention and simultaneously like a ton of attention from their own community and maybe like no attention from like communities in power, or maybe a ton of attention from communities in power, and that being really exploitative. And I think, that language of like the machine that chews authors up really like hits my heart, because I have seen so many BIPOC, queer, disabled authors in the past 5 years get picked up in a way that's like really has felt pretty exploitative on the part of the publishing industry. Like hashtag own voices has been hot for a while now. And I mean, yeah, I just see folks who have been who have been picked up and published really fast, and that's awesome for them, but also given really no support when it comes to experiencing community pushback or going on tour and having a bunch of people ask really racist questions, all of that sort of thing. I would say something huge for publishers is really doing some deep thinking about what it means to support a marginalized person going through the process of being published for the first time or the second or third time, but particularly those who are young. I have seen folks who have been really absolutely destroyed by that spotlight. And to me, I mean, that was largely a failure on the part of the publishing industry to consider diverse voices and diverse bodies as human rather than product.
Mm-hmm. Oof, human rather than product. Oh my gosh, Kai-Jane. I'm kind of thinking about, Carrie, you said things they could implement in a few weeks, and I was like, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. The first thing that does come to mind for me, I guess, and I'm thinking more, I guess, organizationally or on a team, maybe basis, but just, I mean, we've spoken about how disabled folks are often left out of the room, and many folks are left out in many ways. And when we're going to be working with folks who are marginalized, we need to be aware that there are so many more pressures, there are so many more things happening in our lives, there are so many more impacts of just being in the world as a marginalized person that will inevitably affect our work or inevitably affect our capacity. And I think that attending to that, actually having space to converse about that, to meet each person's needs, and knowing they're going to be different, and knowing that timelines might look different for folks, how long it takes to write something or bring something to a publication, state, how the editing should look. All of those things also need to become part of the conversation, because it isn't one size fits all. And having that be the assumption is not going to serve anyone in the long run.
Completely agree. And I guess I will, before we jump over to questions, I'll add one other little thing, which is one of the steps that we've taken at Augur to kind of try and run a check on ourselves is we try to run surveys after everything, but not just run surveys, also change immediately after we run the surveys. So every time that we receive feedback, we make sure that we are honoring that feedback and building trust with the people that have been a part of our organization. And for me, that is something that I would love to see within publishing houses, for example, all of these folks who are marginalized, who are entering in at entry-level positions, and it's hell. And they're like, hello, I have all of the solutions for how this could not be hell. And then the publisher's like, cool. How about you keep doing that? Those listening and doing, even just small things hey, you can work from home all the time. That's transformative, and it's easy, and there's no barriers. And those are just the types of things that I would like to see, is just listening and doing. It's simple, or it should be simple. I want it to be simple. Okay, we have some questions here. So, okay, given the barriers to finding and making these types of communities, what advice would you give people on how to take the first step towards seeking the communities they need?
So building the space or join, I mean, in terms of joining the space, just join.
I think just finding them, entering them, maybe green flags.
I guess I could just share a little story. I mean, when I was starting out, which is admittedly a very different environment, I found this really, really hard. It was really hard to find my peeps. And I remember in those years going to, like, I knew what a literary reading was, and I would go, but different kinds of spaces would be more or less welcoming, and some of the spaces were really awful. And yeah, I remember I have this terrible memory of going to a small reading where there was an open mic, getting up, sharing work, and then afterwards, this man just launched into this critique, like as though it were a workshop. And I didn't know when it was public, and I was shy. It was very hard. I know things have shifted. I mean, though this is in the days before social media, I would imagine social media will help somewhat because you can go, there's events list. I mean, there were events listings in the Georgia Strait in those days, and in Extra and Kinesis and Angles, but it is. I mean, there's so much information available on the web. It is possible to sort of suss things out online before you sort of venture and stick your foot in. But I do think you do need to go into the world and you do need to meet people in person. And so I would say if the first step would be just, to do that little bit of research and then make a best guess about some of those places. Brace yourself a little bit because you don't really know till you're on the ground. And it's always hard making that first contact is so hard. And so yeah, I guess I would just like to extend a little bit of tenderness towards the asker of that question because it's a hard question and it's hard to do.
I think too, whether even if it's a virtual space, because I think for some people that may be the only option, is finding those spaces where you feel that. And I think it's a lot of a lot of evaluation. Like I went into literary festivals and readings and I would be like, what's the vibe? And then like never again, and some might be like, no, that wasn't ideal, but I would do it again if I can sit in the back or, you know what I mean? Like you make the rules and the space and the parameters around the kinds of things that you are comfortable going to. And then whether you can build something for yourself. I mean, that's always great too, whether it's through social media or like writing clubs. The more you can have a space where you can throw out the things that you felt and experienced, get affirmation that that's normal, it's okay, like you're good. It actually empowers you to go back into those spaces if you have to, because often we have to on some level. So it's going out, testing things out, but also making sure you have like your safe space, your group of 3, 4, 5 people that you can throw your writing at or your thoughts about an event at. Because I've been to things and I've been like, that was messed up. Like, tell me this was not messed up. And people are like, yeah, that's messed up. And I'm like, okay. And I think you need that too. And that takes time to find and build. But
Any additions from... Yes.
I'll just add. Oh, please go.
No, Larissa.
Sorry, I'm going to throw it to you. I think you're getting...
I really want to echo what JL says because I think I'm somebody who's kind of in that position. I know, I'm here with Augur and I'm lucky enough to know about spaces like Fold. But in terms of actually taking that step, I am very scared to take that step. I'm very much in like a space where I'm like, I don't know if this is for me, and I'm pursuing a profession that's not publishing. So knowing your boundaries of like, how much are you ready to be invested and like managing your own expectations. I think that's like what I'm doing for myself is like, okay, like what am I expecting out of a space? Like how much time and energy am I investing here? What might happen, but what might be something really lovely and surprising. Like those are all things I try to keep in mind so that I'm not just kind of like throwing myself into the world and then feeling terrified and afloat. And I'll echo JL also the point of like, go to a space with a buddy, right? Like if you can find your people, because sometimes finding your people, your individual people or your little group is a little bit easier than going into a whole space. It really helps to not feel alone and have that check of like, are the vibes off? Or are the vibes good? Like what? Because we don't know that feeling, right? We've said we don't know that feeling. So having someone with you who you can debrief with is huge.
I don't know that I have too much to add except to say this is all really great advice, and I wish I'd heard it like 10 years ago. And There's like sort of like a two-piece like contradicting thing. I think one is like something that Debbie Young, who's like an amazing writer, teacher, performer, healer, everything person, said to me once. But shocked me. It shocked me when I was 22. She said, "Walk into a space expecting to be loved," and I was like, "What are you talking about?" Impossible. But then we talked about it a bit, and I really, that has stayed with me for a decade. Like, walk into a space expecting to be loved. Don't like also, I think she said prepare for there to be the opposite. Prepare for there to not be love there, but walk in ready to see the ways in which people are ready to love you. And that actually, I think, is like that piece of like sort of self-contradictory advice is something that I've held on to for years, because as marginalized people, I think we're going to walk into spaces really defended, and that makes a lot of sense. We need to defend ourselves. We need to be ready to know if the vibe is off. But we also, I think, really need to be ready to see potential, particularly in those who are marginalized with us, trying to make spaces, but figuring it out together. And I think when we shift into that mindset of like, oh, like there are probably people out there who want to love us, who are trying to figure out how, and we can work together to create that space, we break away from this capitalist thing of like the space is a product, and we're not humans. Instead, we become humans in a space together. And it's like, okay, so the vibe is off and maybe I'll never come back because that group of people is just, it's too much. Or maybe it's like the vibe is off, but if we had a conversation, it would look different. So yeah, walk into space expecting to be loved.
That's beautiful.
That's a great way to finish.
Yeah, thank you, Kaishan. Thank you, all of you. I'll throw in a couple of notes there because finding spaces is one of my special interests. Look up the spaces and see who's on the team. Just figure out who's running the organization. Go to their social media, see what they're talking about, see what they're interested in. Look up reviews of the space. Find forums within your space. And always know that the community is not necessarily your community. And you are not failing if you do not feel like you belong in the community, because your job is to find a community that works for you. And that will always be a Venn diagram, because everyone's needs are different and the connections that you make are exclusive to you. And I think often about, what it takes to be a marginalized person within the spaces that are the biggest spaces, and what it means to find your allies within the big spaces, as well as those spaces that feel more finished for you or more have fixed the feelings for you. So that's my last little contribution to our talk here. And I just really want to thank all of you for joining me here today. This is a wonderful discussion, and I feel so grateful that I got to be here with you and open AugurCon with this conversation. Thank you so much.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to our panelists and our guests for a lovely and really insightful and engaging discussion. And thank you to all of you for attending. Feel free to continue the conversations in Discord. If you'd like to purchase any of our guests' books, please check out Another Story Bookshop, where you can get a 10% discount with code AugurCon 2022. There's a link to purchase books in the description box below. Additionally, we have just launched Augur Magazine, issue 5.2, featuring fiction and poetry from amazing Canadian and international speculative creators. Check out Augur's website to receive 25% off purchase of the newest issue for this weekend. Our next panel for AugurCon will be World Building and the Real World, Creating the Fictional Here, and will start at 12:30 p.m. EST. See you soon and enjoy the con. Good afternoon, everyone. We're so happy you could join us. This panel is called World Building the Real World, Creating the Fictional Here. And it will run from 12:30 p.m. EST to 1:30 p.m. EST. If you have any questions for our guests during the discussion today, please use the YouTube chat on the right-hand side and make sure to include the word question in all caps before you ask your question, so I can distinguish them from other comments. Just know that due to time restrictions, we might not get to every question, but we still value your enthusiasm and engagement in our conversation. We also have a Discord where we invite you to discuss panels with your fellow attendees, or even just leave a note about what you're looking forward to throughout the day. Technical support questions can be directed to the info and tech support channel in Discord. This event contains live transcription. Thank you to AI Media for your support in meeting our accessibility needs. If you would like to read the live transcription of the event as the discussion progresses, there's a link in the description box which you can click on. Before we begin, I'd like to thank our bookseller, Another Story Bookshop. Another Story is an independent bookstore in Toronto committed to social justice, equity, and diversity. If you'd like to purchase any of our AugurCon panelists' works, you can enjoy a 10% discount with code AugurCon2022. There's a link to buy our panelists' books in the description box below. I'd also like to thank the Toronto Arts Council and Canada Council of the Arts for their funding. Now, please join me in welcoming our guests. Maria Dong is the author of Liar, Dreamer, Thief, a genre-bending suspense novel forthcoming in January 2023. Her fiction, articles, and poetry have been published in dozens of magazines like Best American Science Fiction and Fantasy, Lightspeed, Augur, Nightmare, Choreo, Fantasy, Apex, and Apparition Literary Magazine. Kim Fu is the author of the story collection Lesser-Known Monsters of the 21st Century, a finalist for the 2022 Scotiabank Giller Prize. Fu's first novel, For Today I Am a Boy, won the Edmund White Award for Debut Fiction and the Canadian Authors Association Emerging Writer Award. Fu's second novel, The Lost Girls of Camp Forevermore, was a finalist for the Washington State Book Awards and the Ontario Library Association Evergreen Award. Fu lives in Seattle, Washington. Natalie Zena Walshotz is a writer and game designer. She's the author of Hench, which was a finalist on the 2021 season of Canada Reads and nominated for a Locus Award for Best First Novel, as well as 2 books of poetry, Thumbscrews and Doom, Love Poems for Supervillains. Her work also includes LARP script, heavy metal music journalism, video game lore, and weirder things classified as interactive experiences. Natalie sits on the board of Dames Making Games, a space for queer and gender marginalized people to create games freely, where she hosts interactive narrative workshops. And now for our moderator, Samantha Garner is the author of the literary sci-fi novel The Quiet is Loud. Her short fiction and poetry have appeared in Broken Pencil, Sundog Lit, Kiss Machine, The Fiddlehead, Story Chord, Whiskey Paper, and The Quarantine Review. She lives and writes in the Toronto area. Take it away, Samantha.
Thank you. Well, welcome, Kim, Maria, and Natalie. I am so excited to chat with you today about your creative processes and your work, and specifically the way you balance fantasy with fact, because as we're all familiar with, world building is something that's often seen as a sort of secondary world thing. You know, dragons, actual magic in a fantastical world that is not recognizable to us. So I am so excited to chat with you. So if you're all ready, I hope we could just dive right in.
Yeah, let's do it.
So yeah, awesome. So great. So my first question, as I mentioned, your work is rooted in recognizable worlds, but weaves in elements of the fantastical, surreal, or otherwise extraordinary. And I just wanted to know, what is it about our real world society that inspires you to tweak it in this way? And Kim, why don't you start?
Yeah, sure. I think one of the dominant emotions I've had, like in reaction to the world for a long time, for many years now, is this sense of disorientation and grief and horror from something new and shocking every single day. There, in this way that we are meant to adapt and get used to it kind of right away, right? Like there's like no time or space to grieve, and everyone does because we don't have a choice, you know, like we just accept this by the next day in a way. And I felt sort of like trying to access that emotion and try to capture that emotion. It was a little bit necessary to invent sort of new horrors and new, you know, fantastical frameworks, just so that I could, you know, commiserate with other people, with the readers, on this emotion. I think there's also a little bit just because you can, you know, I think the other emotion I have in reaction to like our society is feeling kind of trapped, feeling kind of, you know, stuck here in our world. And it is through, you know, art that we can go beyond that, we can transcend it. So why wouldn't you? And I think that there's a little bit of an element of a reader of having that kind of distance and like a sense of wonder, even in a really dark story, is, you know, is an experience you really enjoy as a reader. So I think it's something that found its way into my work too.
Yeah, I love the idea of because I can mixed with giving hope, because it's true, like our own society is, there's just so much going on, and why not add a little bit to it that can have let someone get some hope out of everything. So yeah, I love that. Natalie, how about you?
Oh, sure. The world we inhabit is really weird. Like it's
Yes.
really deeply, profoundly weird all of the time. You know, we like are currently dealing with an evil billionaire who is trying to who's like unleashing Nazis on social media while also making it illegal to make fun of him. Also, over the course of my lifespan, like giant squid went from being like totally a myth to definitely something that exists and we have photos of. It's very weird and constantly newly often distressingly weird, I think, as Kim said really, really eloquently. So with such like great / terrible writing that is already making up the universe around us, I find that endlessly inspiring. And really what I'm trying to do is make a world that is of the same weirdness saturation, just maybe slightly adjacent, right? So that you know, because we can often fall into the I don't want to say mistake, but definitely coping mechanism of feeling like this is fine and normal, flames constantly around you, but like this is fine, right? And by taking everything and shifting it just like an inch to the left, you get to re-experience all that horror and weirdness and strangeness and wonder because it's made just a little bit unfamiliar, right? It's that little bit of making strange or that little bit of defamiliarization can really bring actual reality kind of back into that sharp focus. And so that's really what I'm hoping to do, is kind of shift things over a tiny bit so we can see them new for the first time, and then maybe kind of reflect back on like, oh no, that is deeply weird the second that I think about it for a second.
It's true, yeah, because often it's true, like we take things kind of at face value because they're happening to us, but sometimes it takes just a little shift for us to see things as weird as they actually are. That's a good
Absolutely,
point, yeah. Maria, how about you?
Oh my gosh, like I thought I had an answer and then I heard both of your answers and I was like, well, that's my answer. No, that's my answer too. And I want to apologize to everyone now. I talk really fast and I have one of those brains where like you ask me a question about oranges and my brain's like, well, the correct way to answer this is to talk about the color like vermilion and bees or something. So like, I'm going to try to answer these questions. And
anything you like, go for it. Yeah.
So I definitely really resonate with the answers that both of the other panelists gave. Also now, like, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. I have to read everything they've ever written and I want to be their friend. So I'm going to calm down a little bit. I think that I think a big part of it is that sometimes when you represent something in a non-realistic way, you can get at the heart of how something feels or the experience that you have in that situation or in that circumstance in a way that you can't if you were just to portray it like very accurately, if this makes sense.
Oh, so, for sure,
yeah. If you're thinking about some of these, like for example, we're talking about the pandemic and the grief and the loss that we've felt and the rage and all of those pieces, like you can transcribe those things very accurately, and it may not resonate for a reader who is not like from your circumstance or your background or your situation in the same way. And if you instead kind of put this speculative lens and shift something else in that world, sometimes you can kind of get across things that like don't translate as accurately, because like all work is the work of translation. Like all writing, all story writing is translating. You're picking as a writer like what you want to put on the page and what pieces to represent, and so I think that's part of it. I think that answered the question.
Oh, perfectly. Yes, perfectly. And I agree. That's
Absolutely.
it's for me, I found that's exactly what kind of made my writing take off, is when I just started adding that speculative sheen onto things that I wanted to say. I was like, oh, that's how you do it. It all makes sense now. Yeah. So as a follow-up, I was just also curious about what's your process in determining which of our real world elements you keep as they are, or which ones you tweak or replace with something else. Natalie, do you want to go first?
Sure. I think I tweak the bits that I want people to look at the closest, because I think that it's easy to kind of shy away from some topics if we know exactly what is being talked about, kind of like bare without metaphor, without whatever. Like a really something that like I care a lot about, and I talk and write a lot about, is police brutality. It's really hard to ask somebody to talk about police brutality. Like it's a devastating, infuriating topic, but it's like, but what if they were superheroes? Like suddenly it's you can, I don't want to say like trick your reader, right? But you're kind of like, let's look at this through a slightly different angle. Let's put a filter on this lens so we can kind of like get over your own internal resistance of like talking about a thing for whatever reason that might be, whether it's trauma, whether it's just like I am so saturated with the horror of this thing, I kind of can't inflict it on myself anymore. There's lots of super valid reasons why that isn't extremely difficult. But once it's shifted over, you kind of you can get more comfortable with the vulnerability that is required to really dig deeply into that subject. And then kind of by the time you're like, oh, I see this as a metaphor for extremely difficult thing that is happening in the real world 100% of the time and has like a ton of real world horror associated with it, you've already kind of done the work in that you may have been resistant to, again, for super valid reasons, like already. So I think it's kind of a like, please look at this thing closely. I will make it weird for you so we can do this together in a way that, has additional depth and nuance that, it might be really difficult to get to otherwise.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I totally agree. And it's, speaking of, what if the police were the heroes? It's in Hench, that is exactly what stood out to me so vividly. And the way you tweaked that one real world aspect, I think, just made everything so clear and difficult, but also kind of at the same time easy to work through my own feelings and thoughts about, because it was just slightly tweaked and shifted.
Thank you.
Maria?
Thank you very much. I so appreciate that.
Yeah, that's great. Maria, do you have any thoughts?
So it's funny because, like, I mean, you go to these panels, you're supposed to talk intelligently about your work. But most of the time when I'm drafting or in the early stages of writing, it's very instinctual, and I don't think that hard. I'm just trying very, very hard to like delve into the character and get them to like an end point. And then it's kind of during the editing process that I'll go through and actually start thinking about what I'm actually trying to say, what pieces actually mean. So I'm a very not deliberate drafter and an extremely deliberate editor, I guess is the way I would put that. And a lot of times the pieces that get replaced or the pieces that get tweaked have a lot to do with like, okay, well, what is this book actually about? And kind of what Natalie was saying in terms of like supporting your theme and supporting like the argument you're trying to make and the things that you're trying to get people to look at. So I would totally agree with that. I think sometimes it's often just like also a matter of like, I don't like this thing and now I want it to be different and I have the ability to do that. So like, why not? Right. Yeah, which is selfish, but I get to be selfish, so I just do.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's the beauty of speculative writing too, is you literally, that is what you're doing. You're just inventing your own reality, so why not make it, change the things you want and leave the things that are fine or working already. Kim, do you have any thoughts?
My process is very similar to Maria's in terms of that degree of intentionality. I think that when I'm drafting, usually I have only one or a very small set of speculative elements. And which I think of as being kind of an old-fashioned model for doing this kind of writing. Like it's kind of like the Frankenstein model, like where you have the one fantastical thing and then everything else is realist, and what are the extremely realist consequences of that one fantastical thing, and what would be true to all of these characters, like if they're behaving in a realistic fashion in the face of this fantastical or sci-fi element. And I think that in treating it very like superficially seriously in that way, like taking everything at very face value, and trying really hard not to think about the greater metaphorical meanings of it, like just initially, right? Thinking very much about the mechanics of it and the consequences of it and the sort of emotional and character-based realities of it on that first draft is important to me, to making the story feel real and in the long run actually making those metaphorical analogs stronger. I think it is when I come to it later as an editor, like Maria, where I start asking, what is this actually saying? Like what are of these like metaphorical implications and comparisons to the real world that are coming up? Because I believe those things happen anyway, like whether or not you want them to, because you live in the real world, the reader lives in the real world. You're always going to be bringing your experiences and your worldview into the writing, whether you mean to or not. And it is at that stage, I think you have to think about that and be really careful that you're expressing themes that are what you want to say.
Totally.
But yeah, like, and I noticed that too of like things I read, that there are stories like Ted Chiang has this story called The Life Cycle of Software Objects, where it's about like AI creatures that are raised over the course of many, many decades. And I think there's like an easy way to be like, oh, it's a story about parenthood, right? But I think to me, it only resonates so strongly as a story about parenthood because it takes like the mechanics of these like software creatures so seriously, that it doesn't ever wink at you about making that comparison. It just sort of lets you come to that on your own emotionally because of this like deep emotional connection you have to these creatures that feel really real.
It's true, yeah. And actually, that's a perfect segue into what I was going to bring up next, because it's right. Like as you say, it's there's a lot of keeping things with sort of a sheen of, I guess, believability, for lack of a better word. And I feel that with all of your respective works, one thing that really strikes me is how grounded they are, even with those fantastical and surreal elements woven in. I kind of get the feeling that maybe we already touched on some of these things a little bit, but if you wanted to add a little bit more about if the sense of balance is something that you consciously construct in your world building, then if you want to dive a little further into that. I don't know, Kim, you just did speak a little bit about that. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add, or if you think that you covered all of that already.
I think one thing I think about in terms of keeping stories grounded is how literature works versus sort of other media, right? Like I think if you have like science fiction in say video games, right? Like that Natalie makes, I think one of the like great elements of a video game, or one of the core elements of how video games work is that you can feel consequential, like you feel like interactive in a way that you feel like you affected the story in a certain way. And I think when you see these things in like visual media, it's that they can show you in a very literal way, that they can present to you real visuals that make you feel like immersed right away. And I think what literature does is that it, like, in my opinion, better than any other art form, makes you feel connected to another person, like makes you feel like you're actually inside this other person. And so to me, the key to making something feel real, because that is the toolkit you have, is making that person feel real, like making their emotional reality feel real, and their internality and their like visceral experience of being themselves and having a body and living in a world feel real is what will make a reader suspend their disbelief and feel grounded. And so I think like focusing in on that, on like the elements of the world that are directly encountered by characters and how they experience it in like a sensory way, how it impacts their life specifically, is going to be more important in the written word than like the broad scale distant mechanics and the sort of like detailed little visuals that I think might be more important in another form of media.
That's true, yeah. And actually I'm thinking of specifically your story 20 Hours, where it's just the premise of that story is just so technologically fantastical, and it's very speculative, but at the same time, it was the human aspect of that story that honestly just kind of gutted me in a really amazing, good way. And yeah, it's true. Like it's just like hanging on to those grounded moments, which I think is really amazing about all of your work. Maria, did you have any thoughts about balancing that, or making that balance?
Yeah. So I think kind of similar to what Kim was talking about, but maybe a slightly different aspect of it is like just being very aware of what people would say and whether or not they would talk about the pieces that are different. Like if this is something that is normal for them in their world, then it doesn't make sense for them to like be bringing it up or pointing it out or contrasting it against what you yourself as a reader would think was normal. So, there's a lot of work there to make that subtle and to make it kind of slip in there without drawing attention to it and really like pointing out that it's not real, because as quickly as possible, you kind of have to get it into the psychology of the reader, like make them feel it's real just as like the character would feel it's real. I think that my answer to this question, though, in terms of like how to ground something or how much things are grounded, really depends on like the specific genre I'm writing in, because I do write a lot in that like high fantasy, like or total sci-fi place, but then I also write in these more contemporary grounded places. And when I'm in a more contemporary place, a lot of times every piece of speculative anything has to kind of earn its right to be in that, right? So like, whereas when you're writing a high fantasy story, it totally makes sense for things to be speculative, even as just like flavor or part of the world. Whereas like when I'm writing something, and part of that's the editorial process. I have a book coming out with a publisher that is not a fantasy publisher. And so everything that was speculative in that book really had to earn its place and really had to like feel grounded and make sense to the reader, or it like was not going to fly. And that was a really interesting challenge for me. And I'm hoping it's one I did okay. People will be able to tell me in January. But so I think it also depends just on like the genre framework that you're coming from. And honestly, as like Machiavellian as this may sound, like the market that you're trying to sell to and like the economics of the circumstances.
Yeah, totally. And to be honest, I did read a little bit of your book upcoming, and I need more, like immediately. So I think, I think you nailed that perfectly. So, yeah. Sorry, Natalie?
Sure. First of all, both Maria and Kim's answers were excellent. I think sensory grounding is incredibly important. And I also think that like, it's so easy to over explain. It's like, let me tell you about the science behind this like really cool thing. Nobody, first of all, nobody cares. Secondly, your characters also don't care, right? Like they might care about this weird thing that they know about it, or like they might know this piece of gossip about a guy who is doing a thing that is peripherally related. So I think that like, just to kind of add on that, over explanatory narrative, I think you can actually do a ton of explaining if you figure out what your character would find interesting about that and what they would want to tell you about it. Like I don't necessarily know how this like particle collider works, but let me tell you about the affair the guy who runs the particle collider is having, like, and then you get like this little glimpse of the particle collider through this like very salacious like tidbit, right? And that tends to feel much realer because it's the character's own experience and what they care about, and you get these kind of like glimpses. I think in a lot of ways your world is a bit like a movie monster in that way, where like you want to see just enough that you get a sense of the size and the scale and the power and the like general shapes of it, but there's also like a certain amount of obfuscation that actually helps with that. So when you're like dissecting every single pixel, you might end up like you'll find the holes, but you don't need to paint the entire universe. You just need to paint a backdrop that at the right distance with the right focus looks like there's a complete universe. Think of it like a movie set, right? Like you just need the shot, right? And if you can get the shot, the rest of it can be particle board.
Yeah, that's true. And that's a perfect way to think about balance. Because with more straight ahead genre fiction, there is often a lot of just like exposition about everything. But
And listen, I have a lot of patience for exposition, like
Oh, yeah.
probably much more than the average person. Like I've played a lot of like very verbose role-playing games. It's like, please tell me 20 minutes of dialogue
yeah,
about your
for
tragic
sure.
backstory. Like I will click through all of it. It's fine. But I still run out of that patience. And I also, just because I have a tolerance for it doesn't mean I want to inflict it on everyone around me at all times. And
No,
that
I
kind
hear
of
you.
like,
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's perfect. It is hard to strike that balance, I know, but
Mhm.
I think all of you do it very, very expertly. So amazing. And actually, another perfect segue into my next question. I was also wondering about how, so in secondary worlds, there are often mythologies or certain magic systems that follow very strict rules, or at least rules that help the people in that world, navigate it. And I was wondering, do you create rules for the more speculative elements of your own work? Kim, do you want to start?
I do. I think, related to a lot of what we've been talking about already, I think I choose rules for what serves the story best more than what actually makes the most literal or scientific sense, or not necessarily what would be the most logical. As you brought up the story 20 Hours, which is about this body printer that allows people to print a new copy of their body and then download into it, and it has all kinds of rules that I think don't make sense from like a technological perspective, but the kinds of deaths that you can be resurrected from and the kinds you can't, and there's some like made up logic around the data size of a human consciousness, but really, like, I picked parameters that I feel like helped me to explore the relationship of the two main characters, that I think like exposed the strange ways of thinking and the emotions and the holes in their particular relationship, and that's how I made those choices. And there's effort to like make it make enough sense that the reader's not thinking about it, but that's really how I chose those rules. And then the first story in my collection is actually like a debate between two people about the rules of a like simulator, where it's just two characters talking for the entire thing, and one of them is the operator of the simulator and one of them is the client, and they're debating the rules, and the rules are kind of chosen just for liability reasons of the company that makes the simulator, in a way that makes sense to me of all these like conversations we have about like social media platforms a lot of the time, where or just in general, I feel like new technologies are often, they're the rules of them and like the ethical rules of them are dictated by the companies that make them, and everything happens so quickly that we don't have a chance to have larger ethical conversations about them as a society. And obviously the company just has its own like best interest in mind, and so I felt like that was a story where I got to explore the rules, because they really interested me, but also because that was the point of conflict between those two characters. So I feel like rules that I was going to say don't quite make sense, but rules that are like that cause friction, that cause frustration, like those are the ones that are most interesting. And I think a lot of the other types of rules, like the rules that just make it work, are sort of for you as the writer. You develop those and then you keep them off page. You have them somewhere in your head, written down, but they don't necessarily belong in the story.
Yeah, and I love that concept of the rules being part of the story itself, because it's true. Like we don't, those of us who read like secondary worlds writing, I don't know how often we stop to think about the rules and like parse if they actually make sense, but it's really neat to have them sort of just displayed out there as the text for us and help us think about how those things are constructed in a really cool way. Maria, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I took notes too because I was like, oh, I should take notes, and then like now I can't. My handwriting is like horrible, like it's legendarily terrible. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I think kind of like the old adage about coincidences applies. And to be fair, like I hate all writing advice. Like I hate all advice that's laid down as a rule. So
literally
but
all
just
of it.
yeah, but just like as a rule of thumb, right? The rule is like coincidences that help the narrator are usually like you should be careful, and coincidences that hurt the narrator are like good or whatever. And I think that like kind of in that similar way that Kim was talking about, like how these rules are guiding the story in terms of like how they're helping to develop the character, how they're helping to like show and encapsulate the themes, things like that. So at the same time, I think that like Oh, and kind of like, this is really hard for me to say because I'm not a smart speaker, I'm not like an academic or something, but like we don't understand our own world very well. And like all of the things that we think of as rules about like how medicine works or things like that, like we're constantly finding like, oh, we were wrong, or oh, that this is only applies to some people and not other people, or things like that. So I think that like, actually, one of my big pet peeves is when magic systems are perfectly consistent, like they're supposed to represent natural phenomena or something, but they are like consistent in a way that nothing natural almost ever is. And especially when you're talking about things that are generated by humans or apply to humans, you know? And like, so I guess I kind of feel like just do what you want. Like, I don't know.
Sure. Totally. And you make a very good point about hating writing rules, because Natalie, as you said about exposition, I also will read pages and pages of the kingdom that came and how I love it. But we're not supposed to write it. So rules, what are they good for? And actually, do you have anything you want to add, Natalie?
Yeah, I would love to add that. So in a lot of other media creation, particularly with video games, there's a document called the Story Bible. It also exists in film and a bunch of other things, but video game ones are my favorite because they tend to be hundreds of pages, and they're just lists of rules, right? They're like, these are all the facts about this world that probably no one playing the game will ever see, but they exist. It's just like world building brain dump. They are wonderful documents. I love them so much. If you ever get the chance to read one, it's just like, it's a sweet plum of a thing.
Sounds great.
They're great. I love making rules in my own worlds for two reasons. One, I think it comes from my poetry background. All of my poetry is extremely like mannerist, and by which it means it's like as constrained by as many rules as is physically possible to still have some words come out, right? So it's often heavily restricted, because I think the results of that are really, really beautiful, right? Like I think art, my favorite art kind of emerges when you are so restrained that there are only a few possibilities, and you kind of get this like beautiful crystal formation that happens in the tiny, tiny spaces you have left. I do kind of a weird version of this in fiction, in that you create the rules, but you don't necessarily have to say them aloud in the writing ever. You just have to have your characters walk around in the earth as though it is existing, in the same way that like nobody talks about gravity really unless they're making like a Wile E. Coyote joke or something. But nor do we have to explain in fiction ever that we're not just like floating when we get upset or something, right? Like that we just exist. So as long as your characters are behaving as though those rules exist, they will be consistent, right? Like if they know the rules consciously or unconsciously, those rules will exist in your universe. So I think it's very important to make them and to know what they are and to have those restrictions in place. Whether or not they're ever mentioned or addressed directly in the text, the results will be better. So I think it's a matter of them being present in your brain when you're writing the thing is really the important part, and whether the reader ever actually sees any of that is sort of irrelevant as long as it's consistent.
Yeah, I love that. Go ahead, Maria.
I am the opposite. I don't construct any. No, I think this is so fascinating. When you were talking, I was like, I want to be that kind of writer. Oh my gosh, that would be so much better.
Well, that makes me sound so much more organized than I am. I'm not, I promise.
I am such chaos. And like, I only really understand the world or write the world as far as like the headlights of the car, if that makes sense. Like I can't, I don't know anything until it pops up on the page. So I'm like, oh my God, I want to learn how to do that. Like that sounds so much better. I think my work would make a lot more internal sense. Like there's so much work of like, you know, every editor I've worked with is like, so on page 5, you say this, on page 10, you say this, on page 25, you say this, like, these are not the same, like, make this make sense. And so it's a lot of like chopping and like pasting and like, oh, that's so, I don't know, like, I'm jealous. It's amazing.
I would like to lovingly disagree with you, Maria, about your work not making sense, because I read a short story of yours in which consciousness was transferred from animal body to animal body. And that made perfect sense to me. I got it. I'm like, yep, good. I understand all of this. So yeah, your headlight approach is working for you. If that's how you want to do it, perfect. I love it.
You just got to light the shot
subconsciously or something. Like maybe I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe it's happening.
Yeah, that could be it too. And I also got the sense, as Natalie was talking about, that the characters in your work were prepared. They understood even if it was a little odd to them, they still accepted it, that these things were happening. These were the rules that they were operating under. So no, I think you're good.
Natalie, you have so many good one-liners that
Yes.
I
Oh,
want to write
God.
down and quote you later. You're like, it's like, you have to get the shot and then the rest can be cardboard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or
It's
like,
true.
that you're going with the same saturation weirdness level as the real world. Like, I feel like those are so perfect. Like, I'm going to say those later. I'm going to be like, this is what Natalie said.
Yeah, I
You
want
may
to
have them all. Thank you so much.
I want to go into the Discord after this and see all the Natalie amazing one-liners pulled out and quoted for us. Perfect. I love it.
If people want to do that, that would be great, because these
Yeah.
are gold. Like, they're so smart. Like, they've crystallized a couple of things for me that, like, I think I've arrived at, but I don't consistently apply and should, but I don't realize it because it's a very subconscious process. And then to have you just say it like so cleanly, it's like, oh, that's what I'm trying to do. I should just think I'm doing that, and that'll work better.
Yeah,
So
totally. And I'm
You should
actually
publish a little chapbook of writing aphorisms, Natalie.
yeah.
Oh God, that's it. That is like that would be an appropriate sentence to me because of how much I hate writing advice. Because like every single time, this is a tangent. I'm sorry, but like there's like a tweet about like, I heard that you're supposed to do this every time. It is always the most completely like mind melting piece of non-advice I've ever heard in my entire life. And also I've never had a piece of like advice that is like capital W, capital A writing advice be in any way useful whatsoever or
Yeah.
reflect my experience in any way. So that there's something very beautifully, devilishly ironic about having to create a chapbook of like writing aphorisms. It's like, yes, that's what I will have to do in hell in my first week as an intern.
I'd read that short story, just so you know. Like,
Right.
I would read it.
And I'm getting word that people have been quoting you in Discord. So
Oh, God.
there's a market. There's
So
definitely a
fun.
market.
Terrible.
Yeah, amazing.
Thank you so much.
My favorite thing ever.
Yeah, I definitely have to go back and refresh my memory about a lot of the amazing things that have been said here. Like JL mentioned in the previous panel, I'm also a little starstruck and like everything's just washing over me. I'm like, oh, wait, I'm supposed to be paying attention. But so this is awesome. But actually, I wanted to kind of somewhat relate back to my first question, where we talked about what it is about our society that makes you want to kind of tweak it in your work. And I'm wondering too, in what way do you feel the societies and scenarios you create allow you to explore your own ideas that you already have as writers and as people? Maria, do you want to start us off?
I think I'm probably like just doing therapy most of the time, to be honest. Like, I have so many things that I didn't really spend time thinking of. I was not a person in my 20s or even early 30s that did any thinking whatsoever. I was like surviving and panicking all of the time. And there are a lot of things that like now I'm like, oh, this is why I did that, or this is what it means to be human, or this is like the role of like gender or colonialism or whatever in this particular circumstance. And I think being a person of many intersectional identities, like I like to write things that kind of look at where those things cross and what that cross means, right? And so, yeah, in terms of like, I don't know what I'm trying to talk about. I think a lot of the times I'm literally just trying to process my own thoughts, and I can't seem to do that unless I'm externalizing them. So that's like what happens subconsciously. Like, I'm not sitting down like I'm going to do therapy today. Like, it just. I wrote this character in this book, which comes out in January, and like after we had sent it to the editor, I got diagnosed with ADHD. And then reading this book now, I'm like, oh, she's got ADHD too. You know what I mean? Like, it's this whole like surprise. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same. It's I wrote my first novel thinking it would be a little tiny bit about the thing, and then I read it. I was like, oh, it is all about the thing. I had no idea. But yeah. So Natalie, do you want to continue?
Oh yeah, therapy for sure. I feel like their writing is the greatest indictment of yourself that you can kind of do, right? Because you're just like mining all of your personal garbage, right? And the more honest you can be about your everything, right? Like whatever terrible sludge is in there, and turn that into something, I think the better the writing will be. I also like, part of this I think comes from the fact that I kind of grew up reading and writing fan fiction.
Mm.
And it's such a, I love fan fiction so much, because it's so willing to just shamelessly be like, I put myself in this story, but cooler. So I get to kiss the bad guy who's also hot. Like, great. That's wonderful. Why aren't we all just writing that 100% of the time? Because that seems really, really fun. It's like, how can I? So part of it is definitely a like, how can I like turn this stuff that I'm carrying around into something? Like, how can I kind of like synthesize my own, I don't know, trauma into something productive or beautiful or useful, or that just makes me feel better? But I think it's also just like this act of incredible intimacy, where you're like, the more of my own sludge I can dredge up, like the more I can kind of give that gift to my characters of having the same kind of like depth and complexity and problematic whatever, which doesn't necessarily mean that I have like direct experience with all of those things, but like I know what it's like to have a thing that's like I know what it's like to be that motivated by spite, or to have that much anger, or to be like a walking ball of anxiety or whatever. I can give them the gift of that like supreme interior intimacy if I am really honest with myself about all the crap that's in there.
Yeah, that is very well said. Yeah.
Put that in the chat book.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Mining my own garbage.
It's perfect. No, it's perfect.
Well, what you were saying about honesty, you know, I mean, that's really the fundamental, everything is the honesty of yeah. Oh, I'm dead. I'm in love.
In love and dead. Best combination. Kim, what about you?
I mean, I agree with that a lot, about that sort of that fundamental honesty to what you're doing. I think sometimes when I encounter questions like that, about, you know, like about, you know, translating your ideas into fiction, I often feel like that's backward, right? Like I feel like I don't know what my ideas are until I start writing. Like I feel like it is through the writing, and I feel like fiction, more than anything else, is where kind of honestly what I am interested in, what I'm, you know, the themes I'm obsessed with, the questions I have, the things I want to talk about, they will sort of bubble up on their own, and they're usually very different from what I thought I wanted to write about when I got started, like in that high level abstract thematic way. And yeah, I mean, like we've talked about this a bunch already, but I feel like that's what it comes down to. Like I heard someone recently say this about laughter, is that like laughter is really honest, because you can, you know, when someone says something, you can think about whether or not you agree with what they said. You know, you can think about your reaction to it in a academic way. But if someone makes a joke and you laugh, like that was this physical, uncontrollable response that was like truly honest. And so if you say like, if you laughed at something problematic, you know, like it's like, what did that say about you? Like, like deep down, like, well, what is really true? And I feel like there's an aspect to that, to writing fiction, to me, is I feel like there's an honesty to it that is unavoidable, that I couldn't access, say, in writing nonfiction. If I was writing like an essay and I was like trying to access, you know, my high level thoughts in that way, my like well articulated thoughts in that way, I would not necessarily get to like these like darker, more troubling, like unresolved places, where some of like the real questions and the real things you're grappling with lie.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of what we were talking about earlier about using the speculative as a sort of, not metaphor exactly, but maybe a little bit about other things we're actually trying to say. It's true. It's that's everywhere in your work, in my work, and I think a lot of speculative literatures. I think it's a really interesting way to explore these ideas. And sorry, in full honesty, I don't know if anyone's noticed this. That's my humidifier. It's been bugging me, and then if it's bugging me, it's probably bugging other people. So
Haven't
I
heard
can't
anything.
hear anything.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
I know you could like see like the smoke, the steam. I don't know why I left it on. Anyway,
Oh,
that's
maybe a time. It's barely visible. Like I now that you have pointed it out, I'm
I
like,
know. I was
yeah,
worried about that.
maybe.
Like,
Yeah.
if I say it, well, they notice
like
it. But
Steam only seems more atmospheric for this conversation.
it's true.
Right?
Oh,
Is it
see?
really happening or is it not? Like,
There's the balance right here. Like,
yeah.
that's
you got your
fantastical.
own built-in fog machine. That rules.
That's true. That's what I'm gonna do for all of my panels now.
Just put in some pyro. It'll be great.
Yeah. Oh, see, we should have had this chat before.
Lighting. Yeah.
So we've got a few minutes before the questions start rolling in from the audience, but I also wanted to kind of talk about your characters in your work, which are believable and recognizable, and we connect with them very easily despite the surreal things they experience. I was wondering if there's anything that you envisioned for your characters to navigate these spaces as you approach each project. Natalie, do you want to take it away?
Sure. I think a very important place to start is like, will your characters survive this? And are they? You need, and I mean, straight up, will they live through this? If not, is that what you want to happen? But if they are going to, what do they have to be in order to do so? And what do they have to be in order to reach the other side of this in a place that is in the place you want them to be, right? And you know, that can look like anything from like stronger in some ways, you know, deeply damaged in others, whatever kind of like place you want them to be in. What kind of a person will get there? So you kind of see where you want them to be at the end, and figure out what kind of person they need to be at the beginning and what kind of person they need to turn into throughout the course of the story in order to get there. Also, when I had finished the first draft of Hench, my partner asked me a really important question, which is like, why her? Like, why this person in particular? For a bunch of things, right? Like, why is she in the position that she is in? Like, what makes her particularly good at all of these things? But just like, why this person as opposed to literally anyone else? And spending the time to like really dig into that and to answer that question in great detail was incredibly useful. And it didn't necessarily change her on the page very much, but I knew why, right? And it did change her in a few like very specific and important ways. But knowing why this person, as opposed to like, you know, like capital letter video game protagonist who's just like a bald space marine whose like wife is dead or whatever, like the character that's like in every video game in the world. It's like that's never answering the question of like, why them, right? And that's fine. They're kind of meant to be a blank slate, but I think the more deeply you can answer the like, why this person and how can I get them from here to over here and what do they have to be in order to get there and live through it. If you can answer all of those questions, you have someone who feels very complete and complex and multifaceted. Also, I really like writing people who will do very bad things if they think it is the thing they should be doing, because that's really deeply interesting to me. So I just do that because it's fun.
Yeah, and it does work in your novel for sure. Absolutely. Kim, what about you?
I also love people who do the bad thing or people who do the thing that I think the reader couldn't imagine doing themselves. Like whether that is dramatic, you know, whether that is like a dramatic evil, you know, like murder, or if it's something smaller, like just like continuing to stay in a situation that like most people would find unlivable, you know.
Right.
I think getting the reader to a point where they understand why that character would do that, like in a really like deep, you know, sort of, so if they could feel in their gut, like why that person is doing that based on their life and their world and their circumstances and every moment leading up to that they saw. I think what I think about developing characters at the outset, what I think about the most is just that they don't exist in isolation, right? That they exist intertwined with the story you're telling. They exist in community too. Like usually characters don't come to me by themselves. Like usually characters come to me kind of in groups where they have relationships, and those relationships have dynamics, and that sort of determines how they act. And also, you know, they come to me at a specific moment, sort of like there are moments that interest me about this person and how they act in that moment, as distinguishes them from, you know, most other people or the people around them, as opposed to like trying to craft a character, you know, just as a static being, you know, like isolated out in space. That's like a list of adjectives and a list of, you know, wants and desires, things like that. Like that never works for me. Is I have to think of them already grounded in a world and already connected to other characters and already connected to, you know, to a place, and you know, and like the sort of the basic questions inherent to a person, even if they don't come up in the story. Like even if the story is completely disinterested in what they do for a living, there's part of me that has to know they do something, you know, like there's a way in which they have sustenance to live, even if it doesn't come up. Like just that there are these basic questions about a person as exists in a context, as exists in the world.
Yeah, that's great. It's and it does add like, as we always talk about, balance and reality and groundedness to very unusual scenarios that the characters feel like they belong there, or have relationships of their own to bounce their ideas off of, or just their lives off of. Maria, how about you?
Okay, so first thing, real people are incredibly messy. Like we're all very, very messy. Most of us, if not all of us, lie a lot. I think when psychologists do like lie counting, they're like 8 to 11 times a day, which I think is a lot because I don't talk to people 8 times a day, but we all lie. A lot of us have like committed violence. People have done, you know, murder. Like there's a lot of murderers in our society. Like basically the point is that people are very messy. They're very complex. And I have zero interest in writing characters that don't fit within that messy complexity that is my other panelists are doing bad things, right? Although even like the question of like what is bad, right? I think a lot about power, particularly because I like to write characters that often are disenfranchised in one or more axes. And so like the question of like, where do they not have power? What power do they have, and how do they exert it, and why? And if that exertion happens that's not even a real word, exertion happens in a way that is, you know, helpful to those around them, if it's damaging to those around them. I think a lot about power. I think that it varies a lot in terms of how much I walk into a project knowing about the character, project by project. A lot of times it's almost nothing. Sometimes it's a lot. But one thing that's very helpful to think about for me is the fact that, like, as realistic as you want to make your character, they can't be as fully fleshed out as a real person, because when we know a real person, we have this long history of experiences with them that we can pull from and see, right? Or that they can pull from themselves and see when they're in their own mind or whatever. So a lot of times with a character, especially like in a short story where you have such a limited word count, sometimes I try to think of like one or two like key experiences that are kind of a collapsing together of the various experiences that would have shaped someone in their real world. Like if you have an abusive relationship, there are all these multiple traumas. You can't really show every single one of those on the page, right? That would not, you don't have room. So you pick like something that kind of collapses a couple of these together into this like key experience that can kind of inform the reader as to why this person is reacting the way they're reacting. And it's a bit neater than a real life person's life usually is, but it's a story. So it's a useful narrative device for me. I don't know, maybe.
I love that idea. Request permission to steal that idea.
I don't think it's my idea. I'm sure someone else thought of it and I like osmosed it. Now I pretend that I thought of it, but I didn't.
Oh, I love it. It's amazing. That's great. That's such a, it's true. Like, yeah, humans are messy, but we also are writing a story. So we do have to strike that balance too. That's perfect. I love it. Thank you. Okay. We have so many questions. I'm really excited.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, whoa. Yeah.
So they aren't directed to specific people. So I think generally I'll just, if any of you don't or can't don't want to or can't answer it, that's cool. So the first question is, how much of writing do you feel is a sleight of hand with emotionality, particularly in terms of immersion and metaphorical analogs? Does anyone want to take this question? Or
I don't know what this question means.
I think, I mean, it's all sleight of hand, right? Like it's all manipulation, right? It's you're all Like I am deciding somebody's going to feel a way, and then I am making a thing, like a little machine that I think will make them feel in that way when I want them to. So the very kind of like glib answer to this is all of it. Like all writing is kind of doing that, whether it's a poem or not. It's we're just making little emotion boxes and poking people with them. So or it's like
True.
more like a puzzle box, right? It's like, haha, solve this, and then the emotional pinhead pops out, and now you have a feeling.
I
That's
think
very true.
you kind of make kind of like an emotional essence, I think, like at the core of the thing you're trying to make. But then the reader comes to it and they construct something else on top of it, or like in the space between them and that essence of what you created. And I feel like that space between is kind of where their artistic experience happens. And there's only so much control you have, right? And I think that I feel like, you can feel frustrated by that as an artist, or you can embrace that as an artist. Usually it's both, right? Usually some people are frustrated, and some people it's like incredibly interesting when they have interpretations that you didn't intend, or even like, I had a story that I heard, read by someone else, like performed by someone else, and in that performance, I feel like they had brought all this stuff that I hadn't realized was there, like that they had even sort of changed the genre of the story. Sort of, it was a story where a lot of people were lying to each other, and I feel like on the page, those lies were like a reveal. Like it was sort of like towards the final third of the story, you realize that people were telling all these lies. But the way they read the story, the way they performed the story was sort of more like a parlor drama of like a murder mystery, where like someone in the room is the murderer, and like I feel like listening to the story read, from the beginning everyone's lying, because they performed all of these stories as though they were lies,
Oh, cool.
And that was just like a completely different experience of the story that I loved, right? And I loved getting to have this experience as a writer, like, and I think it's probably an experience that people who work in more collaborative mediums have all the time. Like I'm sure screenwriters and playwrights and video game, writers experience this constantly. But as like a writer of, fiction, of this kind of like conventional fiction, it wasn't an experience I've had very often. And, I think to me was incredible.
Yeah, that's really neat. Maria, do you have any thoughts about like sleight of hand?
I understand the question now.
Yeah?
I understand the question now. I would say that for me, I tend to write extremely close to the narrator, like very close point of view, to the point where people describe it often as being kind of claustrophobic or like voyeuristic even. And so I think that for me, I think less about the reader's reaction to things as I'm going, because I have to stay so close to that character and their emotions. And I also like can only hold so many things in my head at once, right? So for me, a lot of times I'm actually surprised by what happens. I'm surprised by my own emotional responses. I don't predict things very well before they happen. So I don't think I do a very good job with the sleight of hand piece. But I definitely think that right now this book is it's kind of in a thriller, like a psychological suspense space. And I've learned a lot reading other people's suspense, kind of how they work those strings and manipulate them. And it is something that I'm hoping to get better at over time.
That's what I love about being a writer, like the permission to manipulate for good. I love it. That's a weird thing to admit, but here I am.
No, I'm here for it.
Okay, awesome. We do have a couple of questions related to sort of Canadian specific publishing, which I think I might actually table for maybe in the Discord later, because I know not all of us publish in Canada. And this one is actually interesting. When did you realize speculative fiction was your writing niche? Or I guess you could also answer like halfway speculative fiction, I suppose, too. Anyone can take this if they want to.
I think that the concept of what your niche is constantly evolving, right? So I just finished a draft, like a book, and it's probably like, I think the 28th or 30th full-length manuscript that I've written. And if you put them all side by side, it's very hard to say, this is the moment where like this genre starts and this genre ends. This niche is just constantly shifting and evolving over time. As far as like why speculative? Like I think all writing actually is speculative because almost nobody is recording the exact perfect truth of what is happening or has happened. You're always making something up, right? And so I think it's just kind of like where you're sliding on this like slider scale, kind of. Maybe that's not very accurate, but that's kind of how I feel about it.
Cool. Yeah,
No,
that's
I
great.
totally agree. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Like I feel like there's a great pressure to like define exactly like who you are as a writer and like what you write in, and this whole like, well, I write high fantasy as opposed to urban fantasy, or whatever. Like I really don't like that kind of really intense stratification, and I've had I've heard people call it spec or like just spec fic. I've heard science fiction. I've heard contemporary fantasy. I've heard horror. I've had a lot of arguments for it being like a romance hybrid. And I'm like, yes to all of them, right? Like that I think that kind of like that impulse to like hyper define and pigeonhole is something that I actively resist. But kind of like to address the question maybe a little bit more directly, I don't think I like realized it or figured it out so much in like a niche way, so much as it's when I write things, this is what comes out. Like I'm not really thinking of like I am going to craft this piece of science fiction or whatever. Like it's like I want to write a story and this is what appears, and like, oh, it turns out that falls into these following genres, but I'm not trying to make a thing in that genre.
Yeah, well, it's great. Kim, do you have was there a point when you realized it was spec for me?
No, and I haven't hit that like I
perfect.
You know,
perfect answer.
my experience, like Natalie, like I've seen my most recent book categorized all kinds of ways. Like there was a story in it that was first published, like kind of as erotica, and then I've seen it on a lot of horror lists and like Halloween roundups, and I've wondered like, are people going to be disappointed? Like there's not a lot of like that kind of fun scare in the book. But also, like my first two novels were like straightforwardly realist, and then I wrote this collection of like mostly fantastical stories. And I have always felt that I can only write the thing that comes out. Like Natalie said, like I can only write what compels me and like what the story needs and where my interests are falling right now and where I'm influenced by. And I'm sure that is frustrating to many of like my poor contacts in the public industry that I am, and it's not even like a philosophical unwillingness to self-define. It's like an impossibility in a practical way. Like I just can't. Like I'm just gonna write what I write, and I can see sort of developing through lines and evolutions in my work as a writer as like this increasing interest in the uncanny that I feel like you could see sort of crop up through my more realist work as I went. But in terms of like, well, what does that mean for what you write next? Like, to what degree is the next thing you write going to be fantastic or speculative? It's like, I don't know. Like, the thing I write is going to be the thing it wants to be.
Yeah, totally. I relate to that completely.
My agent, I was writing this last book, and my agent was like, is this one going to be speculative or not? Like, I need to start talking to people and like kind of shopping it around and kind of getting interest. And I was like, I don't know. Well, what genre? I don't know. Is this going to be? I don't know. So she's just like, call me when you have.
Yeah, valid.
I feel so much what you're saying, like 100%.
I think it's very common for all of us. Yeah. Just noticing the time, I just want to ask one really quick question. In your first draft, do you firmly know already what real world aspects you're shifting, or does that come more in the end? No, Maria, you don't know. Okay, Natalie, no. Kim, no. Okay, great. It's understandable. It's all part of the process.
Yeah, it's a disaster, and then I read a first draft. I'm like, oh, I did these things that were cool. I'll keep them. That's and figure out how to justify them in the rest of the book. Like it's for sure just a matter of getting the thing out in some completely disaster form and then trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, makes sense. I think that's a very, very good representation of what writing in general is like. So wonderful. Yeah. And I'm really sorry I have to cut you off right now. I could talk about this for like another hour or more, but I just want to thank you all, Kim, Maria, Natalie, for joining me today and bringing us all into your unique processes for crafting your worlds. And thank you to everyone who joined us and asked all the questions. And thank you to AugurCon for having us.
Thank you so much, Samantha.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was delightful.
It really was.
Thank you. Thanks to our guests for a lovely and engaging and quotable discussion. And thank you to all of you who have attended. Feel free to continue the conversation in Discord. If you would like to purchase any of our guests' books, please check out the Another Story Bookshop, where you can get 10% discount with code AugurCon 2022. There's a link to purchase books in the description box below. Additionally, if you haven't heard, we've launched Augur Magazine issue 5.2, featuring fiction and poetry from amazing and wonderful Canadian and international speculative creators. Check out Augur Magazine's website to receive 25% off purchase of the newest issue for this weekend. Our next panel is called The Cozy and the Curious, Exploring Slice of Life Speculative Literatures, and it will start at 2:00 p.m. EST. See you soon. Enjoy the con.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Sienna, your tech manager speaking. Don't mind us. We're just going to do a quick audio check to make sure that everybody's microphones are in good order. The panel is not starting yet. We're just testing some things out. Thanks so much. Okay, everyone, you can give your mics a test. Let's see.
Okay,
Yeah, Eden, sounds great.
great.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yep, sound
Yep.
good, sharp.
Hello.
Yep, sounds great. Natasha, do you want to check your mic right now real quick?
Yes. Hi, can you
Oh,
hear me
yeah.
okay?
Beautiful and crisp. Sounding good. All right, everyone. We'll be back in 10 minutes for the actual panel. If you heard this, it was a secret surprise.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're so happy you could join us. This panel is called The Cozy and the Curious, Exploring Slice of Life Speculative Literatures, and will run from 2:00 p.m. EST to 3:00 p.m. EST. If you have any questions for our guests during the discussion today, please use the YouTube chat on the right-hand side, and make sure to write the word question in all caps before you ask your question, so I can distinguish them from other comments. Just know that due to time restrictions, we might not get to every question, but we still value your enthusiasm and engagement in our conversations. We also have a Discord where we invite you to discuss our panels with your fellow attendees, or even just leave a note about what you're looking forward to throughout the day. Technical support questions can be directed to the Info and Tech Support channel in Discord. This event contains live transcription. Thank you to AI Media for your support in meeting our accessibility needs. If you would like to read the live transcription of the event as the discussion progresses, there's a link in the description box which you can click on. I'd like to thank our bookseller, Another Story Bookshop. If you would like to purchase any of the AugurCon panelists' books today or over the weekend, you can enjoy a 10% discount with code AugurCon2022. There's a link to buy our panelists' books from the Another Story website in the description box below. Now please join me in welcoming our guests. Hiromi Goto is an immigrant from Japan who gratefully resides in British Columbia. Her first novel, Chorus of Mushrooms, won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize Best First Book, Canada and the Caribbean region, and was co-winner of the Canada-Japan Book Award. Her second book, The Kappa Child, received the James Triptree Jr. Memorial Award for gender-bending speculative fiction. She's published 3 novels for children and youth, a book of poetry, and a collection of short stories. Shadow Life, her first graphic novel, received the 2022 Asian Pacific American Literature Award for adult fiction. Eden Royce is a writer from Charleston, South Carolina, now living in England. She's a Shirley Jackson Award finalist for her short fiction for adults. Her debut novel, Root Magic, is a Walter Dean Myers Award honoree and a Nebula Award finalist, as well as a Mythopoeic Fantasy Award and Ignite Award winner for Outstanding Children's Literature. And we've had a slight change in panelists due to some unforeseen circumstances, so our final panelist will be Natasha Ramatar. Natasha Ramatar is a writer of Indo-Guyanese descent based in Toronto. Her debut poetry collection, Bittersweet, was released in 2020, and she's the co-editor of Feelways, an anthology of Scarborough literature. Our moderator for this panel is Yiling Wang, a writer, poet, Chinese-English translator, and the co-editor-in-chief of Tales and Feathers magazine. Her writing has appeared in Clarkesworld, the Mile Hat Review, Arc Poetry Magazine, the Toronto Star, and elsewhere. Her translations have appeared in Poetry, Guernica, Room, and the anthology The Way Spring Arrives, and Other Stories. Yilin has won the Foster Poetry Prize and was an Aurora Award finalist and longlisted for the CPC Poetry Prize. Take it away, Yilin.
Oops, sorry. Wow. Can you hear me now? I'm muted. All right. So I'll begin again. So thank you so much, Therese, for the introduction. And hello, everyone, and welcome to the panel, The Cozy and the Curious, Exploring Slice of Life Literatures. Welcome to our panelists, Natasha, Hiromi, and Eden. I'm so excited to be having this discussion with you today. Often, in speculative fiction, there's a focus on fast-paced, plot-driven, high-stakes stories full of action, drama, and conflict. But that's just one form of narrative. And there's so much more to storytelling than that. There's beauty in slice-of-life vignettes, comfort in cozy flash, and there are also so many powerful speculative fiction stories about healing, joy, and quiet resilience. So today, we're going to be talking about these kinds of stories. And I want to begin by asking each panelist to share a bit about what they see as kind of slice of life speculative fiction or cozy kind of speculative fiction. So how do you define those terms? what do you like about those this subgenre, and what are your favorite works within this genre? Natasha, would you like to start?
Yeah, I'd be so happy to start. Thank you for the wonderful question and for all of the wonderful questions that you're going to ask today. And I'm super excited to be on this panel as well, to be filling in for Senna. For me, I think slice of life, speculative fiction, and kind of cozy speculative fiction. When I think about those terms, I really think about a kind of like insular private life and getting kind of a character first or character driven look at the world. And so for me, one thing that I really love about slice of life speculative fiction is, you know, there's all these big things happening around that can often be very plot driven in a world, whether it's in sci-fi, fantasy, horror, whatever it is. But there's also things happening on the personal level. And so for me, I really love that insight that I think slice of life or cozy speculative fiction can give us into how someone is interacting with the world, how the world affects them, and then also what can we also learn about the world through that kind of interaction that they have. And so some recent ones that I've been revisiting are Heather O'Neill's collection Daydreams of Angels, as well as Kim Fu's recent book, Lesser Known Monsters of the 21st Century, where there is all of this, in both those collections, there is all of this kind of larger stuff happening outside of the characters. But it's really kind of this, in some of the stories, it's really this kind of look of, well, what specifically does this character want in this moment? And how does the world around them potentially prevent them from that?
I love that. Yeah, great suggestions. Thank you, Natasha. Edith, would you like to go next?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I'm not sure that my definition is going to be all that different from Natasha's, because I do think that focus on internality, that focus on character and how each individual responds to the situation that narratively might be presented in a matter-of-fact manner, you get a lot of that conflict and sometimes joy, sometimes pain, hurt that different characters, different people can experience differently through the reactions and the emotions of the character. Instead of things moving so quickly around, you get that moment to breathe. And not necessarily even in stories that are only considered slice of life or cozy, even books that are plot driven but well paced, they do have those quiet moments, even in horror and sci-fi where it's very action driven. The reader has to have a few quiet moments to catch their breath between scenes or between a big scare or a big reveal that allow you to process what's just happened so that you can move forward in the narrative to be able to grasp those nuances that the writer is giving to you. Some of my favorites that I've been revisiting, I love reading Beloved by Toni Morrison. I love We Have Always Lived in the Castle by Shirley Jackson. A lot of that internality which is put into quiet horror really appeals to me. I also love short fiction. And I had to write down the author's name because I may mispronounce it, but one that I read very recently that I absolutely loved and have been going back to is Tracks by, I think it's Jamila Minix. And it's just a beautiful story that resonates with me, and I get something different from it each time I read it again.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah, from both what Natasha and Eden said about kind of character-driven kinds of stories that focus on relationships and also giving moments to breathe. I love that, like the in-between moments. And those being present even in kind of stories that have lots of kind of action and drama. Hiromi?
Hi, it's so good to be here with everyone. I don't know that I necessarily arrive to the writing of stories with an understanding of which genre it abides in from the onset. I very much approach the stories through character. And so the character is first, and then the character is in place, and has interactions, relationships with people and place. And so questions about genre or genre subsets will come later for me as a consideration. So I actually wasn't really sure what slice of life speculative fiction was. I was like, oh, am I writing that? And I was just like, I guess I could be. But you know what Natasha said about intimacy, that really resonates for me. So you know, if the intimate story, stories that are closely connected to the familial or the familial space, and sort of on a more granular scale of experience rather than broad sweeps of time and places, like from planet to planet or like 500 years, although you can still travel 500 years in your thoughts, right? So there's like that's possible too. But so I guess when I'm working on the stories, it's less of the consideration of the terms of how I would define what I'm writing, but more on a focus on the characters and what's happening in that story space, which decidedly has, I guess, a tighter frame, which suggests that it's slice of life.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I think the term slice of life, speculative fiction has been shown around, but it is a term that's kind of new and emerging, and there are, I think, many different ways to think about it and many definitions. And I wanted to open with this because, yeah, like often people will ask, what is slice of life speculative fiction? And people don't necessarily think about work in terms of genre labels. So I want to dive a little bit deeper because each of you kind of mentioned kind of character and intimacy and kind of being driven by those kind of character-driven kinds of narratives. And I know each of you have written stories that can be seen as, I think, slice of life or kind of cozy spec. And Hiromi, for example, your graphic novel, Shadowlight, and Eden Royce, your story for Tails and Feathers, about kind of rescue pets and the Ghost Peach, and Natasha, your stories for Augur as well. So I want to invite you to think a little bit about your own work and what drew you to write these kinds of quieter, kind of cozier stories, and what inspires you to kind of play with this genre. And feel free to kind of talk about it in terms of character or any other kind of aspects that you want to kind of explore. Eden, would you like to start?
Sure. I typically think of character first when creating a story, because sometimes I'll think of a person or someone that's maybe even a compilation of personalities to come up with a character. And as I'm thinking about story, sometimes what that character goes through or what they experience comes much, much later after I start building that character as an individual. So my story for Tails and Feathers, the editors for the magazine reached out to me and asked, would you write a story for us? And I was so flattered to be asked. And I think, like Hiromi, I don't think that I necessarily was familiar with the term slice of life. And I sort of thought, yes, I'd absolutely love to write a story, and like fled to Google to look up what slice of life meant to make sure that I could even do it, even though I'd already said I couldn't. But I think that one of the things for me is, as a Black American writer, so many times publishers and editors seem to gravitate towards struggle stories from us, and stories that are very deeply rooted in trauma historically. And for me, I think writing something that doesn't have those roots is just freeing in a way. And it allows me to sort of relax into the story and prevents me even from feeling like I have to write something that a publisher or an editor is eventually going to see and think, this can't be a Black American story. There isn't any trauma in it. Where's the struggle? Where's the fight for resistance? And I would love to get away from that. So a lot of times it's just, while I'm doing something that's everyday, I put together the idea of the character going through there every day. So if I'm out in the garden picking figs or doing something like that, I think, what would my character be thinking about while she's doing something quote unquote mundane?
Yeah, I love that. We need other kinds of stories besides those trauma narratives and dealing with that pressure of, certain stories being expected of you and kind of offering, other kinds of stories. Great. Thank you. Hiromi?
Oh, thank you for saying that, Eden. I agree with you completely. Like, a lot of conflict-based stories, is often based on violence. And we all experience violence in different kinds of ways. Everybody does. There's, because of systemic racism, systemic sexism, homophobia, ableism, all sorts of ways that people experience violences. And so I sometimes find that the stories and plots that are bound up by that, it creates a groove. I think it's a perpetual groove of that. And I can't abide there as a person. And so, it's hard to read those stories over and over again, and it's hard to watch those films over and over again. We know violence and struggle exists because we live it. But there are far fewer stories of queer joy. It's like, where's the queer joy? Where are the stories of elderly women of color living a really adventuresome life? So, these, I think there are gaps in those plots in terms of representation, and also seeing ways of being in the world that's not conflict driven. And it's a question of, where do I want to abide?
Yeah, we definitely need more stories of queer joy, and also Shadow Life is such a beautiful story of, like an elderly Japanese woman kind of leading, the life that she wants to lead, and I love it for that. Natasha?
Yeah, Eden, Hiromi, thank you so much for saying that. I feel like that's something that I have definitely felt for myself while writing as well, and the kind of narratives that I think people come to expect from writers, especially writers of color, and the way that kind of affects how personally, like, I feel sometimes pressured to feel like I need to write a story with a lot of conflict, or write a story that deals very directly with the violence that's been done to my ancestors and my people. And I feel like something that robs diverse writers of is the kind of joy of play as well. And I think that's something that I really love about speculative fiction in general, but especially slice of life, because it gives us the space to, even like you said, think about these mundane, really intimate parts of the life of the character, and also have some fun with how it looks on the page. And so you can have fun with things like, okay, I would like these to feel like several monologues in a row, or I would like these to feel like a letter, an epistolary piece. And it gives you that kind of openness and option to be able to have those kind of skills and that kind of craft come in. And having those kind of stories of joy, I think, allow for that in a way that doesn't force tropes onto us. So that's definitely something that draws me to the subgenre time and time again, is this idea of play, and definitely the idea of joy that you both have touched on.
Yeah, and I love that you bring up the idea of play as well, Natasha. Like, I think slice of life and cozy spectac really offers that space to kind of breathe and to play and experiment with narratives that we see are underrepresented or are overlooked. So this is actually a very good segue into the next question, because I wanted to ask a little bit about kind of expectations. I think sometimes readers or the publishing industry has an expectation towards stories that have lots of conflict or lots of drama or violence or kind of action. And where do you think that kind of come from? Or kind of what do you think is the role of conflict in stories? And how do you navigate and kind of work with this expectation when you want to write a story that's more slice of life or kind of cozier? Natasha?
Yeah, I'm happy to start on this. And something that this reminds me of is, like, years ago in a creative writing class, I got feedback for a story where something almost happened conflict-wise, but didn't. And so the kind of like intention that I wanted with it was this near miss, and like what that feeling feels like of a kind of near miss, and how the kind of looming can be just as frightening. And the feedback that I got from some of my peers was like, this was an opportunity for real conflict. And I think about that a lot, and I come back to that a lot, because I'm like, what does that mean? And like, what are you asking from me as a writer? And so when I think about the role of conflict in these kind of quieter stories, I kind of come back to my own intentions, and I want to think about, like, okay, what is it that I want to write, and what is it that I want to feel, and what is my kind of ideal audience for that kind of story? Because I don't think that every story has to be for everyone. And so that's what I kind of try to come back to when I feel myself falling into that trap of, oh, I need to amp up the drama, or I need to, raise up the conflict. So yeah, that's kind of how I've dealt with it and how I've navigated it.
Yeah, that's a really good way to think about it. Hiromi?
There is definitely in sort of more mainstream markets a push towards writing stories that a large number of audience members can quote unquote identify with in some sort of way, be it through the main character, or through story structure or whatever. So along multiple channels, is the story quote unquote identifiable? And I think, so the mechanisms of plot and the conflict-based plot, I think, is a series of manipulations to create tension and then release it, build tension and then release it. And so it's hitting certain beats. And it's not necessarily conscious on the part of an audience member, and I include myself, to be waiting for those points in a narrative, and especially film. Hollywood films really has a very, very standard pattern of that. So when you're in the midst of story, you get swept up in it, but those beats are very, very solidly in there. And I think I really understood how ingrained my expectations of those particular kinds of conflict beats were or are when I watched this really amazing Georgian film called My Happy Family. I don't know if any of you've watched it. It was on Netflix for a while, but my partner and I watched it in a film festival. It was about a middle-aged woman, just tired of her very complicated family life, and she just left her family. Like, she was like, I'm tired of this," and it was like it was slice of life for sure, not speculative. But while I was watching it, I was getting tighter and tighter and tighter because I was waiting for something bad to happen. I was like, something bad is going to happen to her. Something bad is going to happen. Nothing bad happened to her. And it was like my expectation, but it was like a Western Hollywood expectation that because she was a middle-aged woman in a heterosexual relationship, leaving that structure, therefore she must be punished. So that was the pattern that was ingrained in me. And so often I think about that film and how I reacted to it in terms of plot and conflict. And then kind of think about those tensions of expectation, not to have those replicated, and then what it did for me as an audience member to not have that conflict and that violence as a plot point. It was liberating. It was just marvelous. I was just like, I came out of like a lid had come off of my thinking or something. It was just beautiful.
I love that. Yeah, I think that's really like interesting because yeah, I do wonder how much of this expectation for violence and for kind of lots of conflict is kind of rooted in kind of Western kind of Eurocentric models. And I wonder if anyone has anything they want to add about that.
I think one of the things that I've struggled with in my own writing is feeling tied to those Western ideals of conflict must be forceful, conflict must be aggressive. And I've had several rejections over the years from editors and publishers saying, not enough happens in this, or, this sort of feels too slow, or what's the character trying to achieve here? What am I reading it for? Among lots of other different ways of saying, I need more, I need explosions or car chases or whatever have you. And I think it sometimes is tied to the reader's desire for not necessarily escapism, but distraction with reading. They don't necessarily want to put themselves in the life and the mind of the character. They may want to just be distracted from what's going on with themselves. They're not coming to the page open to say, I'm really interested in the back cover copy of this book and I really want to see what's happening. It's, I've had this terrible day or I've had something happen. I just want something that's mindless. I don't really want to sort of delve into anyone else's emotions or feelings or anything like that. So I think it's sometimes not necessarily a sign of the times, but a sign of how people are dealing with their own struggles. So I think sometimes the challenge is finding those few opening lines that are intriguing enough to keep the reader reading even without the car chase or the explosion, so that they can sort of be lured and beguiled sort of into reading more about these characters.
Yeah, that's such an interesting point, because how do we manage kind of reader expectations and tension, and maybe just give them a little bit, to bring the reader along with us, so that they would be willing to kind of explore this other kind of narrative, and maybe have that expectation, for action there, sort of like the example that Hiromi gave, where you were expecting something to happen and to go wrong, but it did not. And so my next question kind of ties into this, because I wanted to talk a little bit more about kind of the challenges of writing slice of life fiction or cozy spec fic, and kind of what do you think are kind of some of the challenges you've kind of encountered when working in this subgenre, or what kind of challenges do you foresee kind of people running into? And that could be kind of what's already kind of mentioned, or it could be other additional challenges as well. Anyone would like to jump in?
Sure. I think, there's a difference between what you're interested in as a writer or artist, what you're thinking of, or what you want to investigate or parse out. That's a different experience than trying to find a market for your finished project. And so I think it's important to, they could overlap for some writers, I'm sure. It doesn't for me. I'm working on a particular project because I'm wanting to figure something out about the character, or about the world, or about myself, or all three things. I'm trying to figure something out. And it could also be I'm writing in a new genre and trying to figure out form. So there's like the intellectual, emotional, spiritual element of writing, the creative, and there's also technique, all those things. I think about those things. That's part of the writing process. And it's only after, like, so the first draft is just for myself. And then after that, moving through editing, then I'm moving closer towards ideas of market and audience, and where should the story go. So, having an understanding of who your audience is, like who are these stories for, and then where are those readers going to, where do they go to look for the stories they want to read. Those might be some ways of thinking about how to move forward with stories that might not fit so quote unquote neatly in sort of market expectations.
Yeah, definitely thinking about finding that kind of space and audience, and I think those readers are out there, and spaces like Tails and Feathers, we popped up because of the interest in this subgenre, and people are looking for other kinds of stories. So I do think that there's that space. So Natasha?
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest challenge is often like the writing portion of it, especially in the beginning, and thinking about that scope, and thinking about scale, especially when you're working in something that is both slice of life, kind of a smaller scope, but then you might be working in a genre where the world that you envision is so big. And so this idea of how do you take the bits and parts of that world building that you might have already done on, kind of notes, and you might have a lot of notes there. You might be fully forming the world in your head, but there's only so much space on the page to be able to situate the reader and have them understand the world you're trying to convey, in addition to having them understand the character and what the character is going through. And I always find that both the most difficult part for me, but also the most fun, of where can I add in little clue, where can I sprinkle clues, is kind of the way I like to approach it. And also where, especially if it's being told from a first person point of view, how can I show how this character sees the world and how do they interact with it, and the way that you can world build through that kind of interaction. So yeah, I would say that's kind of like the biggest kind of craft challenge for me is figuring out how to scope it down and not end up writing, you set out to write something that's 1,000 words and you turn around and it's 4,000 because you've just gone, you just want to include so many details about a world that, at least for me, is often very, very precious and I want to spend a lot of time in.
Yeah, space definitely brings its challenges. But Natasha, also, like, your stories are so rich and kind of complex in their world building, the ones in Augur, and we get to see, like a slice of this kind of vast and very layered kind of world. And I really kind of find that really something that people can explore, with slice of life stories, because it allows for that space in a way. Maybe when you're less focused on kind of action and plot, it gives that room to kind of really just spend, a day kind of in this world and kind of immersed in it. Eden?
Craft-wise, sometimes the hardest thing for me to do is trust myself that I'm putting the right thing on the page. Especially coming to a new genre or a new subgenre, which I love doing and I find incredibly interesting, experimenting with form and genre and mixing genres and forms. I sometimes think as I'm typing, what in the world? What are you putting on this page? And just being able to trust myself enough to go, like Hiromi was saying, this first draft is for me. This is the story that I want to tell. At some point, I may have to make tweaks. I may have to change things, but sprinkling in those little details, like Natasha was saying, of things that are meaningful to me and maybe for a certain subset of the audience, they may get it immediately and see what I mean. And if other readers don't, sometimes that's okay. You know that you've said that little thing to those people who are your readers that know it and get it. And it's sometimes just a delight to put what you want on the page and not worry as much about selling it at the end. And I think that's in itself just part of the enjoyment of creating. And hopefully publications like Tails and Feathers will let publishers and editors know that there is a wider market than they may expect for spec fiction like this.
Yeah, I hope so too. I hope that we'll have more spaces like these and more discussions like these about quieter stories and cozy slice of life stories. And yeah, great. And I want to encourage each of you now to kind of think about, there are possibly people in the audience who are also writers who are interested in trying out or experimenting with slice of life fic, and maybe they're new to the genre or they've written some of the stories in the genre already, that they're kind of, what kind of advice would you share, or what kind of tips do you have for them? Hiromi?
I think there was a push to center the white reader's expectations as sort of the quote unquote mainstream or universal, quote unquote, and not obs. But I think there's still vestigial kind of leanings towards that. And I would say for the writers who are coming from diverse backgrounds, to do away with that kind of thinking and be specific, and locate cultural specificities, because not only does it empower the reader who has seen it so seldomly, but it also reflects the really broad, diverse world we live in. And that's realistic, and marvelous. So yeah, that's what I'd encourage that.
That's beautiful. Yeah, yeah. And Natasha?
Yeah, I think mine is very similar to what you said, Hiromi, which is, or maybe like a step to the side of it, which is kind of just to write what you want. And I think often, like, I know at least for myself, I'm often the biggest obstacle to doing that. And it's often these kind of other thoughts of what I think someone else, whether it's an audience, it's like an editor, or someone else like will want to read. But I find that when I start to give myself permission to come to the page with the ideas that feel either the most personal to me, or that I feel the most drawn to, that's where I often find the most fun on the page. That's often where I do my best writing because I don't feel as constrained. And so I think that's my kind of first piece of advice is the idea of coming to the page, and giving yourself the freedom to write whatever you want, really. And then the second thing being that after you've written what you want, and kind of what we've said multiple times during the panel of the first draft being for you, one thing that I had a really great time with Augur was working with the editors there. And the editors really pulled out these beautiful like moments and pieces and extra details that I could build upon in the stories that I had written already. And so I think that kind of like trusting yourself first and then trusting your editors or your first and second readers or whoever it is, can be really rewarding.
Yeah, great advice. Both of those. And, really going for just what you want without thinking too much about what other folks think, especially at the first draft stages. And yeah, great. Thank you, Natasha. And Eden?
I think my advice to writers trying something new or new writers is always to remember that you don't have to show this to anyone at this stage. Don't feel like you're writing with the end in mind always. Sometimes it's enough to just toss away all of those parameters that we naturally put on ourselves when we know we're going to be seen or viewed or whatever have you. So try to put that to the side as much as you can and realize it's you and the page right now. If you decide no one is ever going to see this, then that's absolutely fine. And it can sometimes give you a little bit more freedom to feel like you can express yourself on the page, whether that's an unusual form or writing in dialect. All of those things that bring that authenticity to what your writing is. Just write without thinking that anyone will have to see it and see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. I would also encourage folks to just, go for it and try and experiment and play. And we're almost at the Q&A portion. So for anyone who's listening who has any questions, please do drop the questions into the the chat, and I'll be choosing a few from those when we get to that. So I have just one last question for the panelists. And at Augur, we often talk about kind of stories for the future and kind of looking ahead. So I'm kind of curious what each of the panelists kind of want to see looking ahead in terms of cozy and slice of life speculative fiction. What kind of stories do you want to see, or what interests you particularly about this genre that you want to explore in the future? Or like, how do you think it kind of can help us kind of reimagine and kind of our present and past and futures? Eden?
I was afraid you were going to call on me first.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I think I touched on this earlier. I would love to see more marginalized or traditionally marginalized communities feel like they can embrace slice of life without having that sort of template put on them of what will an editor or what will a publisher really want, or what will they expect to see from someone of my background. I would love to see more slice of life from various communities, because I do love to come to the page as a reader, really just, okay, I want to experience it. Show me what your world is like. So I would love to see more of that, just more wide open interpretations of what can slice of life be. Because I love sci-fi as well, I would love to see more sci-fi slice of life, whether that's different planets or whether that's starships or whatever have you. I would love to see far future slice of life imagining.
Yeah, more slice of life sci-fi, that would be really interesting as well. Yeah. And also what you said again about just giving more space to marginalized voices. Hiromi?
I mean, it probably says more about what I've been writing than what other people have been writing. But I think maybe a shift away from the individual against the world sort of template, and more of sort of different groups of characters working towards something or working through. And so what I mean is moving away from the single hero format of imagining speculative fiction or fantasy. But what about sort of a larger, like a family, or a group of friends, sort of slice of life scenario. So I mean, I'm sure there's tons of story like that out there. I haven't read them, but maybe that's what I would like to try to write next.
That's so exciting. Yeah, I would love to see more collectives as kind of the main characters rather than kind of focusing on like one hero.
Yeah,
and
the one hero.
Exactly. Natasha?
Yeah. So something I've been thinking about a lot lately is superheroes, and also the kind of superheroes that I grew up with versus the superheroes that I think young people now are growing up with. And so in the kind of like diverse storytelling or retelling that's happening. So you think of like the Miles Morales as Spider-Man, the Jaime Reyes as Blue Beetle, and these kind of like really exciting diverse stories that are coming into what feels like a very kind of tried method of storytelling. And so I'd be excited to see that, not just with superheroes, but like in general, retellings and kind of reclamations and inversions of tropes, and what that could look like. I think that's something that really interests me, especially for slice of life, where I think with a lot of genres and a lot of tropes, we're used to it being so big and also so kind of plot forward. But I think there could be some really interesting work done in the kind of intimate, like more personal space.
Yeah, slice of life really gives space for that as well, for stories to be reimagined from different perspectives and retellings and all of that. Great. Thank you so much, everyone, for all your wonderful insights and comments. And now we're going to move to the Q&A portion. So I'm just going to look through the questions here, and then I will pick a few. And we have about 10 minutes left, so we'll see how far we get. So there's one question that Therese asks, and this was actually originally a question I wanted to ask as well, but kind of ended up cutting for the sake of time. So I'm going to slide it in. Thank you, Therese. Are there certain storytelling structures that come up naturally and suit cozy stories well? Or are there kind of certain frameworks that you come back to a lot, kind of as an alternative, for example, for the hero's journey?
I think I could start if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the thing that I always think of in terms of like format is starting kind of in the action or in the world. And that's the thing that I think of with flash fiction in general. And with cozy is like, how do I already immerse myself into the world and the piece? So that's kind of the storytelling structure that comes up for me, is just starting it as soon as possible and situating the reader as though the world has existed forever.
Hiromi or Edith, would you like to add?
I usually will either start with an introduction to a character that I think the reader will particularly, if not like, appreciate or find interesting, or just an atmospheric description, something to really set you physically in the locale that the story is taking place, so that if you feel like you're really grounded and you know where you are, you can, as a reader, say, okay, well, I'm aware of where I am, what's next? And hopefully that'll draw them further into the story as well.
When we're writing stories, we're also writing spaces. So it's an imaginary space, but it's a space that has sort of form inside the experience of reading it. So then, what's in that space, in that story space? So is it mood? Is it a physical described setting, like a particular land? So I think you can start thinking about the space of the story rather than necessarily focusing so highly on plot. What the writer needs to do when they're working against dominant forms of narrative is to make the markings of that space clear. And so even though it's a quote unquote new kind of story experience, if you've marked the space of the story clearly, then the reader should be able to navigate that space. So what if story was a house and you're just moving through the house? Then you would mark out what the expectations are for the story. So it's like blueprinting the shapes and the borders of the spaces you're creating inside that story structure, especially if it's not it's quote unquote, if it's not traditional or mainstream. It just needs to be marked.
I love that. Yeah, touching on kind of using space, using setting, using other ways to guide the reader and to mark the story. Okay, so I think we have space for one last question. So in Skewing the Craft, Le Guin makes a distinction between conflict and tension. Do you think tension is what drives cozier and slice of life spec fic, or is there another element?
I think that it can definitely drive cozy spec fic, but I think of it more like almost Stephen King's definition between horror and terror. And horror is your reaction to the thing that's happened. The terrible thing has happened, and there's your horror at having seen it or experienced it. And terror is that anticipation. Nothing's quite happened yet, but there's a heaviness, or there's a strangeness, or there's an otherness that makes you feel unsettled or uncomfortable. And so there's nothing that you can point to say, that's the reason that I'm feeling that way. But I think that I can sort of draw a parallel between Le Guin's definition between conflict and tension. So conflict, you're actually in the midst of butting heads over something, or something's happening. And tension is just that feeling of there's something wrong here. And I can see parallels between the two, and that tension can really drive cozy and slice of life fiction, because I think that's what readers who are used to high action don't always see as something that can drive a story. They don't always necessarily see tension as something that can move a narrative forward. So it's that inner conflict a lot of times that may have subtle visual cues that, if you're really not looking or paying attention, may pass you by. So I can definitely see how tension can be one of the drivers of cozy and slice of life fiction.
Natasha or Hiromi, would you like to add?
I don't think I have much to add. Like Eden, I think you described that perfectly. And that tension when I think about my own work, I think that tension is often what kind of serves as the most important part of pushing the story along. And sometimes that tension isn't necessarily anything super, high stakes. It's just what the character wants, and how do we convey that, and how do we pace it in a certain way.
Great, thank you. Hiromi?
I'm going to kind of segue from this question, because I think Eden and Natasha have responded to it really well. I want to mention quickly sort of editorial reactions to perceived passivity of a character, which is something that I've come across numerous times. And I think it might also have to do with cozy slice of life speculative fiction, again, having to do with in relation to plot conflict expectations, is the perceived passivity of the main character. And I'd love to hear from Eden and Natasha if it's something they've experienced as well.
Eden or
I've
Natasha?
definitely had, sorry.
Go ahead.
I've definitely had publishers and editors give me that feedback of, your character is too passive, they're not doing anything. And I always struggled with that feedback because I do feel like surviving something is a very active response. And editors and publishers don't always see enduring and surviving as active. And I really would love to see us turn away from that. There's a wonderful article about the inactive protagonist, and I want to say it may be on Strange Horizons, I think. But it talks about especially how people from traditionally marginalized backgrounds see the benefit of inactive or perceived inactive protagonists, because a lot of times we're telling our stories in an environment where we have tried to change the system, we have tried to change those powers that be, but holding on to who we are as people and who we are as individuals, even through these systems, is an active thing. So, yeah, I get that feedback a great deal. And I usually will just say, you know, this character has been through all of these stages and has come out to be more of themselves as a person. And how is that an inactive thing? How is growing as a person and really an active thing? So maybe if we could see a shift there to really consider endurance, survival, and personal growth and change as something that's worthy of being considered active by our characters.
Yeah, that is really beautiful. Like growing and surviving and thriving are also active, being active as well. And the idea of kind of inactive characters is such a loaded kind of phrase. And I think Eden was citing the essay "We Are the Mountain," which is in Fantasy Magazine for anyone who wants to check it out. And I think this is such a great note to end on for all of us. So as we wrap up, if we could just go around quickly, and if anyone wants to share where people can find your work online, and if you have any kind of recent publications or kind of upcoming projects you would like people to watch out for. Eden?
You can find me online at edenroyce.com. My website has the social medias that I happen to be on at any given time. As far as new work, I have a slice of life story with Tails and Feathers called The Ghost Peach Pet Rescue. I also have a story called 3 a.m. Eternal that is in Worlds of Possibility, about a young witch whose mother doesn't come home by curfew and she has to search the city for her. And I also have quite a scary story in a anthology that was just published 2 days ago called Reliving Mythology, Black and African diaspora poems and stories, called The Feeding of Closed Mouths. And that's by Android Press.
Natasha?
Yeah, so you can find me online at natasharamatar.com. And then my socials are all Spondy, so SPONDEEE, so any poetry nerds. That's a special handle for all of you. And in terms of new work, nothing that I can say right now. I'm working on a novel, so I feel like most of my time goes to that as opposed to short stories and poetry these days.
I would also encourage folks to check out Natasha's stories in Augur. I think they really connect to this topic. So, and Hiromi?
My website is hiromigoto.com. I'm on Instagram at Hiromi Goto Writes. Although my stepdaughter says it's actually Hiromi Goto takes photos. But there's lots of cozy slice of life photos there. I'm also on Twitter, but I'm probably gonna sort of phase out of it because I have a new short story out in New Suns 2, edited by Nisi Shawl. And that is like an anti cozy slice of life, cozy slice of life story called Home is Where the Heart Is.
Yeah, excited to check that out. And also, I love your cozy photos as well. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. And thank you to all the panelists.
Thank you, Elin.
Thank you. Thanks to our guests for a lovely and gentle and very cozy conversation. And thanks to all of you for attending. Feel free to continue the conversations in Discord. If you would like to purchase any of our guests' books, please check out Another Story Bookshop, where you can get a 10% discount with code AugurCon 2022. There's a link to purchase books in the description box below. We've also launched Augur Magazine issue 5.2, featuring fiction and poetry from Canadian and international speculative creators. Check out Augur's website to receive 25% off purchase of this newest issue for the weekend. Our next panel is called Stories for the Futures We Need, or How to Write with Hope, and it will start at 3:30 p.m. EST. See you soon and enjoy the con. Good afternoon, everyone. We're so happy you could join us. This panel is called Stories for the Futures We Need, or How to Write with Hope. This panel will run from 3:30 p.m. EST to 4:30 p.m. EST. If you have any questions for our guests during the discussion today, please use the YouTube chat on the right-hand side and make sure to write the word question in all caps so I can distinguish them from other comments. Just know that due to time restrictions, we might not get to every question, but we still value your enthusiasm and engagement in our conversations. We also have a Discord where we invite you to discuss our panels with your fellow attendees, or even just leave a note about what you're looking forward to throughout the day. Technical support questions can be directed to the info and tech support channel in Discord. This event contains live transcription. Thank you to AI Media for your support in meeting our accessibility needs. If you would like to read the live transcription of the event as the discussion progresses, there is a link in the description box which you can click. Before we begin, I'd like to thank our bookseller, Another Story Bookshop. Another Story is an independent bookstore in Toronto, Canada, committed to social justice, equity, and diversity. If you would like to purchase any of our AugurCon panelists' books, you can enjoy a 10% discount with code AugurCon 2022. There's a link to buy our panelists' books in the description box below. Now please join me in welcoming our guests. Trin Delaney is a writer currently based in Jogjoge, Montreal. They grew up in the Maritimes and they like to garden. In 2022, they released their first and second books, The Half Drowned and A House Unsettled. Sorry, I've got a cat. Primi Mohammed is a Nebula and Aurora Award-winning Indo-Caribbean scientist and speculative fiction author based in Edmonton, Alberta. She's an assistant editor at the short fiction audio venue Escape Pod and the author of the Beneath the Rising series of novels, as well as several novellas. Her short fiction has appeared in many venues, and she can be found on Twitter at Premisaurus and on her website, www.premimohammed.com. A.M. Delamonica's first novel, Indigo Springs, won the Sunburst Award for Canadian Literature of the Fantastic. Their fourth, A Daughter of No Nation, won the 2016 Prix Aurora. Alex has published over 40 short stories in Tor.com, Strange Horizons, Lightspeed, and elsewhere. They were the co-editor of Heiress of Rust 2016. Their most recent works are the solarpunk thrillers Game Changer and Dealbreaker, written as L.X. Beckett, which take place in a near future grappling with the 21st century carbon crisis. Alex is married to author Kelly Robson. The two made their outlaw wedding of 1989 legal in 2003. Charlie Jane Anders is the author of the Unstoppable trilogy, beginning with Victories Greater Than Death. The final book, Promises Stronger Than Darkness, comes out in April 2023. She's also the author of Never Say You Can't Survive, How to Get Through Hard Times by Making Up Stories, and the short story collection, Even Greater Mistakes. Our moderator for this discussion is Phoebe Wagner. Phoebe is a writer, academic, and co-editor of Sunvault, Stories of Solarpunk and Eco-Speculation, and Almanac for the Anthropocene, a compendium of solarpunk futures. She's a PhD candidate at the University of Nevada, Reno, while teaching creative writing at Lycoming College. She tweets as Phoebes_W. Take it away, Phoebe.
All right. Thank you for those wonderful set of introductions. And I'm so excited to be here and just so absolutely stoked for this panel. In a lot of ways, folks that have read my work or seen me on other panels, you all know that I'm really passionate about this subject. And we have such a great lineup that it feels like I'm just asking the questions that I want answers to, that I'm excited to hear responses to, and that I'm struggling with. So I'm really excited for this. Let's go ahead and jump right in. So writer and activist Adrienne Marie Brown, which if you're not familiar with her work, I highly recommend you check it out. She has said that we're in an imagination battle, and that imagination has already given us futures that have visions of oppression. So to our panelists, what do you feel is really necessary in writing about the future? How does writing about the future inspire, guide, or warn present audiences? And Charlie Jane, if you could take it away.
Yeah, I love that quote from Adrienne Marie Brown. It says so much. It actually really sums up a lot of what we're dealing with right now. I keep referring to it in my own mind as we're in the midst of a hostile narrative takeover in which people with a lot of money and a lot of social power are attempting to kind of put the rest of us in their kind of like imprison the rest of us in their terrible oppressive narrative. And that includes a vision of the future in which they basically, maintain some horrible grip on our imaginations, I guess. And so, when you think about it as a hostile narrative takeover, you have to kind of fight back. And I think that, there's this mode in speculative fiction of writing about the future that is sort of like, oh, I'm going to speculate about like, what's going to happen with nanotech and and what are the possible terrible things that could happen, but also I feel like there's a mode of speculation about the future that works really well during times of like peace and stability and relative like I don't want to say ease because it's never been easy for a lot of people. But during times like the time we're living in right now, when the stuff is really hitting the fan in a lot of different ways, and we are facing like, an ongoing fascist, assault, and there's an assault on trans people and people of color and other marginalized folks. I think that the job of speculating about the future is very different during such a time. And I think that that job is about offering hope and is about offering alternatives and is about showing how we survive and how we get through hard times. And I'm sort of personally less interested in like, but what if in the future everybody starts wearing shoes on their head? And I'm more like, how do we get to the future without like being squished, kind of? And so that's kind of what I want from stories about the future. And it's also what I try to do in my writing increasingly is offer hope and inspiration and just like different ways of being.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I think midst of the hostile narrative takeover, I think really sums up a lot of what we're working with now. Primi, would you mind going next?
Yeah, building on that, God, when I saw the title of this panel too, that was my first thought is, well, we may write stories for the future we think we need. There are lots of people who are writing stories for a future that looks very, very different from the one they think we need. And for them, they're like, well, this is the future that we need. Everybody thinks they're writing this needed future, and no one's thinking, well, who am I to say what the future is that we need? So when I thought about kind of what's necessary is like, how are we going to choose which messages we want to continue reinforcing? I think it's like Charlie Jane says, like, we are in the midst of a hostile narrative takeover. Like, I don't think there's a strict one-to-one, like, oh, I saw it in fiction, so I'm going to enact it in real life relationship. Otherwise, everyone who reads a horror book is going to become a serial killer or whatever. But people habituate to things really, really fast. And I think that repetition of message is something we need to be aware of. Like, that choice of what we're extrapolating from now to the future. Like when we think of those books written in kind of the 50s and 60s, right after everybody had seen the results of fascism, very, very, close up, very personally and right at hand, like Brave New World in 1984. And when people were like, what should we write about this now? What warning can we send? You'll notice the extrapolations are kind of into this, like, future of pleasant fascism, like Brave New World, or very unpleasant fascism, like 1984. And those tie into all the other choices made in the books. Like the political structure informs the technology and the organization of society and the roles of gender and family and reproduction and the role of work and capitalism and everything. So I think it may possibly be right now up to us to say, why not extrapolate something else? Why not try to generate curiosity instead of trying to write a warning? Why not say, like Charlie Jane says, why not try to imagine something that looks very different and open up those doors to try to nudge people through them?
Yeah, go ahead, Trin. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I feel like that was so well said. And I agree with what both of you have kind of like built off of each other, but to just add to it, I think a lot of the times when we're talking about building the futures we need, we're talking about building the presents we need. You know, like we're building the worlds that we feel like we need to inhabit presently that we can't necessarily wait for. But like in doing that, we're able to like kind of access this future or like this potential and like share that with others. Maybe one day we'll be able to collectively create something that's not so fascist and like difficult to live with. But yeah, we're not there yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alex, can you bring us home on this question?
Yes, I was thinking about what Charlie Jane said about how do we keep going and not get squished, and one of my answers is to write the part where we're not squished and where things are sort of recognizably better, and there are things about whatever world I'm writing in that aren't pie in the sky, aren't utopian, because I don't really believe in utopian, but are familiar enough to be comfortable and appealing enough to be desirable, and sort of set that as sort of a base setting, and then allude less in detail about how we got there, because what I'm sort of interested in is saying, if this was feasible, would you want it? And if so, how are you going to build it? How are we going to get from where we are now to there? Because I'm not capable of building that world by myself. I'm capable of imagining a version of it, and hopefully, in a perfect world, inspiring people to be interested in working towards that. So sometimes for me, it's like, see, post-capitalism doesn't necessarily have to be terrifying, or, oh, look, do we really need the nation-state system? And if not, what else could we have?
Yeah, and Alex, thinking about what you just brought up about like creating different versions and a version of it and how we need that multitude of versions, something I've been thinking about a lot right now is this idea of stories for the future we need has really been a call to action in science fiction and fantasy for decades, if not even longer. Yet at this point, we're finding ourselves dealing with the impacts of a continually worsening climate crisis, the latest rise of fascism, worsening human rights issues in the US. And that's not to say that there hasn't been progress in all these areas, but at the same time, I can't help but feel that we're leaning more towards Octavia Butler's parable, The Sower, than stepping forward towards Ursula K. Le Guin's ambiguous utopia, The Dispossessed. So what I've been wrestling with, and I'd love to hear from you all, is what is the purpose of writing these stories for the futures we need? But more importantly, do we need to investigate this call to action? Like, do we need to rethink what it looks like in the 21st century? And Alex, would you mind actually jumping in on this first?
Gosh, that's such a great question, because it sort of goes to like, do we have the resources to imagine futures, or do we need to just really, really grapple with the present? And as an artist, I want to say you do both at the same time, because that is the great thing about science fiction, as I think Primi mentioned, right? What we're writing about is the future, but it's so much about what we're not getting out of the present day. I think I'm glad when I glance here, it's to look at your question, which you thoughtfully provided. I feel like the call to action has changed, but being in the middle of it, sometimes it's hard to know exactly how. I've been writing stories that in one way or another were radical environmental parables since probably the 80s. And of course, everything's just gotten more and more urgent since then. And I feel like the stories I was writing a couple decades ago aren't enough and don't hit hard enough and don't address the now. But when I say that, it's like, well, of course, that's obvious. The problem felt different before. So I guess my real answer would be we write to the problem we see in front of us. We write to the circumstances that we have right in front of us.
Yeah, totally. I completely agree. I think kind of the only way to engage with this like world ending fear is like recognizing that the world is always ending. And yeah, for me at least, like knowing that the world has ended before for my people, my ancestors, and like people in my lives, and we've kept going is like really hopeful, and what I try to focus on. But I think, yeah, like the increasing extremes under capitalism and swinging back and forth between these like intensifications of conservatism and liberalism is just like so intense and so hard to reckon with, I feel like. And it's like so bleak and violent on the daily. So I try to like see how we can inhabit more than one world within a world at once, like have this utopia for some people, but also have this dystopia for others, and then kind of like the vice versa of like what's better or worse depending on what your positionality is, and see how those two things interact.
Yeah, absolutely. And Charlie, what are you thinking about, Charlie Jane?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not sure I entirely believe in utopia as a concept. I feel like it's kind of a weirdly problematic concept in a lot of ways. And if you look at what the actual original, you know, utopia, Moore's utopia is, it's pretty messed up. It's a pretty messed up world. So I don't know. I think that, you know, there's hopeful or kind of positive visions of the future that are just like, we're gonna like have flying, you know, buffalo that carry us around, and we're gonna eat ice cream all the time and stuff. There's also just like the more specific, like kind of what Alex was talking about of like, we're gonna get through these problems that are right in front of us right now, that are, you know, we're going to actually not be destroyed by climate change. We're going to actually not be overwhelmed by fascism. And I think those are both valuable in different ways. And I think that they often go hand in hand, but there's like a kind of a tug of war between them often. I'm not, you know, as somebody who's reading a lot of books right now, I'm less interested in somebody writing the futures that they think we need, like whatever value of we you want to say, and more interested in someone writing the future that speaks to them personally. And like, I feel like the futures that have actually made me really inspired and excited and energized have been the ones where I can just tell that the person who wrote this is really grappling with their own personal demons, but they're also their personal dreams and aspirations. And, you know, the best stories are often rooted in the individual and the personal and the kind of what you personally dream of and fear, your hopes and fears and everything. And I feel like I want to see the stories that are your hopeful, your positive futures, and see what I can see of myself in them. I don't know if that answers the question or not, but I was trying to kind of do what you called for and interrogate the question of like, we mean when we say the futures we need.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Charlie Jane. And Primi, what are some of your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I kind of did the same thing. I sat there and interrogated the question, and I was like, "What? This is a huge question. What are we being asked? What do we think a story can do? What do we think the purpose of a piece of fiction is? What's the job of a story?" And then I had to go like hide under my desk for a bit because I had asked too big of a question, and I gave myself another existential crisis. But like, what's the purpose of any story? Is that something we need to leave up to the reader? And are we writing these stories as messages or as like a morality play from like the 1800s? I hope not. But I also think if we're showing people strictly futures that are hopeless or empty or bleak or full of despair, that doesn't really, I think, motivate them right now to work towards a better one. And I think possibly the incremental drip, drip, drip of 1,000 messages of the future is going to be uniformly bad does have an effect on the psyche of the population as a whole. With that said, I think I'm guilty of having written loads of stuff strictly because I thought it sounded like an interesting premise. I'm working on a short story right now where America has turned into this futuristic theocratic dystopia, and I'm like, I'm rereading it. I'm like, is it clear enough that I'm presenting this as a bad thing? Like, we know in this kid's story that the state is the enemy, right? But I'm not saying that that's the future I want, but is writing the story saying that that's the future I want? Like, I wish we could just sort of pre-vet our readers. But the thing about writing anything is that people are going to take the messages from it that they want and not take the messages from it that they don't want. Like in my post-apocalyptic climate novella, The Annual Migration of Clouds, after it was published, I literally had people messaging me to say, oh, so, you know, you've written this climate disaster book. Does that mean you hate oil and gas? Do you hate Alberta oil and gas? Is that what you want? Do you want us to all starve? And I was like, delete. Sir, I don't know how to respond to that. That is a message that I was not intending. But people get what they get. So in the end, I don't know, does our purpose matter? Does our intent matter? I hope it does, but
Yeah, absolutely. And that's like what I'm constantly struggling with as well. And I love how you put it about like, are we writing these stories as messages or not? And that's just, yeah, a lot of food for thought. So I actually want to talk a little bit. Trin sort of mentioned that some of these ideas are hard to reckon with, right? And I kind of want to talk about how popular SFF narratives sometimes simplify struggle, and a lot of the struggles that we're engaging with in the act of telling a sweeping story. And so in particular, I'm thinking about the Star Wars movies. So I think we've just seen a great response to this idea in Andor, which I really, really love, but that's for another panel. So as social justice and environmental issues continue to be understood as really entangled and overlapping and, you know, mixed together and interconnected, how can science fiction and fantasy continue to expand beyond the history of the individual white male hero that we so often see to tell stories that are intricate, where there is no easy or complete ending? And Charlie Jane, would you mind kicking us off?
Yeah, I mean, this is something I've thought about a lot. It's something that I'm dealing with a lot in my young adult books, which are very much about like a character who sort of thinks that she's gonna save everybody, but then she kind of realizes that actually what she should be doing instead of trying to be like the savior or trying to be like the hero of the story is find people that she can, you know, join together with. And like by the third book, she's actually really thinking hard about like how to build alliances and how to like build connections with like lots and lots of different people, and how to kind of deconstruct the kind of standard framework of how a lot of these stories work. Like there's a whole thing and like anyway, I don't want to rat hole about that, but like there's a whole thing about the deconstructing the idea of a universal translator. And do we actually really understand what other people are saying? And can we possibly like accept that we don't really understand what people from other worlds are really saying to us just because we have a translator that makes it seem like we understand them? It's sort of something that I'm obsessed with in general. I'm definitely very big, I'm a big fan of kind of stories that show in different ways collective struggle and people, you know, rather than like the heroic individual who strikes a blow. And also the idea that there's like one bad guy, and if you get rid of that one bad guy, you know, everything is just solved, which is never how things work in real life, unfortunately. You know, I want to shout out my partner Annalee's book, The Future of Our Timeline, which is very much all about collective struggle and also all about how defeating one bad guy doesn't get you anywhere. You have to, it's about systemic change, and it's about like change across the centuries with like tons and tons of people. And like your real allies are not going to be like heroic fighters. They're going to be belly dancers who like can, you know, create like a belly dancing protest. And like it's like a whole like it's actually very rooted in the actual history of feminist struggle, so highly recommend that. But yeah, anyway, I think that the more we can see collective struggle and the more messy these stories can be, like you talk about stories that don't have a clear-cut ending, the more messy and kind of complicated and not clear-cut these stories can be, the better. And obviously that cuts against the natural heroic narrative idea, but I think it's definitely a better way to go for sure.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And like thinking about the bad guy, one bad guy doesn't get you anywhere. Like I've been thinking about that so much. So Primi, do you want to respond to that?
yes, God, I cannot possibly say it better than that. But this is also something that was coming up in this morning's panels, both about world building and about sort of cozy slice of life fantasy, and why we even have a term for that when that's like the vast majority of lit fic, which is not action oriented, but is emotion and character and relationship oriented. And I started thinking, is this the way out? Is this the way through or around that kind of Luke Skywalker type mythos? Like, can we take the sort of Joseph Campbell heroic cycle monomyth and make it collective and change the identities of the people involved? And can we say, you know, let's show the difficulties and the obstacles and the conflicting access needs and how they interact with each other, and show that these people don't have to be perfect, that they can be flawed in multiple ways, still be the heroes, still be brave, and also drag all of fiction away from this constant narrative push for character agency at every plot point, at every decision point. Like, sometimes people truly have events happen to them. Sometimes people do have plot happen to them. And that is a million times more likely to happen if you are not the straight white male hero with money and an education. You know, that's very common for people, and for women and queer people and poor people and disabled people, the displaced, the imprisoned. Like, let's have more narratives where we show things happening that remove people's agency, and let's show how people cope with that. Do we cope with it by creating community? Do we cope with it internally? How do we manage the trauma around that? Let's normalize letting people read about and sympathize with those kind of characters specifically, and let's train people's minds away from that single narrative, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been thinking a lot about the rise of cozy fantasy and sci-fi too, and how that has to be a response to the current moment we're sort of in, and how interesting that is. So, Alex, what are you thinking about?
Well, the hero's journey, as Joseph Campbell aggregated it and expressed it, and which is so gratifying in a lot of cinema, especially, and in novels, is something we're really into, but it's a trend like any other trend, and it's also presented very much in the West and in the English-speaking world as the only way to tell a story. But there are billions of other story traditions, and it's not even that we all have to invent a whole new wheel. I watch a lot of media from South Korea, and most of it is built on a 4-act structure instead of a 3-act structure. And though those stories almost always have someone who is sort of arguably the main character, the most important thing about their journey is usually the journey they go on with their community. They start with a broken community, and the best ones, at least the ones I've really liked, end with the community reconfigured in a way where everyone has had a chance to heal. And the people that we would see as much more binary villains in Western fiction, it's surprising how often they are managed to reclaim a place in the community that is valid and doesn't feel wrong. And it just really highlights for me as I watch these things how monolithic that single guy story, which I rarely consume and don't write, had become for a while. But I feel as we open up publishing and more people get to tell their stories, that we're seeing more of that. Because I'm a queer person who's always lived in some version of a queer community, like all of my books have always sort of had multiple protagonist structures, and I'm just going further and further down that hole the longer I live. So I'm trying now to keep some of my books to under 13 point of view characters, and hating myself a little bit as I go because it's very complicated. But we live in a complicated time, and people are ready for complicated stories.
Yeah, absolutely. And Trin, any final thoughts on this idea?
Yeah, I think most of you have said like everything that was on my mind. Having more community focused narratives, having more multi perspective narratives, and like another thing I had was thinking collaboratively more, like working on stories with other people in your community, or working on projects with other people in your community, so that the stories are actually reflective of more than one perspective and like more than one creative outlet. Because we see the artist so much as like this lone genius who's just like in their room writing stuff, but we're always collaborating with people. I will never stop talking about that. But the thing that I feel like we haven't talked about at all is just like practically to pay us. Like pay us to make work, pay us a living wage, and those stories will just naturally come about because people will actually have the time and energy and ability to work on the things that are interesting, and not just like a singular monomythical story.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that is just so important is once there's the funds, how that can just open up doors to so many different creative endeavors. So, but you all have done my work for me and I really want to start talking about craft actually. So from a craft perspective, we know that the impacts of climate change, colonialism, white supremacy are really difficult to lay down in a short story or even a novel or even a series. They're so interconnected and so multidimensional. So how do we, from a craft perspective, overcome the limitations, particularly of common writing advice? I'm being like chased by the sunlight here. How do we overcome the limitations of like this kind of writing advice when we see these sweeping stories? So like the hero's journey, even the basics like show, don't tell. There's been so much great discussion and articles and on Twitter about this. So from a practical perspective, how do we discuss these ideas? I'm thinking in particular about time. That's one I'm really trying to engage with in my work. And how do we tell these stories that take place over such long time periods when that's not oftentimes discussed in writing advice? You know, that's not the advice. The idea is to not try and cover 300 years. So Primi, I was wondering if you could actually jump in on this one first.
Yeah, God, this is a really tough one. And for me, it's a tough one because this isn't something I've engaged with a lot in my own writing. And I'm hard pressed also to think of examples, particularly in genre, where I feel like this is covered in a kind of way that appeals to me, which isn't to say that the Dune series doesn't do it a lot. They're like, you know, the next page you flip it over and it's like, oh, 1,000 years later. You're like, oh, well, that was easy. Like, but we are so used to, like we've been saying, we're so used to individual stories where we start at the start and we track the character development and plot events of a single character or a group of characters. You know, like we get very attached to Sam and Frodo in Lord of the Rings. We want to see them succeed. We watch their whole story. We watch Aragorn's whole story. We watch Gandalf's whole story and, you know, Merry and Pippin's whole story. But again, it's just a bunch of individualized stories being told in parallel in a fairly short time frame. And like, I guess one way would be to kind of do the family saga thing where you go from one generation to the next generation. But I usually don't like those books because I do get attached to one set of characters. And then when you start with the next generation, I'm like, no, I like the other guys more. Can we talk about them? But their story is done. So I think the answer is probably going to be something like, well, you know, let's get away from that strict individual linearity. And I'm talking about this in tomorrow's workshop as well, because I fell down a really deep narrative structure rabbit hole and it took me like weeks to claw back out. But, you know, let's explore different story structures. Let's tell stories within stories or otherwise nest or expand them to show the context or the history or the future, or tell parallel stories, or, you know, embed stories inside other stories. Nick Harkaway's book Gnomon strikes me as a really good example that covers an enormous amount of history in kind of a very graceful way. And I was like, I'm going to make a note of this in case I need to imitate this later, because this is hard to do without doing the Dune thing. Like, this character's story stops here, and then a millennium later, let's pick up with a new character. Oh, guess what? They're still in the desert.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the struggle, right? Trin, you were already starting to think about this. So what thoughts do you have?
Yeah, I think asking a lot of questions is where I usually start and also continue to. But thinking about our own journeys or journeys of those close to us and like considering, are they linear or have they kind of like ebbed and flowed and spiraled in on themselves? Is the pacing traditional, like in your story, but also like in life? I feel like I look to real life a lot for this, of being like, oh, what are the moments that we like don't depict in science fiction stories usually, or don't depict in genre stories as well? Like, are our perspectives individual or do they overlap? Like, not everyone experiences a single perspective, or like some people experience multiple versions of themselves over time and stuff like that. And how am I using narrative building in my own life to like create the stories about the people around me or about myself? But like also in terms of other sort of like classic advice, I feel like the write what you know thing really comes into play as well, of being like, okay, if you're writing what you know, for most people, that's probably, or for most white people, that's probably like a good thing to do, because you're not like going to be appropriating other people's cultures and stuff. But it is also important to write what you don't know and like move towards that uneasiness of like what you don't understand in order to interrogate that and like kind of get to a deeper sense of the question. Like, I think that's like kind of what speculative fiction is at heart.
Yeah, Write What You Know is such an interesting one, and one I talk to a lot with about my students, because I think there's so many different approaches to it. But I think you're right. Like you have to be thoughtful of that. You know, you can still cause harm without intending to, right? So yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up. Charlie Jane, what are you thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's really interesting to think about like stories that occupy a larger sweep of time or like more perspectives. I liked what Alex before about writing novels that have like 13 POVs or whatever. I feel like I've seen a lot of that recently, like where there's just a million POV characters, like Blackfish City by Sam J. Miller, Goliath by Tochi Onyebuchi. Both feel like they are just like the place is like a character because there's so many characters who have points of view in the story. Yeah, I mean, I think there are ways to do stories that have a huge sweep of time. I feel like a lot of people have done some version of like the Cloud Atlas thing, where it's like interlocking stories that take place 300 years ago and close to the present, and then 300 years in the future. And like, I feel like that's a structure that's been done a lot lately, and it can work incredibly well. It also sometimes can just feel kind of scattered. I mean, I'm just going to say that for me personally, as a writer and also as a reader, I'm interested in stories that actually capture human experience. I haven't lived for hundreds of years. I know that, you know, that's a shocking revelation, but I've only lived like a normal, quote unquote, whatever. I've only lived like, you know, a finite amount of time. And I relate to stories that kind of are contained within one lifetime because I feel like it's really hard to see outside of one lifetime. I don't have the experience of like being like, oh yes, 200 years ago we were doing this, and oh yes, I can see that 200 years from now I'll still be around and I'll be doing this. I don't have any, like, my connection to 50 years ago and my connection to 50 years from now are both super tenuous and super like not really personal to me. They're sort of, there are things that don't affect me personally, but I care about them because I care about humans as a species. So I think that I relate to stories that are contained within a human lifespan, and I do love stories that follow someone from like childhood to old age. Doris Lessing does that in her giant book series, Children of Violence. I just read a book that comes out soon, The Light Pirate, which does that really well. I love a story. I think Samuel Delaney did that in Through the Valley of the Nest of Spiders. I'm into a story that spans decades and decades through like one person or one group of people's lifespans. I think that that's something that speaks to me. I don't personally connect that much to stories that span centuries unless they're just like, unless they're the kind of thing Premi was talking about, where it's like generational and there's just like different characters, and like each time there's a new character that you get invested in, that's then it's almost like a linked set of short stories in a way. It doesn't feel as much like, you know, and obviously that can be done really well. But I don't know. I like stories that kind of encapsulate a lifetime because that's all any of us really gets.
Yeah, and I feel like those are even sort of rare these days. You know, we see slivers of someone's life, not the whole, you know, not a whole expansive view. So I think that even that can show the change in a community in such interesting ways. Alex, you are already sort of talking about this when you're talking about point of view, which I loved your comment on point of view. So what thoughts do you have on this?
My best trick for a long sweep of time, and I'm hesitant to call it a trick, but that's how I think of it, is the thing where you have a big storyline set in a period, and then you dip into the past in some ways. A lot of writing instructors are very prescriptive against flashbacks, and I don't quite get it. I love a good flashback, but often my stories sort of spill outside of the boundaries of one book or even one trilogy. And one example is my Hidden Sea Tales, Child of Hidden Sea. The plot really kicks off when someone is murdered, and that journey sort of proceeds, and it goes for 3 books. But I have a series of short stories, most of which were on Tor.com, about that murder victim in her middle age, when she's just sort of coming into the height of her powers as a diplomat, and she has lived her whole life knowing that she was destined to be murdered. And her life was shaped by that and by her parents' attempts to sort of forestall that destiny, and she's sort of run into the teeth of it by going into the foreign service. So I get to have these nice pieces about this really great woman who I thoughtlessly slaughter at the beginning of the novel that kicks off the trilogy. And almost all of my book series have tie-in stories where I was like, oh, there was this little pocket of something interesting 50 years earlier, and I really want to explore that. So I'm going to go write a thing about that. And that just gives readers more opportunities to kind of see whichever piece of the puzzle they're interested in.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that point about tie-in stories. I feel like that's becoming more and more common, at least from what I'm seeing. And it just gives us an opportunity to explore in different ways. So I really love that. So we can talk about storytelling and the craft of storytelling all we want, but something I've been thinking about a lot too is how do we get these stories into the hands of readers? So how does publishing play a role in the stories for the future we need? Are the profit-driven aims of publishing at odds with these stories, especially those that are presenting these necessary futures? And Trin, would you mind starting us off?
Yeah, I'm happy to start us off. I have a lot of thoughts on this. 100% publishing is at odds with stories that are presenting necessary futures. Like I was saying earlier, just like the base model of advances to earning out royalties is not sustainable for like 99% of the population, and probably less for those who are like living under axes of oppression. And even within publishing, I think the only people who are making any money from publishing are like mega conglomerates like PRH, and indies are mostly just trying to break even. And then on top of that, the like pace of content creation is so fast and like so dependent on ad revenue. It's really, really hard to actually focus on what is important about writing stories for the futures that we want or need. Because it's, for me, it's so like disheartening to see people being like, rate my book on Goodreads or else I won't get another book. I'm like, why do we live in this world where you have to like rate someone's book and it's like a meritocracy, and then they get another book deal for whatever reason when that book has like had more money put into it than like 99% of other books. Anyway, and I feel like the books that are getting the money are obviously going to fit into the ideology of states and corporations in a way that like maybe work that explores the world outside of those like priorities might not get to. So those are just some of my thoughts on how publishing like inhibits stories that are presenting necessary features.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've wrapped up the struggle very succinctly. So, but Charlie Jane, what are you thinking about, or what have you experienced in with this kind of struggle?
Yeah, I mean, I think that when it comes to this kind of thing, like what kind of stories are being represented and what kind of stories are getting into the hands of readers, I definitely think the publishing industry has a lot of issues. The publishing industry is largely white. Like there's mostly white cis people working in publishing, and a lot of them are lovely, wonderful people, but they'll be the first to admit that they don't have, the perspectives and experiences that they would need to have to publish a lot of stuff that's actually, more inclusive and more kind of meeting the moment that we're in. I also think that publishing is very invested in categories right now. And if you want to do a novel that starts with your main character as a child, like I was talking about before, and goes into old age, you're going to run into what I ran into with The Birds in the Sky, where like starting off with your character as a kid, or your characters as kids, everybody like, well, I don't understand. This reads like a middle grade, and then it reads YA, it reads like an adult novel, and we don't know how to market this because those are different marketing categories. And that's a relatively recent thing, that things are quite that segmented. There's always been young adult and middle grade literature, but it didn't used to be quite so rigid. And, it used to be like you could publish an adult novel with some characters who are kids or characters who start out as kids, and nobody would be like, but this now has to have this other label. I think it's like things have gotten very, just overly segmented in terms of like marketing categories. And I don't think that's entirely the fault of publishers. I think readers also encourage that. I think that there are entire communities out there that are designed or that are kind of built around, we are YA Twitter, we are YA whatever. And like, we don't understand that anything that doesn't fit into what we consider to be YA. And so similar for middle grade, similar for like, all sorts of other categories that are very prevalent in publishing. I just saw someone in the Discord saying a lot of horror authors don't think of themselves as horror authors. That's just the category they've been kind of jammed into. And I know I've known some horror authors who would say that. I think that, I don't know if there's a really easy solution to that. I think books that kind of defy these categories often either don't find an audience or break out and find a huge audience, but it's about like people being willing to like look for books that don't neatly fit into exactly the box that they're looking for. And, people like books that are familiar and comfortable. They like comfort reads. And I'm not going to say that they should be, thrown into a burning pit of tar or whatever because they like comfort reads. Like people should read what they want. I think that we often complain about the publishing industry when the publishing industry to some extent is partially constrained by the demands of readers. And I think that's something I just want to throw out there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's a great point. Alex, what about you?
Gosh, what did I want to say? When we're still on time scale, right, and multiple generations, and
we're thinking about publishing.
Oh, where I think.
Yep.
Okay,
sorry.
Would
you like a moment to gather your thoughts, and maybe Primi can jump in?
No, that's okay. I just need to glance. Actually, yes.
Primi, would you mind?
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know that I have much to add. Like, as a newbie author who literally debuted in March 2020, straight into the pandemic, I just keep thinking, my experience has been that if we do want diverse viewpoints and diverse story structures and diverse books, these are the people that publishing is likely to pay the least. And these are the books that they're least likely to promote. These are the books that are, if they're acquired, they're kept as like kind of a dirty little secret, because what publishers really want is kind of like what Charlie Jane was talking about. They want books that look very, very similar, but not exactly like previous books that have made a ton of money. And readers want books that look very, very similar, but not identical to books that they've read and liked before. So that's how you end up with like these 18 book series, and readers are like, more and more. I want more than 18 books. I want all of these books, and I want them to be almost identical. Like, yeah, readers and big publishers alike are very, very risk averse. They want things to fit into a neat little box. If there are those of us out there that are trying to write stuff outside of that box, we're going to have to acknowledge that it's going to be with a small press, or we're going to have to self-publish, or, I'm going to have to spend hundreds of hours knocking myself out writing a novel that doesn't fit into their neat little box and get like $5,000 for it. Why would I bother? And I think if there's enough of us going, not only why would I bother, but I can't afford to bother. Whereas if I wrote a very, very commercial book containing the kind of black and white, good guy, bad guy, super bad dystopia, super nice utopia that publishing is asking me for, that the big editors are asking me for, I could make a lot more money doing that. Maybe I should do that. So yeah, there's a lot of factors at play here, I think. I just want to put in a plug, though, to really encourage people to support small presses that are taking big risks on interesting books, and books that the very big publishers would not touch with a 10-foot pole.
Absolutely. And Alex, any final thoughts on publishing?
Yes, I was so busy listening to what Charlie Jane had said that I forgot what I had been going to say. I've been, in some ways, phenomenally successful compared to most of my peers. I've had 7 books out with the same major publisher, which means I've managed to sell again in some ways 6 times, and I know lots of people who would give their eye teeth for that career. And I've been marginally unsuccessful in that my queer, usually poly, usually amorphous ending thrillers have not reached a massive audience, and that push pull has always been exactly what we're all talking about with publishing, where the thing that they want to produce is one thing, the thing that they want to support is another. And we're in such an odd position because there are always people who would be only too happy to sort of step in and write those things that are desired by the market. It's not as though we can declare a science fiction novelist writer strike and suddenly there will be no science fiction novels unless they kind of change their ways. Like, there's always going to be someone to step into the gap. And it's not just writers, right? Like, editors are horrifically underpaid. And yet there's always someone who desperately wants to get in on publishing because it is a wonderful industry, and to be able to tell stories is amazing. And so there's this romance associated with it that causes people to be okay with being underpaid in some ways. But as the entire time I've been in publishing, there have been writers saying how terrible it was. And I've always tried to keep in mind that, like, we're always saying how terrible it is. And the fact is that we have more outlets now than we did. And the requirements for content creators are kind of grueling, but they weren't even options when I started writing fiction. And I'm really grateful to have options like small presses and self-publishing. And for collaboration to be not limited to people I can take a bus to visit in my home city. It's remarkable. So there are ways in which I'm optimistic about it, even though so many things are really hard.
Yes, thank you for landing on that note of optimism. So we have some questions in the chat. And one that's sticking out to me that was sort of actually a spin on a question I had hoped to ask was, I'm curious, compared to previous centuries, is a book no longer an individual creation, but something like a communal product, like a film crew, more than a director or auteur? And hopefully the questioner won't mind, but just to expand on this a little bit, one of the things that I noticed with my own solar punk writing is that solar punk anthologies work really well. That communal and voice coming together works really well. And we just saw Andor, a really like anti-fascist television show, come out through Disney of all places. And, you know, a television show has that communal writer's room. So I'm curious, with this questioner, you know, is this something that maybe will be shifting, or are books already moving in that direction where there's more of a communal aspect to them? What do you all think? Alex,
I've worked in theater a lot, and it still feels different. That when I write a play, which I got to do recently, I co-wrote it with my wife Kelly Robson with Amal El Motar. It had all of the collaborative things I remember from theater still in place, and all of the very sort of circumscribed rules for everyone. And when I write a book, it is still more, so far, I've written this thing, and now this amazing team is going to push it the rest of the way. There's a somewhat more unity of vision in the initial creative stage that feels different to me than theater.
Yeah, I think theater is a good comparison in that sense and how it feels different. But other thoughts on this?
I'll go. I think the way that we like teach writing kind of lends itself to not considering why or where we get the ideas that we get, or like who or what we're collaborating with, and like how those experiences allow us to write what we're writing. Like not only in terms of like the editing process, but in terms of the creation process. Like I consider the environments that I'm writing in to be collaborators with me as well, because they're what is like permitting me to experience the things that are making it into my work. So I think expanding our conception of what collaboration is, and like being more aware of how we collaborate with not only like our peers and our editors or our publishers, but also with like non-sentient things that surround us is really important to me. I don't know if that resonates with anyone else though.
Oh yeah, I know that totally resonates with me, at least. Like, you know, every place that I've lived has shaped my writing in such different ways. And that's something I teach my students too, is that, you know, the isolated lone writer is not a thing. Like, even if you're just thinking about where you are and how that's influencing you. So yeah, I totally relate to that trend. Any other thoughts on this before we have a couple other questions, but. All right, then let's go ahead and move on to, we have time for one more question. So one that I was thinking about, so with how much sci-fi is using concepts for the 20th century, like the universal translator that was mentioned earlier, or even just utopia, do you think that traditions from the last century hinder current books, or perhaps could hold ideas for solutions? So what are you all thinking about?
Oh man, that's a tough question. I mean, I feel like the 20th century still shapes so much of how we think about, you know, technology and the future and society. And like there's, I mean, you know, just stuff like the nuclear family, which was really this invention of like the mid 20th century, is now this thing that like we can't even, like it's you have to really fight to be able to like see alternatives to the nuclear family like in pop culture, and to like imagine it as like a viable thing, like what Alex was saying about writing poly characters and writing characters with non-traditional families. It's something that's still very marginal. I think that, you know, I think that we really need to, yeah, start kind of, I think we need to, there are like big heroic narratives from the 20th century that are sort of hanging about, and we need to kind of start banishing them a little bit. And, you know, eventually all these like 20th century superheroes and 20th century space operas will start fading into the past, and we can start to see new things that are radically different. I don't know when or how that's going to happen. It's possible that like it's going to take another generation before we can really just close the book on the 20th century. But it's something that I spend a lot of time thinking about, like what happens after all of this 20th century stuff is finally out of our system. I think it might be 20 years from now before we really see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Primi.
Oh, sorry. No, I was going to say, A, that's all completely true. And the other thing I keep thinking about is kind of the pace of change in the 20th century. Like someone writing a book in like 1860 was probably, going to assume that, you know, life in 1890 would look fairly similar, you know, 30 years from now. But I even think of things like the development of, you know, human flight. Within 30 years, like you go from having this little rickety thing to people crossing oceans with it. And is that something that somebody could have predicted at the start of this period? Please don't chew on the cables. This is why I was trying to use earbuds before. You know, and you know, the pace of change for things like smartphones or the internet is something going to happen in 5 years that we couldn't have predicted 5 years ago, that is going to make all of these trends go like this, asymptotic, instead of like a slow linear incremental change that can be predicted. So I think whatever we guess now for sci-fi is going to be just as much of a joke to people in the future as people writing in the 1920s about what they thought life in 2020 was going to look like. You know, those magazine illustrations with ridiculously dressed people pointing at like flying cars and airships and stuff. And they're like, wow, look at that extremely advanced airship. That kind of thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. We got like 1 more minute. So would anyone want to jump in with a quick response to this question? Alex or Trin?
I have moments when, especially when, as people will sometimes say, oh, we're only imagining the present. We're not really imagining the future. We're all like, I'll try really hard to imagine the future. I'll get panicked that I don't know how to do it. And I'll like just practically blow out one of my eyeballs in terror. And then I think, you know what? You can only work with what you have around you. I'm often correct when I sort of say, oh, I think this will happen in 20 years and just chill. But I feel like there's a wall and I can't see beyond it. And it's the wall Primi's talking about right now of I don't know what the game-changing, life-altering, paradigm-shifting thing will be. And of course, I can't know that. I'm not psychic, so yet. I'm not psychic yet.
Yeah, Trin, any final thoughts as we close out our panel?
I guess just like keeping in mind that centuries aren't like actually real. I mean, like they're real in terms of how we keep track of time, but they're not actually how time moves. So what happened like 10, 20, 30 years ago might fit better into like either a previous period or a future period. Like I feel like now we're kind of in a different period than we were 5 years ago. Like even though the 20th century ended like 23 years ago almost. So I think just keeping in mind that those time measurements are a construct and eras kind of last as long as they want to.
Yeah, that is a perfect way, I think, to end this panel. So thank you all so much for your wonderful points. I'm so excited to just keep thinking about this, and I'll pass it back over.
Thanks so much to our guests for a really lovely and engaging and thought-provoking discussion about stories and futures. And thank you to all of you for attending. Feel free to continue the discussions in our Discord. If you'd like to purchase any of our guests' books, please check out Another Story Bookshop, where you can get a 10% discount with code AugurCon 2022. There's a link to purchase books in the description box below. We've also launched Augur Magazine issue 5.2, featuring fiction and poetry from a number of amazing creators. Check out Augur's website to receive 25% off purchase of the newest issue for this weekend. Our next panel is Cultivating an Empathetic Author-Editor Relationship, and will start at 5:00 p.m. EST. See you soon, and enjoy the con. Good afternoon, everyone. We're so happy you can join us. This panel is called Cultivating an Empathetic Author-Editor Relationship and will run from 5 o'clock p.m. EST to 6 o'clock p.m. EST. If you have any questions for our guests during the discussion today, please use the YouTube chat on the right-hand side and make sure to write the word question in all caps before you ask your question so I can distinguish them from other comments. Just know that due to time restrictions, we might not be able to get to every question, but we still value your enthusiasm and engagement in our conversations. We also have a Discord where we invite you to discuss our panels with your fellow attendees, or even just leave a note about what you're looking forward to throughout the day. Technical support questions can be directed to the Info and Tech Support channel in Discord. This event contains live transcription. Thank you to AI Media for your support in meeting our accessibility needs. If you would like to read the live transcription of the event as the discussion progresses, there's a link in the description box which you can click. Before we begin, I'd like to thank our bookseller, Another Story Bookshop. If you would like to purchase any of our AugurCon panelists' books, you can enjoy a 10% discount with code AugurCon 2022. There's a link to buy our panelists' books in the description box as well. Now, please join me in welcoming our guests. Alexandra Hill is a Polish-Canadian SFFH writer with stories published or forthcoming in Writer's Digest, the BSFA Fiction Anthology 2, and Uncharted. She's also the founder and EIC of Choreo, a magazine of speculative fiction by immigrant and diaspora writers. She's currently pursuing an MFA in fiction and nonfiction writing at the New School. She's also an alumna of the Odyssey Writers Workshop. Jenny Ferguson is Métis on her father's side and Canadian settler on her mother's side. An activist, a feminist, an auntie, and an accomplice armed with a PhD in English and creative writing. She believes writing, teaching, editing, and beating are political acts. She's represented by Patricia Nelson at the Marcel Lyon Literary Agency. Formerly, Jenny has edited for This Magazine and Carte Blanche. Shalene Knight is the author of 3 books. She's currently working on a commissioned book of Black self-love and joy forthcoming with HarperCollins in 2023. Shalene is the founder of Breathing Space Creative Literary Studio and represents a boutique list of clients as a literary agent at the Transatlantic Agency. Our moderator for this panel is Avi Silver. Avi is a speculative fiction writer, Seoni Cycle, a poet, and the co-editor-in-chief of Augur magazine. Find their short fiction in Common Bonds, an aromantic speculative anthology, and Nothing Without Us too. Their poetry has been published in Strange Horizons and Uncanny magazine. In 2018, they co-founded the Shale Project, an award-winning indie arts collective, and have not stopped world building since. Their poem, The Captain Flies, was an honorable mention for the 2022 Riesling Awards. They are currently working on their first full-length book of poetry, funded by the Canada Council for the Arts. Take it away, Avi.
Hey there, thank you all so much for being here. I'm super, super excited to talk to you all and hear what your brilliant minds have to say. So I think I'm just gonna kind of dive right in by asking a little bit about empathy itself. So because this panel is framing empathy, I consider it's often viewed, I think, as a soft skill, but it's also something that's learned. So based on your different experiences sort of outside of the publishing world, whether it be previous careers, lived experience, et cetera, I'm curious what are those skills you've brought into your editorial career to work on empathetic author and editor relationships. And Shalene, did you want to start us off?
Sure. How's my audio? Can you folks hear me?
Great.
Yeah, I love this question. I think a lot about this as someone who focuses on author care. Like that is pretty much everything that I do. And so wellness, author care, all of these different things are really important to me and how I show up in the work that I do. So I take a really holistic approach to editing. I think deeply about communication strategies. I think about the body and how our unique abilities play into the creative process. I look at how to incorporate feedback through mindset work. And I'm also certified in mindfulness-based stress reduction. So I like to share tips on responding versus reacting. And so the toolbox is lush. And it's almost limitless when we look at editing from that lens. So when I'm working as an editor, I pull from my author care programs, I pull from my coaching resources, and I even look at non-traditional ways of, I guess, using language. And so sometimes the publishing jargon can be heavy for folks. So I try to eliminate that and just create, I guess, a different kind of bridge for the writer to walk across from this draft to the next draft. So that's my approach. And that's what I like to focus on when I'm working with writers.
Absolutely. No, I love that. Jen, did you want to dive in?
Sure. So I think that there are two experiences that I've sort of brought with me to editing and brought with me to life. And here's Nixon, who has to have his face in front of the camera. So I have a PhD in English and creative writing. I am also a teacher. That's my day job. I teach at Coe College in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and I teach fiction writing. So I've had a lot of good teachers and I've had a lot of bad teachers. And I think one of the skills that you need as an editor is a way to break down how different terms work or how different craft problems intersect with each other. And if you are a thoughtful teacher and an empathetic teacher, this is something you have to learn how to do for almost everything you run into in your life. I find that I'm that person out in the world too, right? When I see someone struggling with something, I'll be like, hey, do you want me to step in? Can I help you here? Can I break it down? And I'll ask, does that make sense? Or do you understand? A lot. And some people code that as like not useful language, but it's really, really useful language in trying to make sure that we're communicating. That's really difficult. Maybe the other thing that I'll briefly say something about is I worked for Katimovic as a project leader ages and ages and ages ago. And the sort of 6 months I spent living in a house with 11, 17 to 21-year-olds, and I was their sort of like house mom at 24, taught me a lot about about people and how we all have different worldviews and we all approach problems differently and we all approach learning differently. So that experience was something that reminded me, not everyone thinks the way I do. And if not everyone thinks the way I do, not everyone is going to like navigate a solution to a problem the same way. And that helped me. I think that helps me be a better editor.
I love that. I love that. Alexandra, what about you?
So I love this question because my entire experience before writing and editing was the exact opposite. I was raised by like the very stereotypical like immigrant mother of like nothing is ever good enough, right? 98% on a math test, like why not 100? And so there was never room for like anything less than perfection. Sorry, I hear my puppy snuffling at the door. Deeply distracting. And then I went and got a PhD as well, but in computational biology, and science is very much like just the facts, ma'am. It wasn't until I started kind of, as I was approaching writing, it was always about like, you know, tear it apart, tear everything apart. You can only make it better by like redlining everything. It wasn't until I started workshopping that I had experiences where I felt people who got my story and were like, I loved this. Here's how you can make that better. And having that moment of like, wait, you saw what I'm doing and like you can see how to make it better, versus like the people who just like, excuse me, language, shit on everything. Yeah. It felt much more valuable for learning for me. And so that's kind of what I've been bringing through. I had the great fortune of taking the teaching of writing with Laura Cronk at the New School last year or 2 years ago. I don't know what time is anymore. And she had us also reading kind of Paulo Freire, Bell Hooks. There's another book called The Anti-Racist Writing Workshop. And all of those are really focused on approaching writing and editing with love, right? You come with care for the person first. And I think that is the most important thing.
Absolutely. No, it's so interesting when I listen to sort of what the three of you have said and think of my own experience between, like, you know, coming from a place of, all right, we're starting with critique, coming from different like mental health practices, with a lot of people coming with mindfulness. I feel like a lot of sort of something that's being revealed here is moving through the idea that editing needs to be fixing something. And sort of the language of being a fixer, when it's like, that's not, if you try to fix a person and if you try to fix a story, both of you are going to be really upset. And I think this sort of ties into something else I'm really interested in, as sort of an editor and a writer, is that I think a lot of authors don't necessarily understand that there is often a pretty large emotional stake that editors take on when they take on pieces. If we love the piece, there's a reason. And I know I'm thinking about this when it comes to lived experience. Like many of my marginalizations I'm comfortable in, some of them I am not. If I'm working on a piece with someone who's Ashkenazi Jewish, I have moved through a lot of my Ashkenazi trauma in such a way where I feel like I can meet them. If I was doing a piece with someone else who had Tourette syndrome, frankly, I wouldn't trust myself to, because I'm still feeling raw about that experience. My Tourette's, you're like, yeah, you are. But I'm curious for all of you, what is it like when a story is close, or when a poem is close, and how do you maintain professionalism, and how do you care for yourself as well as the author during this? And feel free to jump in anytime, or I can volunteer. I'm happy either way. All right, Alexandra, it's yours.
I just saw Shilene unmute, so I will let you go first, actually.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I think I unmuted at the exact same time,
Yeah,
so that's totally fine. I think I think about the emotional side of writing and editing all the time. You know, and I think for me, there's so many emotional phases in writing and publishing. Everything is emotional, so I think we really have to think about how our own experiences connect to a project. I think that's only natural that something's going to come up, you know, as we're reading a piece of writing or a full manuscript. And I don't think being emotional or feeling an emotion equates to, you know, not being professional at all. And I think as a writer, I know I want my editor to connect deeply with my project. And if they have something specific or personal to share, give me that, you know, but I'm always careful with that when I'm wearing the editor hat. I don't want to insert my experience. I don't want to insert my story, because I think there's a fine line that we do not want to cross as editors, but I think it can be helpful. So it comes down to knowing who that other person is, and taking some time to really gauge what their parameters are in terms of this relationship. What is it going to be like? What is it going to feel like? What do I have to offer them as an editor? And do they trust me? Because trust is huge in this relationship as well. So once some of those parameters are defined and agreed to, then I think the editor knows exactly how far they can go in terms of sharing that emotional connection. But I think, you know, the editor also has, I think, an ethical, you know, not boundary, but an ethical obligation to not take a project on if it's going to hinder the way they offer suggestions or the way that they guide that writer. And so I think it's really important for editors to sit with that and think, you know, okay, I'm connecting to this. Is it because I love it and I have ideas and I have a vision, or am I connecting or reacting to this because of something that, you know, happened to me? And am I going to be the best editor for this project? And it can be really difficult to say no to a project, but I know sometimes editors will reject projects because of that, and I think it's really important to do so. So I think this conversation around emotions is beautiful, and I'll be quiet because I can talk about it forever.
Thank you we wouldn't have brought you here if we didn't want to hear you talk. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
All right. So Ola, Jen?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I actually love the point of trust, because I think that having that shared experience, whatever it may be, right? And as editor, I do think that there is a responsibility of leading a little bit, not like trauma dumping, but just saying, I've had this experience too. This is how it's coloring my interpretation of your story. Like, do you want to talk about it, and how much do you? And then you can build that bridge, like Shillian said. And yeah, I think that I haven't had a moment yet. Choreo is still pretty new, so I haven't had a moment yet where I've kind of had a story that's hit me in a way that's quite that hard. But we have had folks kind of talking about how comfortable you would be editing a story, not just for what advice you can offer to kind of make the story more what it's aiming for, but also like, can I talk to these issues as well as I'd like to, whether it's from an emotional perspective or a knowledge perspective.
I'm gonna say that I had to learn how to bring emotion in to the editorial practice. A lot of academia is telling you not to feel things and that feelings are wrong. So like I spent a lot of my early editorial practices breaking that down. And I'm thinking of a story that I picked up for Carte Blanche. And I always say to writers, I'm a hands-on editor. I care about developmental edits. It's not just going to be line edits. Are you okay with that? If so, like I'd love to accept this piece. And I had an author say, yeah, they were okay. And then I spent probably 2 hours with their piece and returned a bunch of comments and questions and thoughts. And they sent me an email and they were like, changed my mind, bye. And I'm still heartbroken by this because I cared about the piece and I loved the piece. But I think one of the things I learned from that experience was that I don't think I expressed my care and my love of the piece before I dug into it. I don't think I allowed that writer to see that what I was doing was coming from a place of care on my end. So I've learned to be much clearer about how much I love the piece and in what ways I've connected to the piece before I provide any editorial feedback, so that they know, the writer knows I am there with them, and that I care about their piece and I want it to be as good as it can be, whatever that it is. So there's a lesson I learned.
Yeah, I love that. I think this is something that I had learned a lot at Augur, where when I had first sort of applied, I was like, oh, they seem like touchy-feely folks. I'm pretty touchy-feely. And yet when I got there, I still have this problem even with staff, where I'll be like, oh, here's information. And I'll have like our beloved publisher Carrie there, like, you can be more excited. You can be like, how excited do you feel? How friendly do you feel? You can give more. And I think that's such an interesting thing that like is so important in publishing, is that we're all there kind of like, I like this, but we don't want to like go too hard when like we can go a little harder.
That was perfect. I have to say that was the exact avatar for publishing. I think we need to screenshot that. But it's so true. That's what it is, right? It's that balance between I love this project because, but sometimes I think, when we're typing out all of this helpful information, there's often a really important component that is missing, and it is tone. It is tone. But then you have, this construct of time, and we don't all have time to hop on a Zoom and go back and forth. And so I've been thinking about that quite a bit, with my own editorial process and how can I relay tone. So I have a new process. Maybe I'll talk about it later in terms of how I can insert that, because it's so incredibly important. I want the writer to see my hands flailing around. I want them to see me reacting to this, because that is an important component of absorbing the feedback and then knowing how to implement the feedback and incorporate the feedback. The tone and the delivery of, the feedback is so important. So
absolutely.
I have no shame in keyboard mashing on line edits if I really love part of a piece, literally just like, this is so good.
I love it.
Just because like when you're digging and being like, oh, I think you're repeating this here, I think this, like, I want those moments where you're looking at the piece being like, oh no, they like that. I don't know, it's a great moment of connection.
But the problem is I never believe the keyboard mashing. Like as an author myself, I never believe it. I'm like, oh, that was just there to make me like take the feedback better. They don't actually mean it. They're just trying to like make me feel okay.
I can promise from my perspective, the keyboard mashing is always very legitimate.
And it always is.
My keys are very delicate. You can't just mash them.
Like,
Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited to talk about that author-editor tension of like what we give and what we receive, and like the whole like when I say something nice, of course I mean it, but when they did, they're lying and I'm bad. Like it's very like baffling and wonderful. I'm gonna pivot gently into, I think, something that I imagine many people who have been edited or received edits have experienced either internally or externally, unfortunately, but also not unfortunately, conflict is fine, whatever. Sometimes when you're editing, like, or being edited, like the editors and the author, you just don't quite reach each other. And that doesn't necessarily mean there's conflict or there's something bad going on, but when that happens, if it's not sort of handled sensitively, it can become conflict pretty quick. So I'm wondering what strategies you have brought in when you start to get that like aura of like, oh, this isn't working.
Ooh, spicy question. I like this one. I think this actually ties into what I was saying earlier. For me, when this happens, I think the first step for me is to figure out why. Like, what is this? What is causing this misalignment? And it's often for me, it's two things. It's either a misaligned communication, like we're not communicating in a way that creates an understanding. So usually now, before I start any editorial project, we're going to talk about communication. What is the best way to start this process? What is the best way to carry out this process? And then what is the best way to complete this process? And then maybe take it one step further. What is the best way to provide some aftercare once this feedback has been delivered? So my process now is to, check in with the author, figure out exactly what they need, because when this misalignment happens, it's either communication or it's not being clear about what their own expectations are for this project. So you had a great example, Jen, where you did this beautiful work with these line edits and the editors or the writer's like, I don't want to deal with this, right? So kind of figuring out what those expectations are first and making sure you both are in agreement with that. But sometimes too, I think the writer just doesn't know what the role of the editor is. And I think that's okay. And I think we have to be open to having that conversation. Here's what I'm going to be doing with your work. Here's why I love it. Here's how we're going to communicate, and here's what's going to happen after. So I think if there's a misalignment, it's either communication, expectations not being clear, or some discrepancy around what the role of the editor is, because there's so many different kinds of editors and different stages of editing. So that's usually been my experience. But now I'm actually creating Loom videos. And I like Loom videos because you can see me, again, flapping around, you can hear my tone of voice, and you can automatically create this transcript as well. So I'm kind of leaning out of the old way of just tracked changes. I'm still doing that, but incorporating some other tools as well to see if that helps with, the experience of having feedback on your work.
So one of the things that I think about a lot is how to be a reflective teacher. And I think you can apply that same practice to editing. But one of the things I've learned in reflecting on my teaching practice is that I have to front load expectations so much more than I think I need to. So I've brought this over to editing, and I try to make really clear statements that say something like, these are my thoughts. I'm not the writer. You're the writer. So you can disregard them. We can talk about them. If you feel something is grating, like, I'm here. Let's chat about it. I've also learned how to ask questions and not default to like nice Canadian, right? Where I'm just like, okay, I'll just be nice. We'll get through this. We'll be really, really nice. I've learned to ask questions. had an author recently who, like, I sent track changes. Finally, it was line edit time. I sent track changes, and the writer sort of blew through some deadlines. And I kept reaching out and being like, do you need a little bit more time? Or is there another problem? And if so, could you let me know what that other problem was? And the other problem was that the author didn't think that they should have to do the line edits or accept the line edits. They were okay. And they just hadn't given me the thumbs up to be like, do whatever you want to this. And I was like, oh, that was not the miscommunication I thought we were having. You just want me to do the line edits and you're totally fine. And I did them and it was great. But I would never have known to ask that question before and to be like, just be straight up. Just ask, like, what's going on? And if it's not the thing I think it is, what else is it? And that got us through.
I love the point about questions. I think that that's the tool that we use the most. And setting expectations is so critical. When we accept a piece, we know whether it's kind of a light lift or a heavy lift in terms of editing. And so if it is a heavier lift, because we have a pretty short publishing timeline, in every acceptance letter, there is always we would love to publish this pending X changes. And it's not like, here's the entire list of things. It's like, we are looking at, I think the pacing at the end is a little bit too slow. We can tighten it, or the other way around. Once that's done, I always send an edit letter, and then that has kind of I because I have such bad memory, and because I also default to like, let's fix everything right away, I always have like a form that I have that includes like, write compliments here, because otherwise I will just forget. They are very real compliments. I literally just forget to write them. But I have that, and then the overall questions for the story, right? Here's what I'm wondering, here's what I'm thinking about, here's what I still want to know. Once the author has read that, then I let them see the line edits file, not before then. And they can see all the keyboard matching in the margins, but I really want to make sure that we are kind of set up for that success of like, here's how I'm thinking about your story. And if it's wrong, tell me, like, let's get on the same page, and then I can do the line edits a different way so that we're not frustrated and not kind of crossing wires that way.
I love this, and I love everything that you guys are all saying about, like, again, questions and connection and just making sure like everyone's on the same page. And I think that I'm gonna say a thing and then it's gonna pivot into the next thing. But this is gonna be a me moment, but I swear it has a purpose. So let's just talk about me for a sec. So this past issue, I had the incredibly fortunate experience of working with Andrew Wilmot, whose work I really love and respect. And their piece is Volcanic, which finishes off our Augur issue. And this piece was actually selected in the submissions before this period. So as I was looking through pieces, I was thinking a lot about both Volcanic and a few other pieces that we had taken. So this piece got very built up in my mind and was close to my heart. And when the time came, and I said, all right, Avi, you love this piece, you can edit it, I opened it up and I went, fuck, because it is surrealism, which I love. I read a lot of surrealism. Do I edit a lot of it? Not often. And I just sort of had that moment where I went from like, I am the God King, I did the new thing. Like I felt like so good, to being like, do I know how to do this? And the solution was the questions. The first round of edits was literally just questions for Andrew to be like, am I understanding this piece? Like, I just need to know that I'm getting it, because I'm not comfortable telling you anything until like I do. And that was really transformative, because they responded so beautifully and we were able to make something work. But being able to move forward and turn sort of insecurity into practice was, I think, one of my most transformative editorial experiences. And if you want to read the results, Augur 5.2 has a 25% sale for all AugurCon attendees. Now, that was me. This is how it moves into all of you. I really would like to know, like with that experience, what your transformative experiences have been with authors. And this can be positive, this can be negative, this can be anything in between. Why do we make everything positive and negative? What are the experiences you've had that have really changed you as an editor? Give me some story time.
I've got one. Again, I think this whole panel is like academia created trauma. And I had to figure out a way to like get out of all of it in order to be good at my job. So, you know, like how when you're in a creative writing class and you workshop something and the workshop is opinions. And it's just people like throwing their opinion at something that they maybe don't understand yet. I learned that that was not a great process, and that maybe I had to reframe where opinions came in the process. So this is something that I do with my students who are all like writers. I've stopped using a classic workshop format, and I've started using something called the critical response process. If you Google it, it'll pop right up. It comes out of dance, and they actually make opinions last, and it's a consent-based workshop. So you have to be like, I have an opinion about your character's final arc. Would you like to hear it? And the author has to be like, yeah, I'd like to hear it. Or no, thank you. I don't want to hear that. And it's helped me reframe how to approach a piece. That you start with the compliments, you start with what's working or what got you all excited. And then this is something I haven't moved into my editing yet, but I think I'm going to. And that is I'm going to let the author ask me a bunch of questions, and then I'm going to ask a bunch of questions. What the critical response process calls neutral questions. So they're not a sneaky question with an opinion hidden in them. They're a question that tries to get at the author's intention or what the author was thinking while they did something. And then when you have all those pieces, you can actually formulate an opinion that is useful and helpful. So that's like the least specific example of what joy or revolution I've brought into my editing practice, or I will continue to bring into it.
I love that.
I think for me, like the most transformative one was the first one, in that like I got the idea for choreo a little while back. The magazine really accelerated after the Hugos because I was so pissed at that guy, and just kind of ran with it there. But I had workshopped a lot before, but hadn't actually like taken the title of editor until we started. And I think having like, in theory, I knew what I was doing in that, like, I know how to like give critique. In practice, I hadn't actually like brought a piece through that way. And having that moment of like, I'm going to ask questions, we're going to work together, we're going to partner in this as much as possible, was really, really incredible because it felt like I'd hit something right. And I think that's just like, I guess the thing that I want to get across with this is that like, if you are someone who is thinking about getting into editing, right? If you are thinking about starting this journey, right? Trust yourself, like come at it with kindness and you can absolutely do it. Come at it with openness. Like you do not have all the answers. It is not possible for you to, but it is really, really life-changing, like being able to do this kind of work and have an author at the end say, I think that you really made this piece better. And it's not me, it's us together, but like having that connection is really, really incredible.
I love that. I love that. I think for me, in terms of the most transformational experience, I would say that's connected to, and a couple of writers have shared this with me, that they experienced a rupture point in their project. And that's a term that I've heard writer Wade Compton use quite a bit. And that's when the project kind of takes this spin and it kind of flips on its head, and you finally have this clarity in terms of where it's going to go. And to witness that, and to witness a writer feel that, I think is a beautiful thing. It doesn't happen all the time. But what I like to try to do to encourage that is I often start my process off by asking writers, what do you want this project to do? What is its action, right? And for the most part, everyone is stumped. I don't know. I want it to be a book. I don't know. But I really get them to think about that, because that ends up being the pillar for every decision you are going to make in that project. You want this project to do X, Y, Z. And so therefore, why are you taking this other direction with this project? So it almost gives me permission to then insert set opinions and, give ideas around structure, because I know what they want this project to do. So when I witness that rupture, I think it is such a beautiful happening. It's a lot of work for the writer because they experience this 180 and now they often have to go back and redo a lot of what they've already written. But I encourage that. I say this is going to be work, but it's fun. You now have the clarity. You know exactly where this thing is going. You know where this car is driving to. So that's been my most beautiful transformation, just watching that unfold. It's like now I'm always after that. I'm like, where's that rupture point? Is it going to happen or what? And it doesn't happen all the time, but so privileged to be able to say I've experienced that a couple of times.
I love the phrase rupture point, and I'm stealing it.
I stole it from Wade, so.
But I think like I like your point about like all the extra work that has to be done, but on the other hand, right, there are no wasted words. Like even if you have to fix half the book, all of those words got you to where you need to be, and then that like additional push really got you to the point of figuring it.
Mm-hmm.
Me sobbing over my computer. There are no wasted words. There are no wasted words. Like, I believe it when I'm an editor, but when I'm an author, I'm like it's just not a good feeling.
Exactly. That's funny though. I like that you said that because as a writer editor, it's like, why can't I take my own advice sometimes? I'll be reading my editor's notes. I'm like, what do I do? I'm lost. So
Yeah.
that's a normal thing, folks out there.
It's also a hell of a segue, because my next question was actually like, you're all authors, you're all writers. So I'm curious, if you have any sort of tales from the other side of things about either supportive or challenging experiences you've had with editors, and if/how they've informed like your editorial style. Like again, I love a story time.
Oh, I got all kinds. I have all kinds of stuff. I actually feel a little bit better hearing Ola share that you have to remind yourself to give compliments and to speak to the things that you like. Because I feel a little bit better because I had an experience where it was all just like, fix this, take this out. What are you doing? I don't understand this. And I was like, but is there anything that you like about this piece? And so I think as writers, sometimes we need that. And it's not just because we need to have our ego stroked or whatever it is. We need to know that what we are doing and that action is landing, right? So I think even if you give a compliment or you showcase where a section of that piece of writing took you, what did it do to you? I think we have to share some of that as well because the writer is going to know what to do with that information. So I mean, I've had a few experiences where I'm like, I don't think this person understands exactly what I'm trying to do. And that could be hard. So I think just really understanding that there are different editorial styles as well is really important. And I wouldn't want to have an editor that's all praise all the time, kind of unhelpful. I want to know what's working, and I also want to know what's not working and why. And as long as that is connected to where I want this project to go, that's going to give me some fuel as a writer to keep going.
I don't usually do this with editing stories, but in workshops, I've asked people, do you like to be like when I'm giving you feedback, do you want mainly compliments with like some suggestions between? Do you want like roughly 50-50, or do you want me to just like go hard? Because people respond different ways to different things. And like, if I can make you more excited for whichever direction, I will absolutely do it that way.
Sorry, want to jump in, Jen?
No, go for it first.
I was just going to say, I love that. And it's funny, it makes me think of something that I had learned while managing in retail, my personal hell, where a lot of people, I feel like you say, what kind of feedback do you like? And they go, give it to me straight. Just give it to me straight. I just want to hear it. I don't believe most people feel that way. I don't feel that way. Don't give it to me straight. You tell me I am hot and smart and cool, and then you tell me what I need to work on. But I think that's a huge thing, is like figuring out how to create a space where people can feel safe to be like, can I have a little bit of softness? Because I think like it's important for people to learn, and sometimes it needs to happen on the go. Jen, sorry to interrupt, please.
I was thinking of like how many horror stories I have of being edited, and that maybe I tend towards the negative. So I also have some like wonderful positive experiences more recently. But I'm thinking of this one experience. I wrote a microfiction piece. It was like 350 words. And the editor chopped out 200 of them, sent it back to me, and said, if you don't accept this, it's not getting published. And I think the piece, and I said yes, because, you know, I wanted a publication. And that piece like ended up in a cool microfiction anthology. I still don't think it's a better story with that chunk taken out. And this editor was never willing to tell me why. I think at one point they said something like, it needs to be tighter. And I was like, but this is really important. Like, this piece that you took out is really important to the story it's trying to tell. And I just got sort of like, it needs to be tighter. So I think the thing that I've forgotten that taught me was that I need to narrate my process for people. And I need to like explain why I think this needs to happen really, really, really clearly. Because there's this piece of advice, I think it's Neil Gaiman, and it's sort of like when someone tells you something isn't working in your writing, they're always wrong about the thing that's not working, but they're always right that something isn't working. So the more specific I can be about what I think I'm doing and why I think it'll have impact, the more chance that gap can get bridged between two people. And I've learned that through some really rough editing experiences that I still don't really get or understand now, but I've recognized that it was a communication gap, or the concept was we were just too far apart concept wise to ever be able to like get to the why together.
Yeah, I had that with one of the stories that I edited that's coming out in the next issue of Choreo focused a lot on like club culture, which I know literally nothing about because I am a hermit, and being able to just be like, tell me more about this because I'm thinking this, but like clearly I was wrong on everything I suggested, but it was a great learning experience. I think the experience that I haven't had actually a lot of like heavy developmental editing. It's mainly been light editing. I only think I have like 4 pieces published so far. But there was one that like, this is 0% a big deal, and I loved working with the editor. But I had a story where it uses the term HOA, homeowners association. For me, like the piece was set in like US-ish. It felt like good language for the piece. And they insisted on changing it because the readership is mainly British and they wouldn't understand. I was like, but they can Google it, and like this is what the person would say. They insisted. I was like, fine, whatever. Like, I don't want to fight this. But that experience, which is again the stupidest experience, like it doesn't matter, felt really important to me in terms of how Choreo approaches things and how we want to approach things. Because every time we have authors of many marginalized backgrounds, many cultures, many language backgrounds. Every time in the piece when I'm like, I don't understand this, I will say, I don't understand this, like with my experience. Is this something that you want to clarify for the reader, or do you just want to leave it that way? And we never force anyone to clarify what they don't want to clarify, because you don't always have to talk to the greater majority, right? Like whatever that majority is, right? Your piece can be as obfuscated as you want it to be. I'm entirely happy as long as you know that that's what you're doing and that that's your intention. And then let's run with it.
Yeah, so stat and telling people that I refuse to change something, like, no, stat, that has become like the most powerful tool I have as an author working with, say, like a copy editor who's not who's not well informed about like the cultural dynamics in a book. To be able to be like, no, like in Canada, we really do write grade 9 with the 9 written out, and you trying to change it makes this no longer authentic to the experience. Or like that grammatical like move in this dialogue is meant to not be grammatically correct to standard Canadian English. So like I didn't know when I was a younger writer that you could like say, no, I don't want this to be any different, or it's this way for a reason and I don't want to change it, even if changing it might expand my audience a little bit. Like I'm making that choice to keep my audience perhaps smaller, or to make more work for them in terms of like Googling stuff.
Mhm. Um, can I jump on this for one more second? Um, this like feeling of being able to say no is really, really critical. I've talked about this story like a million times already, so sorry to those who have heard it. But in our first issue, we published "The Frankly Impossible Weight of Han" by Maria Dong. It is a incredible story. The moment we saw it in our slush, we were like, we need to have this. We need this story. How the hell did we get this story? We are literally like, we haven't published a single issue. How did we get this? And it turns out that Maria had sent the story everywhere and everyone had rejected it because it was too different. And they're like, if you make it more typical in this way or that way or that way, we'll accept it. And every time she was like, no, I know what I want to do with this piece. I'm keeping it as it is. Long story short, like that story is now in the best science fiction and fantasy of America for 2022. So if you are an author reading this and you have like an editor telling you, you need to change this, and you know in your heart, like, this is not going to be the same piece and it's not the piece that I want to write if I make this change, don't make the change. You know the story best.
We have to talk about saying no more, and we have to empower writers. I often ask writers to write out their list of non-negotiables. What are the aspects of your work you are unwilling to change, and why? Because when you bump into these things, and you will, you've got your list and you know exactly why this thing is important to your project, why you don't want to change it. I even, sometimes ask them to write the what if. What would happen to your story if you made this change and you went against, your gut instinct? What would the project look like then? And that's emotional for a lot of writers to do, but I say do that work because that will empower you to say no, because you know what that outcome will be. And that any suggestion from an editor is just that, a suggestion. And I think we have to start prefacing the conversations with that so that writers don't feel like, oh no, this person just gave me this list and I've got to incorporate all of them. No. So I love that. I love that story, Ola. Thank you.
And I love what you just shared, because you said like gut instinct or in their gut, and writers have to develop their gut too, right? So that exercise is helping you understand why you have that reaction, because sometimes we have gut reactions as writers that like don't actually serve the piece because we haven't worked through that thing ourselves yet. But if you're asking critical questions like what would happen if this changed, it helps you train your gut so you can trust it more.
This is so cool. I'm like wiggling. I'm just like, go, go, go. This is awesome. So we're at about the 12-minute mark. So I think I might jump in with a couple audience questions. I'm sorry, I'm moving them. My laptop had a fit, so I have you on my phone right now, and I'm just gently sliding you from side to side. So enjoy the journey. So we have a question. How much authority do you think editors should have on a writer's text? And for authors, again, we've just sort of discussed this. So I'm curious if you have any more kind of tangible things on tips for working with an editor when they sort of, you feel like it's not working or they don't understand your goals. Like, do you have any sort of specific, like, here's kind of a script, here's a key thing, like I'm thinking Shalene has, here's the list of non-negotiables. Are there any other sort of like, here's how you can maintain your boundaries and feel secure with your work?
I think the only thing an editor, well, I think, so for now, the only thing an editor has a right to be insistent on is if something in the piece will cause harm, right? If they are not comfortable publishing it and saying this, like, this needs to change. And are you, if you are okay making that change, fantastic. If you are not okay making that change, also great. It's your story. You do what you want with it, but we will no longer be publishing it. And I think that is the only place where you can really say that. For everything else, ultimately, the author knows best, right? They know what they're doing and they know what kind of went into creating the piece. It's our job to kind of help them find those answers, right? To have that self-reflection, to kind of push at what they were trying to get at with the story. But ultimately, it is their creation, right? And like we can't impose our own visions onto it because it becomes our story and not theirs, and that's not the point.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one to kind of break down, because when we say the word editor and we're thinking of editors, it's almost like we're writing a character in a white room. We can't see where they are. And so when we're thinking about editors, we have to think also about what phase this writing is in. I'll work with writers who are just building a draft. I'll also work with writers who are close to publication. Then I'll be on the agent side and I'm working with writers who, you know, I'm selling their projects. So there's all these different editors and all these different spaces. There's copy editors that might happen after even a book deal, you know, has occurred. So there's all these editors in different spots and different phases. I think the closer we get to publication, the less flexibility there is in that process. So I think there's a lot to be done before we want to usher that project into that funnel. And I think, you know, if we're publishing even just a solitary piece of writing, we have to think about these things as well. And just, you know, phrasing the feedback as questions, I think honestly is the best way to go. And if there's a problematic finding in that piece, I try to think about tone. I try to think about my personal experience, and I just share where this thing has taken me. And I say, when I read this, here's what happened to me. Is this what you want to happen in your reader? So sometimes as editor, you also have to be reader. You're that person picking up this project or this magazine or this book. But it's such a weird role, editor. It's so weird. Like, who invented this role? But I think it really comes down to the writer knowing exactly what they want from this project, taking the editor's feedback as feedback and using that as not the only tool to inform the changes that they're going to make. So I don't know if that helps or if that answers that question at all.
Let's move on to the next question.
Perfect. Thank you. Is a question here. What happens when lack of vision or am I the right person to take on this piece meets BIPOC writers who are already struggling to find a yes to their stories?
Oh, I've got an answer here. And that is that writers have an obligation to read more, and they have an obligation to read like outside of the dominant worldview. Because I've learned that there are other ways of telling stories, and that's a good thing that we have lots of stories that are told in lots of different ways. But, you know, maybe 10 or 15 years ago, I still was kind of brainwashed and thought there was one way to tell stories. And I thought there was a thing called good craft. And then there was a thing called bad craft. Thank you, Canadian education, for teaching me that thing that I had to like deprogram myself of. So, right, like as editors, you need to be well-rounded in your understanding of storytelling. Because I'm not afraid to take on a piece when I think I have to be like, do I understand the craft things that are happening here? Because that's my vision. My vision is about how to tell a better story, and my vision is about craft. So if I don't understand the craft and I don't feel brave enough to be the person in the relationship who can say, I don't know what's happening here. Can you help me? I think that takes a lot of putting ego aside for an editor to be like, I don't know what's going on, but I really, really like it. And I want to know what's going on, and give more power back to the writer. So like read more, and also like be willing to navigate the relationship so that it's not like a top-down relationship.
That is basically everything I would have said, with the addition of the meme of like, it makes no damn sense, compels me though. Like, if you feel that way about a story, you should take it on and just like work with the author, because if you love it, there's clearly something to love, and it should see the light of day.
I also want to add, I'm thinking about the role of publications here as sort of gatekeepers and authority figures, and what it means again to take a story or deny a story not based on quality, but like, you know, capacity and can we take it. And I think you can always talk to the author and say like, hey, love this story. we don't necessarily have editors who can meet your lived experience. Are you comfortable with one of us taking it on, or can we hire a guest editor for you? What are you more comfortable with? But being willing to sort of do the work and have that and ask the questions, and just like put that care. I think a huge part of this is systemic. And just being able to systemically visualize something where you need to take, we're like, well, we're the editors, so we can do what we can do, and be like, okay, how do we help the authors out? So I think that's a huge thing for anyone who maybe running a, like a press or a magazine, or is just getting started, being willing to ask the authors what they need instead of going, this is what we have, is that good enough? Because even if they say yes, it might not be, because they need the publishing credit. So those are 2 cents from me. Let's invest them if you'd like. There's so many good questions here. I think this actually ties in really well. What is the role of expertise between authors and editors when it's supposed to be ultimately collaborative? Like, it's a collaboration question. Who knows best here, and sort of how far can that go?
Since I said the line about the author knows best, I'll jump in here with this. But I think that ultimately, right, like, because the author is creator and because it is their name, that it is by them, they have that ultimate say. What the editor does, and I can't remember if it was Jen or Shalene talking about this earlier, that like we can provide here is how I am reacting and here is how I think it will be read. And is that something that you're comfortable with, and is that something you're intending? Ultimately, that expertise is the author saying, yes, I want this, or no, I do not want this. And if it's no, I do not want this, then it's working together to like, okay, how do we get it to a position that you want it to be? But I think kind of part of the reason that I use the line, the author is the expert, is because I think there are so many editors who are like, nope, I'm correct. I know how to do a story. You don't. So let me just fix this for you. And I actively want to push back against that, just because, like, I don't know that much. Like, I know some things. I can be helpful sometimes, but like, I do not know everything.
Yeah, I think also writers have to be willing to build a formula for how to incorporate feedback. So it's not only going to be the editor's expertise or suggestions, it's also going to be your own reaction to the feedback that you have to pay attention to. So I always ask writers, okay, pay attention to the bits of feedback that make you feel so excited you want to jump out of your seat. Pay attention to that. Free write to that. Why are you feeling this way? Pay attention to the bits of feedback that make you want to slap someone. You're like, listen, why are they saying this about my piece of writing? Free write to that, because again, the gut instinct is important. It's just as important as the editor's expertise. And sometimes the way you're reacting to feedback is because somebody is pushing on one of your non-negotiables. And so if you can pinpoint that and you're like, oh, I'm feeling this kind of way because I want to protect this aspect of my story. Now all I have to do is just kind of have a conversation with the editor about that, and it doesn't have to be a big thing. So a lot of this is, I think, just trusting yourself enough. But like Jen said, we got to build up that gut instinct work. So that's the kind of stuff that I like to do and focus on when I'm editing, is like, how can we build up these muscles to begin to then use all of these beautiful tools like editorial feedback, because we'll get it and we don't know what to do with it. We don't know how to use it. So I like to go back to basics, way back, way back. Yeah.
The older I get, I am more and more suspicious of people who call themselves experts and like use that as their reason for doing things. So like I have a general suspicion. But I also wanted to echo that idea of you have to recognize as an author how you react to feedback. And I know I need a week to be angry at the world and be like, my editor doesn't get what I'm doing. And like, no one understands me. And like, I need a week to just be down on it. And then suddenly I'm okay. That's just how my body processes feedback. I need a week to be down and then I'm good.
I love that. Then that's an important aspect too, Jen, the breathing space. Like that's literally why I named my organization Breathing Space Creative. Because if you don't have the space to take a breath and think and calm down and get off your high horse a little bit, because as writers, we will do that. If you don't give yourself that, then you're just kind of reacting in, an inauthentic way. So you allow yourself the space, do what you got to do, come back to the feedback and think, okay, I'm here now. I'm totally relaxed. Let's really work through this. So again, I think that's an important component as well. I love that you brought that up.
Yeah, I really love that. I think managing, like emotionally regulating through editing is like really essential and learning those skills. And I think also before you send something out, knowing, can you manage this being edited? Like I had a piece I brought to a writing group and I was like, this is super personal. And, you know, in a publishing industry that asks us to profit off of our most painful experiences, I was like, this is great. I'm going to send it out. And when I got writing group feedback, they're like, this is all kind feedback. This feels like it's about me, not about my work. I'm not ready to send this out. I can't do that because no matter how good the edit is, I'm gonna cry. And like crying is good, but eventually, like if you can't stop, it's not ready. We're wrapping up, but I'm gonna pull a little sneaky and ask one more sort of final question. We've talked a lot about, like, you guys have given so much good advice for both writers and editors in terms of like craft. So I would love if you have any final nuggets of wisdom for either early career editors or writers who are coming towards or hoping for their first time being edited. And that can be just sort of like snippet of wisdom, red flags, green flags. I just love to hear what beautiful sound bites you have for everybody.
Okay, we are all always growing, and if you're not growing, then that's a problem. So like it's okay if things are difficult and learning is hard. It's supposed to be difficult. It's supposed to be work. That's mine.
I think mine is just ask questions. Like keep asking whatever side you are on. If you don't understand something, if something feels weird, ask. And come at it with trust because you will feel better having asked and the answer may not be what you were expecting.
Yes, I love that. And I'll say, be ready to unlearn. That's a huge component, I think, as we grow as editors. And yeah, that's probably the biggest piece of advice that I have as well. And then I have 3 nerd tips, and I'll just open my notes and just read these out quickly. So advice for authors who are going to be edited for the first time: build that list of non-negotiables that I mentioned earlier. Have an idea of what your hiccups or hurdles might be in the project, and know what communication style works best for you, and lay all of this out on the table if you can, if you feel safe to do that.
Thank you all so much. We are in community. If something feels dangerous or uncertain and you are new and you don't know whether or not it's right, go to someone, ask someone. Your community wants to take care of you. And with that, thank you to the 3 of you and for everyone who's come for being in Augur community tonight, sharing your wisdom, sharing your love, and sharing tips on being radically empathetic. So thank you all so much. It's been great speaking with you.
Thanks so much to our guests for a really wonderful discussion. I love listening to like writer editors talk, and I learned so much. And thanks to all of you for attending and watching this panel. Feel free to continue the conversations in the Discord. If you would like to purchase any of our guests' books, please check out Another Story Bookshop, where you can get a 10% discount with code AugurCon 2022. There's a link to purchase books in the description box below. Additionally, we've launched Augur Magazine 5.2, featuring fiction and poetry from so many wonderful speculative creators. Check out Augur's website to receive 25% off purchase of the newest issue for this weekend. Our next event will be our long-awaited keynote speech, and we'll start at 6:30 p.m. EST. See you soon and enjoy the con. Good evening, everyone. My name is Therese Mason-Pierre, and I'm the co-editor-in-chief of Augur Magazine, the co-director of AugurCon. We're so happy you could join us for our final event of day one. This event is our keynote speech and will run from 6:30 p.m. until 7:30 p.m. EST. If you have any comments about our event today, please use the YouTube chat on the right-hand side. We also have a Discord where we invite you to discuss our events as well as all of our panels with your fellow attendees, or even just leave a note about what you're looking forward to either from today or tomorrow. Tech support questions can be directed to the info and tech support channel in the Discord. This event contains a live transcription. Thank you to AI Media for your support in meeting our accessibility needs. If you would like to read the live transcription of the event as the discussion progresses, there's a link in the description box which you can click. Before we begin, I'd like to thank our bookseller, Another Story Bookshop. If you would like to purchase any of our AugurCon panelists' work, you can enjoy a 10% discount with code AugurCon2022. There's a link to buy our panelists' books in the description box below. Now, please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Amal El-Mottar. Amal is an award-winning author of fiction, poetry, and criticism. She's the science fiction and fantasy columnist for the New York Times Book Review and the co-author with Max Gladstone of This Is How You Lose the Time War, which has received several honors, including the Hugo, Nebula, Locus, and Aurora Awards, and has been translated into over 10 languages. You can find her online at amalelmottar.com. Thank you, Amal.
Thank you so much for having me. So I wanted to start this by saying a few things. Obviously, I'm here to say many things for 40-ish minutes, but before saying any of those things, I just wanted to say this is going to be the first time I have given a keynote talk in this format in a virtual way. Whenever I've done this before, there's been an audience to behold and see and hear whether or not jokes land with and so on. So I just want to apologize a little bit in advance for the paper shuffling that's going to happen sometimes and so on. But the other thing is that I am, in fact, officially beginning this keynote talk with a sort of apologia. I was approached to write this keynote towards the end of September. And in the very thorough email that was inviting me to write a speech, I saw the words, our theme for this year's con is creating communities of care. And I immediately panicked. What, I thought, do I know about creating communities? Absolutely nothing. I know nothing. I might have possibly, once upon a time in my early 20s, known something, a very strange thing to say in and of itself. But at the time when I had the boundless energy and foolish confidence to launch a poetry magazine with my friends Jessica Wick and Oliver Hunter, maybe I knew something about building community. That was in April of 2006, 16 years ago, and at least 3 internets ago. And we called this magazine Goblin Fruit, and it brought more into my life than good poetry. It brought me real delicious friends with whom I'd make art in turn, like CSE Cooney, friends who'd come to edit Goblin Fruit alongside me, like Caitlin Paxson. But Goblin Fruit's been on hiatus since 2016, and 6 years is a long time in which to forget things and get tired and allow thorns to kind of grow up around the thing to which you'd like to return. My point is that if ever I knew something about how to build a community, I was absolutely certain I'd forgotten it. And I knew, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that I knew nothing. In fact, not only did I know absolutely nothing about creating communities, I was reading Augur's invitation in the immediate wake of a tremendous experience of community building. I just spent a week at an artistic residency called the Wayward Retreat out on Quadra Island in British Columbia. Every day spent in that magical place had made me feel deep-rooted awe in the care and consideration that went into building a specifically artistic community. And I was completely certain it was beyond me to do so. I had been the beneficiary of someone else knowing how to build community. But the idea that I knew anything about that beyond to praise them with great praise, that seemed a little off. In fact, I was so panicked by the prospect that I had somehow misrepresented myself, that I had accidentally conned the fine people of Augur magazine into thinking I knew anything about their very important stated theme, that I didn't realize I'd misread the invitation. The paragraph informing me about AugurCon's theme this year concludes with a very clear sentence. While creating communities of care is our theme, however, you are welcome to craft your speech in any direction you prefer. Anxiety had made me a bad reader. I put off responding to this email, in fact, to my great shame, for some time. It took an in-person intervention, literally Therese Mason-Pierre, wonderful, brilliant person introducing me in the first place. It took her literally coming to find me in person at a cafe in Ottawa and telling me that I could in fact write about anything I wanted to make me sheepishly accept this invitation. But not before getting a little further confirmation. When you say I can write about anything, I said, you mean I can literally write a speech about birds? Yes, said Therese, with what I can only describe as patient bemusement. You can literally write a speech about birds. So I decided to do exactly that. Brace yourselves, friends, because for the next 30 minutes, I'll be talking a great deal about birds. Or at least, I was going to do that. Haha, plot twist. I was going to write about birds. I was going to tell you about all the things I love about birds and birding. And that would have taken at least 10 minutes. I would have told you about how birds are instrumental to my teaching creative writing, how for years I used a bird-related exercise to get students to understand that we write from unexamined defaults. In fact, I'll give you a small taste of this exercise. Prepare yourselves for pedagogy. In your various chats and streams, on Discord, on YouTube, wherever you are experiencing this talk right now, prepare yourselves to post something, all right? I'm gonna ask you to do something. Here we go. Don't think about it too hard. I want you to write down the first bird that comes to mind when you hear the word bird. Don't think about it too hard. Just write it and post it right now. I'm gonna give it a second. My hope is that you are presently reading the responses that have bubbled up around yours. And thank you so much, Sienna. Sienna, for instance, has said rock dove, and I am delighted by this. So the purpose of this exercise is to, first of all, recognize that when everyone has a different default bird in their head that they refer to immediately, that comes to their mind, whether or not they know anything in particular about birds, whether they are experienced birders or amateurs, or whether they have literally never given any thought to birds outside of the weird exercise their professor is momentarily asking them to do. Then you build on that. You start to ask, what traits define a bird for you? Is it flight and a beak? There are birds that don't fly. Is it webbed feet and a bill? There are birds that don't swim. Like, ultimately, you have to start asking yourself, what does a hummingbird have in common with an ostrich? And all of that weird perusal of birds is in service of establishing that we have different expectations and assumptions structuring our imaginations. And it does well to unpack them and share them and delight in them. I was also going to talk about birds and divination. I thought it would be very, very clever of me to write about auguries for AugurCon. I thought, I'll tell people about how interesting it is that the word augur is both a noun and a verb, that an augur is someone authorized, this is very important, authorized to interpret the flight of birds, but that the flight of birds itself is the thing that augurs something in turn. And how fascinating it is that there is this reciprocal sort of relationship at the level of grammar. How it says something ultimately about readers and writers. Something about how birds fly without knowing how their flight will be interpreted by the weird jogging apes below them. I was going to tell you that augurs have a lot to do with science fiction, especially. Reading signs in the present to say something entirely speculative about the future. All this stuff obviously is known to the brilliant people who have put together AugurCon, who have put together Augur magazine. But I thought, you know, why not tease that out? Why not tease that out specifically to make it about birds? Finally, I thought I'll tell people about how important birds have become to me personally in the last 3 years. How I have a yearly ritual in which I step outside on January 1st to look for a bird, and that the first bird I see on the first day of the new year will mean something to me about the coming year. And whatever that means is not something that I interpret according to books or associations that you find in literature, but actually something drawn out of the strange complexities of the moment, of the context that I have brought ultimately to the bird that I behold on that first day. How, for instance, I decide whether the first bird I hear or the first bird I see is my first bird. All of that weirdness that you kind of run through the filter of your own presuppositions and the things that you ultimately need from the world. Ultimately, everything ends up being more complicated than I intend it to be. I'll tell people about how birding, especially learning to bird by ear, has activated in me all sorts of profoundly moving feelings about language and why it feels so much like learning a language, even though I have no expectation of ever being understood by a bird. Because ultimately, the thing that makes me feel like I'm learning a language is the fact that I'm making my environment more legible in a way that it wasn't before. I have so much to say about birds, where they fall in my personal history, in my writing, how literally every single thing that I have written over... I should have probably figured this out beforehand. I think literally every single thing that I have written features a bird prominently in some way or another. And in the structures of my days, I find birds constantly in ways that delight and soothe me. I was preparing, I cannot stress this enough, a speech about birds. But then Elon Musk bought Twitter, and I realized that I did actually have things to say about community. And maybe I did actually know something about community and the things that are important to building it and preserving it. So I hope you'll indulge me in this, despite having led with a great deal of assertions about how I do in fact know nothing. Maybe bear that in mind. Let that be a grain of salt as I move forward. So let's talk about bird apps. I've been thinking about birds and Twitter in tandem for some time, in literal and figurative ways of various depths and complexity. In fact, Twitter recently provided me with that species of roast we call a personal attack, but actually mean that we have found joyful recognition in it. So Jesse Case, in a truly inexplicably deleted tweet, wrote, quote, "As you age, it's ridiculous how fast bird watching creeps up on you. You spend your whole life being 100% indifferent to birds, and then one day you're like, damn, is that a yellow-rumped warbler?" While I cannot remember a time in my life when I was 100% indifferent to birds, the spirit of the observation stands. I am in this tweet, and I do like it. Anyway, Twitter and birds. Let's start with the obvious. Twitter gets called the Bird app. It's got a little stylized bird shape as its logo, and that logo bears about as much resemblance to an actual bird as a tweet does to a conversation. The utterances we make there are called tweets, which is a thing that birds do, although that too is an absurd reduction of something of tremendous complexity we only dimly understand. But there are currently 2 other bird apps in my life besides Twitter, though they're very mixed up with it and its usage. One of them is not strictly speaking an app, but it is a game that I play on the computer, so bear with me. It's called Wingspan. And it's a game in which you semi-competitively build up a presence of birds in different habitats to the sound of a truly gorgeous soundtrack. It exists, brief digression, in a physical format as well. That's how it existed first, but I really do feel that the online experience of the game is that rare occurrence where the translation to the internet medium has improved the game. Now there is a soundtrack and beautiful little animations of the beautiful bird art. It's tremendously soothing, literally to the point that when I go out walking, looking for birds, and I see one, I start hearing the soundtrack in my head. So anyway, Wingspan, tremendously beautiful game. It's like if Ticket to Ride were relaxing. The other bird app is Merlin, which is put together by the Cornell Ornithology Lab. And it's basically something that is between a real-life Pokedex and Shazam for birds. It helps you to identify birds around you, either by taking photographs of them or by recording the sounds that they make. So the way it works is that I walk around outside with my phone held aloft, recording the dawn chorus, and the app lights up with the different birds I'm hearing. It's often happened that I'd never seen the birds in question before or never realized that I'd seen them. Often language gives us the means to perceive things in our environment which we might not have been able to do before encountering the word for it. This is how, for instance, my husband did not really know what birch trees were or that they existed. I told him that there were white trees and he just did not believe me, despite having seen birch trees many times in his life. But now that he knows the term birch tree and that it applies to a white bird, a white tree, he sees them everywhere. Anyway, language structures our experience. This is things people know. But my point is that you walk around with this app and you see it light up, and it gives you information about your environment that you did not have before, and it gives you the means to interpret it. So the app will give me information about the appearance of birds that I haven't seen, sometimes their behavior, enough that I can trace the source of their songs to their origins. So I can be hearing a bird and not realize that I've heard this sound a million times before, but now the app has isolated it from the general dawn chorus, from the general mass of things, so that I'm paying attention to it. And so that if I find myself looking towards where the source of the sound is coming from and I know what to look for, I can see the bird that was making that sound and have a new relationship with it. Thanks to this app, I saw, in the way that seeing means recognize, acknowledge, and appreciate, a warbling vireo for the first time. I can tell now when yellow-rumped warblers are around just by hearing, just by listening to them. And I can recognize the little heart-shaped divots in their tails as a tell if they're not singing. I don't know if you can tell from the way I'm talking about this, but this has brought a tremendous amount of joy into my life. It has made me wake up earlier to find my way into parks and along waterways just as the dawn's breaking when there are fewer people around, let's say, in order to find birds. It's made me go on longer walks and enriched those walks with wonder. But Merlin isn't perfect. It's a tool, and a tool that has a certain degree of failure built into it. It has a very high rate of accuracy in identifying the recordings that you are putting into it, but it can be fooled. I realized this one day when I stopped along the river hearing a strange, loud, rippling call from a ways away, too faint to really catch with the app from where I was standing on my side of the river. But it intrigued me and I'd never heard anything like it before. So I started to kind of foolhardily venture out onto some rocks, onto the river to precariously just, laugh at me as you imagine this, perched on a slippery rock, trying to hold my phone as close to the source of the sound clearly emanating from the other side of the river as possible, so that I could capture some of the sound in the app and learn something about the bird that was making it. I eventually managed to catch enough of the sound for Merlin to give me an ID. it was telling me that I was hearing a sharp-shinned hawk, which I have never seen before, so far as I'm aware, and certainly didn't know the sound of. But then seconds later, as it continued to record, it said that I was hearing a Cooper's hawk. Both of these hawks would be rarities for me. They would have been lifers, as they're called. I have not seen them before. Both possibilities had me deeply excited. Which one was it? Was it the sharp-shinned hawk or the Cooper's hawk? Were they both here? And that would be very weird and special, wouldn't it? I didn't see them that day, but the possibility of seeing them took me back the next day and the following in hope of glimpsing these birds and, logging them into my Pokedex. And then I realized, as I stood there, like literally on day 3 or so of this endeavor, I realized that the sounds were weirdly regular, that there was something maybe slightly off about this situation. And as I looked at my surroundings and took in a number of things, took in the relative chillness of the birds that were around me, that didn't seem to be particularly affrighted by these hawks, and my vague sense that raptors tend not to be near each other too much, and the fact that those are just not birds that I expect to see at this time of year in this place, I suddenly put together the fact that I was not hearing hawks at all. I was hearing a recording of hawks. I was hearing recordings of hawks that were being broadcast by a high-rise across the river to scare away pigeons. And this information sort of coalesced in my brain immediately. And as soon as that possibility came to be, I started to pay more attention. I started to realize the regular intervals at which these sounds were occurring were a tell. The fact that I'd never heard these birds anywhere except directly across the river from that high rise. All sorts of stuff like that. And I began to feel very silly. I felt like I'd been tricked. And I got angry at the app for failing to, give me this information and making me feel like a bit of a fool. And I want to pause here for a second to make my perhaps quite obvious metaphor even more plain. I was excited by the false promise of hawks, right? But the intention of the recording was to scare away pigeons with the false promise of hawks. I turned up day after day expecting to see hawks, but the intention, I can't actually tell how well this works. I could not see whether there were pigeons there, standing there like crows on a scarecrow, just totally showing up the failure of the mechanism. But the purpose of the intention of this device is to confuse pigeons and prevent them from congregating, to have a bad threat assessment, essentially, of the area. In either case, me turning up hoping to see hawks or the pigeons failing to, are both failures of interpretation, right? Using one flattened, out of context utterance to arrive at an erroneous conclusion. I don't know if you can tell which bird app I'm talking about anymore, but I will continue to make this plain. Now, for the last several months, I've been using the Good Bird app to make the Bad Bird app more bearable. I go on long morning walks to encounter birds, delight in them, and then bring that delight back to Twitter in photos or descriptions. My hope is that I'll interrupt someone's doom scrolling with a photo of a snowy egret, or news of a black-crowned night heron, or my excitement at successfully identifying an American tree sparrow. But it's also been a kind of bribe to myself. If I leave my apartment early enough in the morning and fill my head with birds, there's less room for all the other stuff. Using the bird app to talk about birds is a medium funny joke that I keep making, but there's a kind of desperation behind it. If we talk about birds, I hope, maybe we'll remember how to talk to each other joyfully and hopefully. Maybe we'll remember how to listen to each other and hear something other than the sound of raptors closing in. Now, I say all of this sort of anticipating pushback because I've been seeing a lot of it on Twitter lately. Twitter is very bad at allowing two different ideas to exist in the same place at the same time. And the keenest proof of that to me is just watching people talk about what we're losing when we lose Twitter, something which is happening in fits and starts and truly astonishing layoffs, in all sorts of other horrible things which the current buffoonish billionaire who owns Twitter is doing to it. So what I see is people on Twitter talking about Twitter in terms of, on the one hand, a hell site, right? Oh, the hell site of Twitter. I have certainly called Twitter a hell site. A bad place where you go to become unhappy. A bad place where you doom scroll until something, perhaps the image of a bird, interrupts it and you think, maybe I should go outside. Or various other sorts of things like that. A place for bad faith interpretation, for just unpleasantness, for things that kind of ramp up your adrenal system and cause you to feel all kinds of shaky, bad things throughout your day. People encounter this description of Twitter as a hell site, and they say, how dare you, actually? Literally, it is me talking to myself here. I, for instance, have made a number of important professional contacts through Twitter. I met my literal spouse through Twitter. I have used Twitter to find friends, to build connections and relationships that have been enormously nourishing and sustaining to me during very, very difficult times. How dare you call Twitter a hell site? And the frustrating thing about this is that it is proving that initial point. You cannot somehow be both. You cannot both be a hell site and also a place where people find community. You cannot both be a place where, for instance, you can accomplish all sorts of incredible activism that you couldn't before, but also be subject to truly incredible kinds of harassment that didn't exist before. And there are just the fact that these are things that should not be at odds, that should be able to be united within the one greater truth that Twitter is a tool, and that a tool can be used in different ways against the people who have embraced it or in their favor. And that Trump, at the same time that it brought me some of the most important relationships of my life, also brought us a Trump presidency. I say us here because obviously without being American, the rest of the world has also been subject to the obvious hegemony of that. All of these things are true. These multitudes should be contained within this one site, but its very protocols make impossible the existence of those two things. It instead, anytime it encounters difference, it creates out of that difference an opposition. Things can be different from each other without being opposite to each other, but not on Twitter. And out of those oppositions, it creates oppressions, so that your ultimately disagreement with someone about something which outside of Twitter might not have been a friendship breaking ordeal, on Twitter gains all kinds of layers of scrutiny and misreading and misinterpretation. Because, as I said at the very outset of this talk, anxiety makes us bad readers. Anxiety can make us paranoid readers. And where we are experiencing anxiety and paranoia, we might miss the things that are, for instance, someone kindly and joyfully offering us the opportunity to speak about something that we care about. Twitter, I cannot stress enough, brought me tremendous, beautiful things in my life. And yet, over the last several months, I have been trying as hard as I can to spend as little time as I can on it, because it became a place that was no longer serving the same needs that I had when I first joined it. It became a place that was inimical to me and to the friendships that I had made there and to the art that was being supported by the connections that I had made there. But I am very, very alive to the fears that people have with its loss, the clamor that people are making about how they don't know how they'll support their magazines or their livelihoods or any of the things that they use Twitter for. But to this, I want to say with like the fullness of my heart that Twitter did not give you community. You snatched community from the jaws of Twitter, from the jaws of the algorithm, from the toxic engagement that was supposed to prevent community in the first place. You cannot approach community as a service that is being provided to you. Community is something that has to be engaged with in a spirit of mutuality and reciprocity. And at this point, I want to make a sort of truck driver's gear change to talk about the Wayward Retreat, which I mentioned at the beginning of this talk. The Wayward Retreat is a truly marvelous endeavor. And I want to talk about the things that I feel like I learned about community in the wake of it, which I hadn't realized that I had learned until I began to see the spiraling of Twitter and its dismantling, essentially. The Wayward Retreat, which you can read more about, online, I think the wonderful organizers here have dropped a link to it, is a space in which it's a space that is made for artists to come together in the spirit of mutuality, collaboration, and a kind of quiet sociability that I find really tremendous. If you look at the Wayward website, you'll see that it's doing a number of quite remarkable things that we might not actually associate with the general received ideas about community, right? One of those things is that it is very explicitly not trying to be everything for everyone. It says at the outset, in its frequently asked questions, you'll find, in fact, why don't I just literally read it from the FAQ, which I have in front of me. After the logistics of it. In the FAQ, I don't really want to socialize. I just want to go to the woods and work a lot. Is this retreat for me? The answer is probably not. Though this retreat dedicates most of your time to solo work, there are multiple group activities throughout the week. We find the community atmosphere is an essential part of the experience and creates a positive effect on the work created there. Another question. I haven't made much art yet, but I'd like to start. Is this retreat for me? Probably not, comes the answer. It is intended for artists already pursuing their craft with full-time intention, even if they hold down day jobs to pay the bills. Now, it goes on and answers these questions, which I found quite remarkable because I have often observed that, especially in science fiction and fantasy spaces, there is often a real reluctance to create boundaries around communities. And this stretches back to, if anyone is familiar with the geek social fallacies of yore, it stretches back to the sense that you can just never create a space where a person might not be welcome. And there are two different things going on here. A boundary is not the same thing as gatekeeping. And yet we always kind of conflate, I think, those things. Or maybe not always, but a number of times it has been my observation that those things get conflated. That a place might not actually be for you. Not because you are being barred from it, but because it will not actually serve the things that you need. And being able to communicate that and share that and state that in a kind of generous, loving kindness for the thing that you might need, but you don't realize that you need, is very important. And it's very important, too, to recognize that you are not being rejected by being told ahead of time that the things that this thing the things that are here are maybe not the things that you need. And you will not be served if this is the thing that you want, but this is the thing that this is. And there's a difference there. So in, first of all, explaining that up front, Wayward was remarkable to me. Another crucial element of the retreat experience that I found fascinating was that there is a chores rota. You have to, when you are at the retreat, do chores. You have to do dishes. You have to help with preparing dinner and with cleaning up after dinner. And there's a very carefully created rota for this purpose. And I was delighted by this when I saw it because it made clear that everyone here, even though one person was cooking for everyone had a share in making that gift of cooking for people something that was being shared labor-wise and results-wise together. So that there was just a communality, essentially, to the sharing of that labor, even though one person was taking it upon themselves to be the primary purveyor of that labor. Everyone was expected to, in a very organized and equally balanced way, to participate in that. And the amount of, friction or disagreement or bad feeling that was completely eliminated or just eliminated from this equation by this one simple, provision of a chores rota was incredible to me. I was grateful for it. I was grateful to have been invited into the labor required to keep this community running. The other boundaries that this had were that there was a schedule for the day that involved breaking off a huge chunk of the afternoon for quiet work, so that there was a boundary around the space in which people could absolutely move around and stuff, but that was not the time nor the place for sustained conversation. If you wanted that, you had to go elsewhere for it. Here was a space instead for just quiet work. These structures, these very, very thoughtful placements of boundaries in ways that could enable something to flourish out of those structures were honestly dazzling to me. The amount of care required to think about what not just one person, but what a community of people might need in order to allow harmony to rise up between them, in order to not step on each other's toes. Understand too, we were all strangers to each other as we arrived in this space. All of that spoke to an amount of forethought and care that I was in awe of and still am. And there was, of course, also a code of conduct that was equally generous and thoughtful. And later on, I learned that the chores rota had in fact been put together not just with the care required to make sure everyone was working the same amount, but they had taken extra care to pair people together who might not have had the chance yet to have one-on-one conversations through the structures of the rest of the retreat, so that everyone was getting a chance to have a kind of interaction that could allow a deeper connection to flourish. And that too, which I only learned after leaving the retreat, was dazzling to me. I keep saying dazzling because it is the best word for it. I feel in awe of it. And I'm belaboring this because I want to build up to the most wonderful part of the retreat for me, which was beyond the incredible food we were being served, beyond the natural beauty of the location, beyond the fact that it was totally off-grid and we had no access to the internet unless we wanted to literally climb a mountain and hold our phone up in order to get 1 bar of reception, which one person at the retreat actually did do only because there were baby photos to receive. That aside, you were totally insulated from the kinds of conversation and information that come to you from the internet. And instead, if you wanted to look something up, you had to look it up in books or ask someone. You had to look up recipes in actual cookbooks. And there was just a sort of tactile delight to that. But beyond all of that, the thing that was the most beautiful to me was that threaded throughout the experience of this retreat was a kind of game of artistic telephone, almost. So I'm going to try and explain this as succinctly as possible. The central element of Wayward was a collaborative piece of art that took the form of this game of artistic telephone played through the geographic space we were inhabiting. So after an initial catalyzing prompt given to one person, each of us over the course of the whole week, there was a specific chunk of time that you had to do this in. Each of us over the course of the week had to produce an artwork or an experience that was based on what we had received from the previous person. So one person gets this prompt, creates an artwork or an experience, and then they have to take a fragment of that art or distill that art or that experience into something that fits into a glass bottle. And that piece has to represent the whole of whatever it is that they had put together. And that piece becomes a seed of inspiration passed on to the next person in the chain, who will then in turn create something inspired by that small thing. What was in the jars varied. I did not realize this at the time because we were all being very carefully insulated from each other and from what the whole experience was going to look like. So when I received my bottle with this inspiration in it, it was a sheet of paper. And there were drawings on it, things that were suggesting sound and vibrations. And the thing that most struck me, though, was that on the outside of it were the words, "You are safe." And I had to take this and build something with this. Now, we had been instructed to try and move outside of our comfort zones in this. If someone was a visual artist, they were encouraged not to lean on the visual artist skill set that they had, but to try and push themselves in a different direction. I am a writer, and I felt that trying to do something that wasn't just putting words on a page was maybe what was being asked for here. But I was also terrified. I have the sort of chip on my shoulder about writing as an art form that I think many people do, or maybe it is just me. I don't know. I certainly sometimes remind myself that, writing is, how can I put this? Obviously, writing is an art form. I don't have any problem remembering that. But there is a certain kind of reverence that I have for a tactile object that is created by a person, whether it's fiber art or painting or drawing or sketching or sculpture or anything that involves making something physical, that I feel is distinct from writing, which usually is, imaginary pixels on a computer somewhere that just lacks that physical aspect. So I feel sometimes that there is something that I want to learn from or approach there, but I don't have those skills. So I thought instead, okay, well, what else do I know how to do? I know music. I could maybe I'll write a song. Maybe I'll do something that involves singing. And then I thought, oh yeah, maybe I could do something where I get a bunch of people together to sing. And as soon as I thought that, there was like literally 2 hours in which we could make whatever this was. As soon as I thought that, I became very, very anxious about how could I possibly craft this experience, though. I wasn't seeking the consent of the participants in it. I knew that this was going to involve everyone on some level, but I didn't have the means of asking people, did they feel comfortable singing? Did they feel did they have a lifelong fear of lifting their voices in song? People can feel very, as I'm expressing, very anxious about lots of different things. And I didn't want to tread on that in this beautiful space that had been so carefully curated for us to do something beautiful together with. So I asked one of the organizers to help me out. And I said, this is what I'm afraid of. These are my concerns. What do I do with that? And she said something that I will never forget, and that I actually hope to kind of keep in my heart as a sort of guiding light to every interaction that I have with other people going forward. She's an experienced designer. And what she said was, make them feel safe enough to be brave. And it's something that I think about a lot in terms of building community. And what does it mean? What does safety mean? What does bravery mean in these contexts? In this case, for me, it unlocked something immediately. I suddenly knew what I wanted to do. I realized that maybe the way to make people feel safe in this particular situation was to make sure that everyone had a very, very small role, and that everyone had a role that could potentially be opted out of if they needed to. What I ended up doing was creating a situation where I sort of explained something briefly, I gathered wands of lavender and wands of ferns, and I gave half the people a piece of lavender and half of them a fern. I gave them different places to stand based on what they had. And then I conducted the orchestra of them essentially by getting them to clap and hum to kind of build their confidence in what they were doing. And then I talked about how much I wanted to hear their voices in the world. And I saw and I could feel that there was like a kind of circuit humming between us as a consequence through this care that I had taken in giving people small things that they could accomplish together. And that culminated in us all being able to lift our voices together in song, which, to bring this back to birds, was a single line of poetry from a poem called Matériel by Don McKay. And the line in question went, "To dress up like the birds and be and be and be." It was a tremendous experience. It is perhaps one of the most beautiful artistic experiences it's been my pleasure to experience in my life so far. I felt like I had been given this enormous trust and that I had managed to create the conditions for something beautiful and harmonic to arise from it. Some people during the singing did actually take it upon themselves to harmonize. Some of them just sang what I was singing. Some of them just hummed, and it all just worked. It all came together. So I made it about birds because of course I did. But the seed that I left for the next person, I did not know who it would be, was a bottle that had in it a fern, a sprig of lavender, and piece of paper with some suggestive, my attempt at drawing feathers, and a few other things that ended up inspiring for the next person a kind of bird-related augury, which I won't belabor, but which is my cue to just kind of bring this to the last thing that I really want to talk about here, which is to bring this back to augurs and auguries. Tweets and auguries have this thing in common. They are both short, gnomic utterances devoid of context and requiring interpretation, right? And one of the most famous uses of augury, which feels frustratingly relevant to the way that I see people speaking on the internet lately, is to do with the kind of legendarium surrounding the founding of Rome. So perhaps you know the story, perhaps you don't, but the general gist, there are many versions, but the general gist that is the kind of mainstream version of this, if one can be said to have a mainstream version of a legendarium around the founding of Rome. Anyway, there are twins, Remus and Romulus. They are abandoned at birth, exposed on the countryside. They end up surviving because they are suckled by a she-wolf in great adversity, and they grow up together. They do a bunch of stuff. They are brothers. They are twins. They have all of this in common. And then after, a lifetime of gaining martial prowess and being generally excellent by the standards of pre-Roman excellence at the time, they decide that they are going to found a city together. And the city that they want to found, they want to set it on a hill. Rome, which I don't actually accept out of literature, there are 7 hills. And there is some debate about which hill they want to found the city on. Will it be the Palatine or will it be the Aventine? Remus wants to found the city on the Aventine. I really hope I get this right. Romulus wants to found it on the Palatine. They cannot decide between them, and so they decide to turn to auguries. They decide that they are going to let the birds tell them where they should go to found their city. Remus observes 6 auspicious birds hovering over the Aventine. Romulus observes 12 auspicious birds hovering over the Palatine. And the result of this is that they start fighting over this, and Romulus ends up literally killing Remus, killing his twin brother, and Rome gets founded on the Palatine, and there's the end of the story. There are other versions of the story. There are versions where Remus survives and founds a different city. But the one that has come to me at any rate, and that feels germane to our social media moment, feels like this one. Two people who are brothers with everything in common, trying to decide where to go and where to build their community. And instead of finding a way to talk about this and build community together, decide to kill each other in a spat about birds. Mastodon or Hive? Co-host or Instagram? Where will we go? What will we do? Where will we end up? How will we continue to build our communities together and have our livelihoods, sell our books, get people to read our short stories, fund our magazines? How will we do this? Despite my forays into divination and the importance to me of finding a bird every year to tell me something about the coming year, I can't read the future. I cannot read this flight of birds around us right now as people flee Twitter and try to build their communities elsewhere. What I can say is that AugurCon is fucking amazing. And it is run by people who are so dedicated to creating this space that is valuable and joyful and sustaining, and that makes room, that creates the conditions for the kinds of conversations, hopefully, to arise that you might not find in a flattened recording of a recording, contextless, sped, horrible broadcast nonsense thing that makes you feel like there's nothing out there but hawks waiting to kill you, or that might make a space uninhabitable to you because of the ways in which we fail to interpret each other. I cannot read birds or tell this future, but I want to learn our voices. I want to see us thrive in our habitats. I don't want us to mistake a crowded hallway for a community. I don't want us to think that Twitter gave us something that we didn't give each other, that it wasn't just something that we used in order to meet and find each other, in order to be able to find the things that are important between each other. And so many of those things that are important are generosity and kindness and good faith and the willingness to just believe for a moment that the person speaking to you doesn't actually mean you harm. I want to be able to tell the difference between a hawk and a recording of a hawk. I want us to be augurs, and I want us to dress up like the birds and be and be and be. And I want us to give each other dusks and dawns in song. And I want us to just give each other and expect more of each other. And I want to end, as I get a little weepy here, I want to end with a poem, because I sure do love poems. I want to end with I want to end with a poem, not one of mine, because it's been some time since I've written a poem. But it's a poem called Why I Need the Birds by Lizelle Mueller. And you can find it in a collection that I highly, highly recommend called Alive Together. Why I Need the Birds. When I hear them call in the morning before I am quite awake, my bed is already traveling the daily rainbow, the arc toward evening, and the birds leading their own discreet lives of hunger and watchfulness are with me all the way, always a little ahead of me in the long practiced manner of unobtrusive guides. By the time I arrive at evening, they have just settled down to rest. Already invisible, they are turning into the dreamwork of trees. And all of us together, myself and the purple finches, the rusty blackbirds, the ruby cardinals, and the white-throated sparrows with their liquid voices ride the dark curve of the earth toward daylight, which they announce from their high lookouts before dawn has quite broken for me. Thank you all so much for listening to me at such great length. Thank you so much to the organizers of AugurCon and the editors of Augur Magazine for just doing all the work that they do. Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Amal. Oh my God, I'm so glad I left CanCon to go find you in that cafe, because
I'm also glad
I was like,
you did
this is great. Like, I did well.
You did.
You
absolutely did.
That I made.
I enjoyed the number of like quick swerves that we had through there. I hope you'll take a skim through the Discord. People lost their minds a little bit as you went. So
my sneaky self-serving thing throughout this is that I want more people to play Wingspan with. So if I have actually found the people who play Wingspan, then that will be delightful. I have accomplished everything I need to accomplish.
So good.
So thank you again.
Trez, you'd love it.
Oh, I love birds. No, I have notes. I have notes. Okay. Thank you so much, Amal, for your words and your insight. I really sank into your storytelling and your reflection on connection, collaboration, dialogue, and community. And it really resonated with me as someone who truly values and wants to create a space where everyone is sort of free to create. So we're so happy that you could join us. And with that, we've reached the end of day one AugurCon. Whether you learned about creating worlds that look like this one, working with editors to make sure your piece shines, or the quiet power of slice of life stories, we hope that our con so far gave you something beautiful to think about. And our hope is that we can help support storytellers, creators, and readers for the futures we need.
And on top of that, I just want to give a big thank you to everyone who made today just absolutely immaculate, as far as I know, our volunteers, our guests, and of course, the wonderful Therese, who has hosted us through this entire day. Thank you so much for your work today, Therese. And I'm so looking forward to tomorrow.
All right, so before we leave, I just want to mention that our first workshop tomorrow is a poetry workshop at 11 a.m. So those who sign up, 11 a.m. EST. So those who sign up, please make sure that you get the Zoom link and get there. Our first panel is at 12 o'clock noon. The Discord is going to stay open for a couple of hours after if you still want to have thoughts, talk about Wingspan, connect more with your fellow attendees. But we'll see you tomorrow.